Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side Dannon shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Let me get my headphones together, man. My headphones. Yeah, okay. There we go. All right. Let me get all my levels together. What's going on, everybody? What is going on, everybody, man? Shout out to Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Glad to have him in the building, man. That is that song is called 16. The title is Relapse. And the artist is 16 to Life, who I accidentally just blew him away. But 16 to Life, Brother Eric, man, good dude, man. going over to the YouTube page 16 to Life, and you can get the music, you can get his animated stories, you can get his real stories, man. You just get a lot of game off of the dude, man. Good dude, man. Did 24 years up here in California, man, the penal system, man, and and was fortunate enough, God smiled on him and let him come home, man. So shout out to him and his family, man. Shout out to Brother Ed. Yeah, man. So going over to visit Brother 16 to Life, and man, and by the way, I did an interview with him. It's in my catalog, man. If you want to go and actually get to know him a little better, man, get some more information on him. I interviewed him, man. Good dude, man. Just good dude, man. Good-hearted dude, man. But don't get it twisted, man. He ain't no cream puff. So don't get it twisted, man. All right. Okay. So, Brother Eric letting us use this song, for royalty free. So I tried to get him to get a clean version for us without the cursing, right? Because I thought, how sometimes, man, you just think more of yourself than you probably should, right? I thought more of myself than I probably should, right? So I'm thinking, man, I got young kids gonna be listening to me. Man, I can't even get older people to listen to me, let alone the young kids, right? So I said, okay, well, I don't have to worry about the cursing and everything because we ain't got the young kids. We ain't got no youngsters in here. And so, but one of the things that he tried to explain to me, the concept of relapse. I mean, he said, "No, brother, it's not about gangbanging, so to speak. It's just about anybody could relapse and go back to doing what they was doing that they thought was that they feel like that's how they should hustle or that's how they should get down, man." And I said, yeah, you're right, man. That does make sense, man. So that's why I was kind of attracted to the song Relapse, because any one of us could relapse, right? Right? The messenger said, we could turn hypocrite overnight, right? Basically the same situation, man. Okay, that's Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric. Before we do this, let's do this, man. Let's do this. Let me take Brother Eric down. Okay, y'all, let's do this. Let's see who's in the house, y'all. Let's see who's in the house. The Jill Pill's in the house. Jill Chocolate Boutique, man. Jill Chocolate Boutique is in the house. Shout out to Jill. Jill's, Jill, man. Jill don't play, man. Gotta hit that church house, man. And then after she gets done at the church house, she will be back, man. She will be back. I don't know, man. You know what, y'all? I think somebody's in the house. Let me check the back room, man. Make sure everything's okay. Oh, wait a minute. Found somebody back there. Found somebody. What's going on, Brother Rico?
I'm doing good. How's you going, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. The man in the red shirt, man. Glad to have you jumping on, man. Glad to have you jumping on. How's things going today?
Yeah, how's the weather out there on the West Coast? We freezing our ass off here.
It was raining earlier, man. It's overcast, but it's still, it's still raining. It's California, man. Nobody know how to drive when the ground gets wet, man. It's like the East Coast, man. Everybody knows how to swerve out there, but out here, man, as soon as the ground get wet, bang, man, all you hear is these sirens running around everywhere, man. But other than that, it's good, man. It's good. It's good. All right, man. Today's topic is going to be, well, we're going to talk about a lot of different stuff, man. Part of the stuff we talked about earlier this week. And then this Derek Jaxn debacle, man. That's as two married men that have been married as long as we have, man. We have seen. If we haven't seen it, been through it, we know somebody that been through it or seen it, right? So, kind of good things to talk about.
Then to me, I see what everybody, but it's almost a little bit predictable. You could almost see that coming with him,
right?
So I think, of course, people in the manosphere and places like that, they're celebrating. Oh, right. They celebrating like nobody's business. Oh God, they got the great white whale, right? Ooh, they loving this one. Hey, enjoy yourself. You got every right to. I ain't never been no huge supporter of Mr. Jaxn. But I'm like, it was predictable when he had got busted. What was it? That was earlier this year, wasn't it?
Earlier this year or was last year? It was this year, huh?
I think it was earlier this year. Somebody in the chat can say, or even late last year when he got busted about the girl before. So I was like, it wasn't that long ago.
Nah. And I know I got somebody who's right on track for something like this to happen. Very popular black YouTuber, and I could see it coming from 100 miles away.
Oh, really?
Yes. You know what? I mean, I don't want to put the brother out there.
Put
man.
it in a private chat. I want to know who you're talking about. Put it in private. I want to know who you're talking about.
I see it coming a mile away.
Oh, wait a minute. I agree. I was just. I agree.
Mile away, brother.
I agree. Yeah. The same. You see the same level of hubris, narcissism. Yeah. So,
but I'm going to talk about some of the things that's not really that has to be coupled with some other things for it to go down. And we're going to talk about that, man. We're going to.
But that was the same thing where you see, like you said, their Jaxn had the same level of hubris, narcissism, know-it-all. So you see that on both sides of the spectrum, whether you're on your side or whether you're in Simp City. That's a character trait. That's not even an ideology. That's a character trait of a particular type of person who would do that. So,
but see, here's the thing, bro. They have all good intentions, right? But like I was telling you, I did another video yesterday on another channel where I was talking about when desire meets opportunity, that's when the sparks start flying, man.
I don't even know if they, I wouldn't want to say they had good intention. It's just like
well, I want to be with my wife, I want family, this and that. They preach that, right?
Yeah, they preach that because that's what sells.
Desire on the
that's what sells.
But I'm saying they got a desire that the person that they with cannot fulfill or will not fulfill. I don't know if they cannot.
So the intention is bad, not good. That's what I was
getting. Well, the intention is they want to learn how to suppress the desire. That's the first.
I don't believe that. I don't even believe they want to try to suppress it.
Let's talk about it, Rico. We'll talk about it later. Let me finish announcing everybody that's in the building, man. We had Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Get on over there and subscribe to Jill's Chocolate Boutique if you haven't already. Subscribe to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. And what about our sister, Ini Kenya? No, I'm just kidding. I'm so bad. I'm sorry, Inenea, but we call Sister Ini. Sister Ini's in the building, man. Shout out to Sister Ini in the building. Don't go away, Sister Ini. I need you. Need you to do stuff. And Jill, gonna need you as a backup still. All right, a backup. All right, who else is in the building? Knowledge and Relationships. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, you're missing out, man. You're missing out. You need to get your butt on over there and subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. We got a lot going on. Over there. My Sister Inya, I haven't seen you in a long time. Shout out to you, sis. Glad to have you in the building. And of course, the lurkers are out there, man. All right, man. We got a big show today, man. We're gonna have to break down a lot of stuff today, man. All right, we're gonna try, but we gotta get going, man. Rico's always putting these stuff in the back chat, man. So, all right, Rico, we're gonna try to get going. All right, man. Let's get moving, man. Let's see. Let's start with the news, man. The news. We got. Man, it's getting crazy out here. Let me see. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Check this out. Check this out. No, this was not good content. Not a good use of my time. All right. Come on. Well, first of all, let me ask you a question, Rico. What does non-binary mean? What does that mean? I hear that all the time, man. I hear that a lot.
Right. And I think that means you don't choose a particular gender, meaning fluidity of the gender. So you don't. And actually, this is at a topical surface. From all the language that I hear around it is people who like you can be a him, her, they, that some people believe that, sort of androgynous, whatever the case may be. So you feel all of those things and, none of those things. So you're non-binary. You're not going to be told to choose your identity, that your identity is fluid.
Okay. All right. Non-binary.
You're wrong. You set me straight, but
okay. Non-binary Biden official Sam Brinton's backstory called into question by LGBTQ activists. Sam Brinton, the beleaguered Biden official facing criminal charges for stealing suitcases from airports, yikes, is facing scrutiny about Brinton's dramatic backstory that one of prominent LGBTQ activists suggests doesn't pass muster. Brinton, who the Biden administration touted as among the first self-identifying non-binary officials in federal government, is currently on leave as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition at the Department of Energy. Holy smokes. Bryant is allegedly took a woman's suitcase from a baggage carousel at the Minneapolis St. Paul Airport worth $2,325. Bryant was charged in October with felony theft of a movable property without consent, and as a result faces 5-year imprisonment and a $10,000 fine or both. Bryant, who uses they, them pronouns, is slated to appear in court during a hearing on December 19th, that's next week, right, in relation to the case. But the Biden official was additionally charged this week for grand larceny in a separate incident at the Harry Reid International Airport in Las Vegas, where Bryant allegedly stole another traveler's suitcase. As legal woes continue to mount, the facts surrounding Bryant's background that helped catapult the activists within the LGBT community appear to be crumbling. All right, I didn't even know this dude was in the Biden administration. Did you?
No, I didn't. I mean, it's I guess the position is small, and nah. I mean, I ain't gonna knock it if he's the what I don't know what his position was, but if you're the best at it, if you're the best scientist and you just so happen to be non-binary, I don't care. Put the best guy girl group in the job. But I do know, Fox and them, they're gonna pile on it because of how the person identifies. I'm kind of weird about the whole suitcase thing. I'm like, taking off the carrots. I'm like, shit, a lot of people do that. I think by mistake.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
You don't make that mistake twice.
It happened more than once.
You got arrested for it once.
Oh, okay. But I've seen that happen. Hell, I've grabbed the wrong suitcase before.
Yeah. And then you put it back, right? But
yeah. I usually pull it back, but I try not to be rushing and make sure to read the tag.
Okay. You look at the tag. You say, "Oh man, I don't live in Denver." Right? You put it back on the carousel, right?
No. It won't be it don't have you. It just the fact it's the name. That's about all that stands out.
But I'm just saying, you recognize that it's not yours for however you.
Yeah, but people, I've seen people taking and leave the damn airport with the bags before they stop to look at it.
Yeah, right.
Because they sit there and they think that they're the only ones with an orange suitcase or some shit. It's like, dude.
But what I'm saying is, Rico,
if it happened to you, I think if it happened to you once, you should be more careful. Yeah.
I don't care what tribe you go to. There's gonna be knuckleheads in any tribe you go to. Mm-hmm. Even in the LGBT, I know they're supposed to be perfect people, right?
Man, but even in their tribe,
they got some knuckleheads in their tribe, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay, but that's irrelevant. The thing I want to say is, you'll be okay.
I couldn't tell. All right, I'll sweep. Let me do it now. Let me see it. What did you do with the piece?
Man, Rico, you gotta let me hit the mute button, brother. Okay, would y'all be okay if a dude like this came out and said, "Hey, yeah, I'm your right"? So one of your kids came home and said, "Hey, I got a new teacher today," right? And the teacher let us take a picture of him. And so, you go, oh yeah, well let me look at your teacher. And this guy comes up, right? Would you be okay with that? Would you guys be okay with that? By the way, shout out to what you too far and live this coming week. Oh, okay, Jay, I got you. Shout out to Jay Takashi, by the way, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi. Shout out to Daryl Long in the building. Shout out to Marcus in the building. Shout out to the Dominican root in the building, man. Shout out to. Okay, got you, John. Glad to have you in the building. Glad to have you checking in, man. Okay, yeah. So your teacher comes home, man. Your child comes home and says, "Hey, this is my teacher," right? Right? Or you walk to the doctor's office and this is the guy you see in the doctor's office. Yeah, I'm here to check your testicles. So go ahead and just take your pants down, right? Yeah. Right? And why am I saying this? It's not because I have a phobia. It's because we're used to certain norms, right? We're comfortable with certain norms, right? I expect my doctor to look a certain way. If they're a male, I expect them to look a certain way, and if they're female, I expect them to look a certain way, right?
If a female, but Clarence, I'll be honest with you. I get you on the school teacher. I'm definitely not because I wouldn't want my kids or grandkids to have to deal with that. As a doctor, I'm Rico, like, you're fucking grown up.
Let this guy right here reach down and check you on the nads.
I mean, really? I'm not saying that it's a preference, but I'm like, if that's all the fuck I put it like this. I look at it in the standpoint of this is where I kind of look at like medical, because I've seen it where I went through with loved ones, right? Uh-huh. Where they always had a preference for it. And I'm not talking about doctors, but like certain hospitals or certain, my mom, I only go to this doctor and I only go. And it's like, mama, look, you sick. I mean, we're talking about your life and you're putting your feelings where, to me, when I think of health, I want the most qualified fucking person. The teachers, it's like, I'm totally with you on that. No, I don't want my teachers looking nothing like this. I'm uncomfortable with that, the norm. And I would rather my doctor be, but I tell you this, if I got a competent doctor look like that or incompetent doctor that look like you, that's what I think about sometimes. It's like, I want my doctor to look like Clarence, but goddamn, it's some fucked up doctors out here.
Okay.
That's just, so sometimes I think about it, it's like, well, damn, the fear of one thing. Huh?
He could be a great teacher, right?
Yeah, he could be. You're right. The same thing applies with teaching. But for that, it's like, I think about the kids. Now I wouldn't give a damn if that's your college professor, because I'm like, you old enough that you should know better. If it's a college professor, and it's college professors, I'm sure that look like that. Take the class, get the knowledge. What the hell you want me to do? I can't tell them not to wear a dress, this, that, whatever. But, for the school teachers, I'm with you with that. As liberal as my thoughts are, I'm like, nah, that's just a bridge too far. That's too much. Even if that's who you are, dress like that when you get off work.
Right.
I prefer the doctor to also be, as you said, but it just all depends. If I'm dealing with cancer, I want the fucking cancer gone. Right. You know what I'm saying? And we sometimes get into these spaces where we're not getting the most qualified or the best, and it happens in, like you said, everywhere in life, where I can afford to be that stubborn. I'm gonna be that stubborn. When I'm in certain places, like I said, if I'm dealing with, I'm dealing with my mom with cancer and I'm trying to keep her alive, I don't give a fuck who got to do it or what they look like. You know what I'm saying?
I get
it gets into sometimes certain space because that eventually that's going to happen. We're going to get to the space where all of a sudden it's just going to be, oh, okay, well, you didn't take him to the most qualified person because you didn't want to, and it's like, all right, that's all. So I just wanted to point that out, but continue on. We got more to do.
Yeah, we got more to do. So anyway, this is something, y'all, that is coming. I agree with Rico. It's coming down the pipe. It's going to become more of an issue where, things are going to have to be, you're going to have to make some serious decisions. And
exactly.
You might be vilified for doing it, but you got to think about your children. You got to think about yourself. And maybe it might be a time where you say, hey, I got to accept this. Just the most qualified person.
Yeah, because I'm saying, right, because of what you're saying is more and more this is going to come. It's not lesser, it's more. And I don't even look at the whole vilification. I'm just like, you got to make the right and the best choice. And sometimes that right, because, here's the perfect example. If you took it 50, 60 years ago, if a white family went in to see the doctor and it was a black doctor, they take their kids and leave.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And because they wasn't used to,
black people used to do that.
and that black doctor might have been the most qualified doctor.
Right.
And you take the kids home to die because ain't no white doctor around. I'm like, that's the stuff I'm saying. For me, it's like, okay, well, let me see which I ain't dying on every hill.
Right.
Because again, like I said, that was literally the thing that occurred in times past where no, my wife ain't gonna see no nigga doctor. All right, and doctor be like, oh, take him home and die. I don't care. I'm the only person that's qualified to do this sort of heart surgery or whatever the case might be.
Right.
The only qualified person may be like, in some of these, you had, white guys, don't give me no nigga blood.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They didn't want. It's like, dude, you dying. You was in a car accident. You need blood. Don't give me no black blood.
Right.
Motherfucker don't wake up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool.
So that's why I said they say it's like, and I get it, right? I'm just saying how the same choices can come down. Now we're not talking about color. We talking about this non-binary shit because there's going to be more of them. And unsurprisingly, I think who is it? The guy that's the head. Well, God, let me identify them correctly. The woman, you got to see a picture of it. The admiral, that's the head of the public health service.
Right.
Pull up the picture of that person. That's not non-binary, because they have the uniformed health services. And Biden appointed.
What's the name of it, Rico?
Uniformed health services. They're not a branch of the military, but they wear military uniforms. Because I actually know a friend of mine who actually works in it, and they got rank and all kinds of shit.
Okay, what about it?
Pull up the head of it.
Oh, let's see. Leadership, our team, executive management. This is unified.
Unified.
Is it unified or uniform?
I think it's uniformed.
Okay.
Uniform.
Okay.
Not unified.
Okay.
Uniformed Health Services. It's affiliated with the U.S. Uniformed Health Services.
Okay. Let me pull up U.S. Uniformed Health.
Yeah, U.S. Uniformed Health Services.
Okay.
Right, the commander of it.
All right. Let's let me give you a visual on this. What I got here on my
Commander in Chief, Admiral Rachel Levine. Look up Admiral Rachel Levine. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Is this her? I'm gonna show you a picture of her right now. I mean, a picture of what I got for this website. Right. Let's see.
Admiral Rachel Levine, and it's not a military branch, but
is this her?
No. Pull up Admiral. Type the name Admiral Rachel Levine.
Okay.
Levin. Just do a regular Google search images.
All I got so much stuff open. My computer's running slow.
Yeah. But
Give me a minute.
The name of it is U.S. Uniformed Health Services.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Brother Rico. Okay. I'm gonna look her up. What'd you say? Admiral.
Rachel, Rachel Levine, Levine.
Okay. Let's knock that out. All right, wait, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
Okay. Same thing. And that's a prominent, they do hurricanes, they do FEMA, they show up for everything. Pull it up.
I'm waiting on my my computer, bro.
Okay. But I'm like, that's one of the most top qualified. It's not the Surgeon General, but it's sort of like affiliated. It's like but yeah, there you go. And
okay,
they go out and make the picture bigger.
But okay, let me see if I can do that. Let's see.
So people can get a better look.
I don't know if I can
pull
it up, man. Get it better.
That's an Admiral. Double click on
it. That's
you can't get any bigger than that.
Best I could do, man. Okay, let me take this out the way. All right, yeah, that's the best I could do. All right, so I agree with you on this point. If it came down to, me not living or dying,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, I might have to be more open, but I'm definitely wouldn't be the other guy.
Can you share mine?
Huh? Oh yeah, that's it.
Just
let me move this down. Let's see. What you got going on, man?
I was going to show you a better picture so people can get a closer look. I ain't got nothing.
Okay, there you go. Uh-oh, you did something, man.
I ain't did. Hang on. I just close it. Just to hell with it.
All right, man.
The bottom line, anybody can look up Admiral Rachel Levine, and you can see for yourself it's not much different than this other non-binary person. But and that person, Rachel Levine, was confirmed by Congress.
Yeah.
By the Senate. So that's a position where this person had to be confirmed.
Yeah.
So the Republicans, I don't know who and how they voted, but they voted to put that person in charge of this very important agency of the U.S. government.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta admit, Rico, the uniform says a lot, right? It's if she was out dressed like this guy here.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I mean, that would have a lot of effect, but
right. But I'm just saying that obviously you can see that the birth gender is not the lived gender. It's like my eyesight ain't that bad.
All right, man. Well, look at it. Well, let's do this. You guys gotta keep your eyes open out there. This stuff is coming, so you got to keep your eyes open out there. Watch it. I got a granddaughter. I got to watch it. You got children. You got to watch it. You got grandkids, nieces, nephews, or children that you interact with. You got to, man, make sure that they don't. What's the word? When they're in these impressionable ages, they're not. When they get exposed to stuff that they can't do the math on, you're there to do the math for them and try to explain it in a way that doesn't cross their brains up or ignite things in them that shouldn't be ignited until they're older, right? Sometimes they can get exposed to people's sexuality, and then that will ignite the curiosity in them to get involved sexually real young. And so this is what we don't want. Because we don't care what you binary, non-binary, up, down, green, yellow, red, turquoise. We don't care, but we don't want our children exposed to questions that may lead them to question their own sexuality at such a young age. That makes sense. That makes sense, right? All right, y'all, we're going to move on to the hit parade. We got the Michigan hockey doctor faces new criminal complaints of SEX misconduct. Holy smokes. Dr. Svi Levrand, a well-known urologist in suburban Detroit hockey circles, is facing 4 new criminal complaints of SEX misconduct, according to Farmington Hills Police Department. Farmington Hills Police learned that LeBron on Friday for the second time. They arrested LeBron on Friday for the second time and charged him with 10 counts of criminal SEX conduct. Here's what you need to know. LeBron was charged last month with 7 counts. So he had 7 counts. 7 counts of criminal conduct in Oakland County, Michigan, after a 19-year-old male hockey player told police that on October 18th, he was SEX assaulted by LeBron during a medical exam in LeBron's basement office of his Farmington home. Oh man, oh man, you gotta watch these doctors that got the exam room in their house. Holy smokes! LeBron pled not guilty at his arraignment on October 20th. The 66-year-old was referred to as a hockey doc or doc and worked as a volunteer with high school hockey program. Oh man, these volunteer doctors, man, holy smokes, including those in Farmington and Novi, off and on for nearly 2 decades. He also helped with the Michigan Developmental Hockey League. Each of the new complaints involved allegations that LeBron sexually abused patients connected to the youth hockey organization during medical examinations in his home office. According to Farmington Hills Police, his next court appearance is for December 7th. Let me see. The bond is $250,000. Oh man, this is okay. So this is why am I bringing this up? Yesterday, my wife took my granddaughter to her first karate class. Right, my granddaughter wanted to go to karate. She wants to do both karate and ballet. Right. Okay, so we took her to the karate class. Right. I told my wife, "Hey, okay, what you take her to? You stay right there with her." Because of course, my son, right, the big entrepreneur, decided, okay, my wife made him go. My wife said, "You gonna go? You gonna see for yourself?" Because he was like, "No, I don't want her to go do that." Like, what do you want to do? Just sit around the house? So anyway, he went there, and then the dude, the guy that was running the karate class, started talking to my wife. And my wife turned around to see so my son could get the information too. My son stepped out. He just left. he just left. You know what I'm saying? So you can't be doing that. You can't leave, man. You can't leave. You gotta always stay right there whenever you dropping your children off, right? I mean, you gotta make sure your children. So that's why we're still doing y'all the hit parade, man. Not because we trying to tell y'all, hey, the world is bad. These are a small portion of the people that's out here. Most people are gonna at least try to be decent. But you got some people out here, man, that they just gonna get over on whoever comes their way, right? Right? Those of us that read these books, these scripture books, one of the books say, the devil said, I'm gonna lie in the straight path. I'm gonna lie in a straight path. They ain't even got to divert off this. They ain't even got to go off the path to find me. I'm going to be right there, right? So these people, man, these wolves, they're going to come where you at. They're going to come where the people is at, right? They're going to be where the money is at and where the people is at to get off what they're trying to get off, right? So just be careful out there. Shout out to Wally, by the way. Shout out to you, man. Salute. All right, man, that's the hit parade, man. Watch out, man. Watch your kids. Make sure if you got your kids in activities, you'll make sure you with them, man. You're not like, just dropping them off, right? Me and Rico were both coaches, man. We were both Little League coaches and coaches, man. And, some of these parents would just drop their kids off, man, and they just leave them. They just leave them, man. You're like, well, wait a minute. And it's usually the mothers. It was usually the mother come back at 9 o'clock, right? Practice over at 7:38. They come back at 9 o'clock. Oh, what? Y'all done already? We already told you to be back here at 8 o'clock to pick this boy up. You leave this boy with me. If I was crazy, I would, I couldn't be doing anything with this little boy. But you can't do that no more. We can't take chances like that no more. All right, y'all. This is what we're gonna do now. Is we're gonna watch another video, man. We're gonna rescue some black boys. Rico, are you there? Can we rescue some black boys, man?
Man, go ahead.
We can rescue some black boys? Okay, let's rescue.
We need to. At least one or two of them.
Let's rescue some black boys, man. Let's see. Here we go. All right, let's do this.
It's like, I can't
You can say whatever you want.
They like, I don't know, they just major assholes. That's all I gotta say. Well, first of all, I've heard people say they've never seen racism on the job. I've heard people say, everything that they've done on the job is, equal and that kind of. I can't say that. I have seen racism on the job. I've seen racism before the job, so it wasn't new to me. I knew what racism was. And I would have to say that knowing what it is the thing that makes me know when it's coming and how I have to fight to prevail in a situation.
You're living somewhere and there's drive-by shootings all the time, you're going to have PTSD for sure. It could, more than likely be, contributed to the environment that they live in, the way that they grow up, being exposed to so many things, violence, drugs, all of those sorts of things. So, I mean, they experience a lot young, gangs, they just have to watch out for a lot. A lot of anxiety, quick to react, so very impulsive. It could be sadness, it could be anger, but that could come under, so many things can fall under that anger, so they can display it in different ways, lack of great communication skills or positive communication skills, with peers and with others, and fear police, authority type situations, they react there, or they just don't like authority, which could be considered conduct disorder or as a youth oppositional defiance, but it just depends.
What comes to mind when you think of the police?
I want to be one. I want to hold a gun so I could catch bad guys.
So what do you think of when you think of gangs?
I like them.
Why do you like them?
Because they got guns.
But I thought you said police have guns too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be a police officer. I don't want to be a gangbanger.
You don't want to be a gangbanger?
I do.
You do want to be a gangbanger? I think you should just stick with the police officer. Okay?
I stick with the gangbanger.
We'll work on that. All right?
It's like, I got something better to do with my life. I could do that, but no. Different things. Like, I could be a doctor, I could be a therapist, I could be a football player, I could be an NBA player. Different things.
I want to learn how to be. I want to learn how to be a producer in the music industries and stuff. I want to learn how to make beats and stuff.
People say I couldn't rap. I can rap. And people say I couldn't. But that motivated me basically. The hate motivated me.
The system is broken, definitely. Like, the system is definitely broken. It's a lot of things that need to be reviewed, looked at, revised, and just redone altogether, because a lot of things just don't make sense with the system.
Here at the center, we offer a variety of enrichment classes that focuses, one, on the social emotional development of each individual that's a part of the program. We offer sports and fitness programs that focuses on their health and their wellness. We also have a plethora of mentors that come in and show positive role models to each of these individuals. And lastly, we have career development opportunities that focuses primarily on the film and the media industry. Not only do we provide these enrichment programs, we also have field trips that we are here exposing the individuals to different things that they might not have seen within their own community. And ultimately, we offer inspiration and hope to a generation that needs it so desperately.
I like the program because they are nice. I play tic-tac-toe. I learned how to work a camera.
That you guys are cool. You guys always forgive. You give us things, pizza, soda, the game. I mean, like, everything we really want. You gave to Tyler some slime. She wanted slime, you got it for her. I mean, like, you did something for me, Jose and Luis, even though Luis didn't come. I mean, like, that's what's so special about this church. You guys are giving. I don't know, the feeling of holding a camera, recording something. I don't know. The way when you look at it and you edit it and you realize I did this, and then of course you upload it. Look at that, I did that, and then you feel good about it. I think that's what I want to feel, that feeling of I did this.
My favorite thing is.
All right, y'all. What y'all think? Shout out to Big Rick Slaps, by the way, man. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps. What y'all think, man? I mean, these black boys are endangered species, man. They are actually wanted, man. They're on every wanted poster everywhere, man. And they ain't wanted for good things, man. They want it because people want to exploit them. People looking to exploit them. So the goal is to keep them ignorant, keep them violent, and have them self-hating. As long as those three things are happening, they can be profited off of, man. We can profit off of them. And so we got to get in there with these black boys, man. Remember, like I told y'all, the third grade. Dr. Confucius told y'all, third grade. I ain't no doctor, but I already recognized that the third grade was because actually I showed you guys all of this information, right? Showed you guys the government numbers that showed you third grade is where the separation starts happening at, right? We got to get in there and start teaching these young men at the third grade level. Got to start pushing the STEM and sciences, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to these young men. And I had to see communications. What good is it that they know all this stuff, but they can't communicate it properly? So they need to know how to communicate, because they might be in a room where they need to communicate one way, and they might be in another room where they might need to communicate a whole nother way. So we need to stress the communication, right? Anyway, third grade, y'all, third grade. Black boys, you got black boys that you are coming in contact with. They're above the third grade level, man. We need to really start aggressively suggesting to them. Maybe it's not your child, but you suggest to them and you push to them. Hey, man, you know what? You probably should look into science, mathematics, and technology. That's where things are going. Coding, that's where things are going. You still try to be, I'm going to go work at the Jack in the Box, and I'm gonna be able to raise a family on doing that. And so the response that you're going to have is that the government is holding me back because they ain't paying, because Burger King ain't paying me a living wage. Burger King not supposed to pay you a living wage. McDonald's not supposed to pay you a living wage. You're not supposed to be living off that kind of income. That's a starter. For most people, it's what they call a starter job or a reentry job, where you just getting in and you just padding your resume saying that you can work, you can follow directions. So your next employer can see that you at least is willing to work at McDonald's. You're not so high on yourself, right? So, don't lock yourself into that situation by saying, well, I'm not, I'm just going to work at McDonald's. And then, so what are we going to do? Oh, we got to go to the government and make them increase the minimum wage. Don't you realize if they increase the minimum wage, the only people that's going to suffer is the people that wanted the minimum wage increased. Everybody else is going to pad their prices to cover that minimum wage increase. right? You're in the same situation. You're gonna be in the same situation. But anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. Anyway, that's rescuing black boys. All right, let's move on, man, because we got a lot to get to, man. Lot to get to. Rico, are you there still? No. All right.
No, I'm here. I'm listening to you go on and on and on.
You know who Ralph Bunche is?
Yeah, he was with the, I want to say he was with the NAACP or somebody before.
Yeah, but we're gonna go into it a little deeper.
Yeah.
What about PBS Pinchback?
I heard of him, but I think he was a black senator or congressman or something.
A governor. But we're gonna get to that,
okay.
man. We'll get to that. First black governor. Okay, so let's get to it, man. Let's get to it because we're doing good on time, brother. Doing good on time. Glad you ain't talking too much, man, because man, we doing good on time. All right, this is our brother PBS Pinchback, the first African American governor. Although it was in the later part of the 20th century when Douglas Wilder was elected governor of Virginia in 1989, right? I guess Douglas Wilder was a black governor. Over 100 years earlier, PBS Pinchback became the first African American governor, because he wasn't elected, of any state when he assumed on December 9, 1872, a temporary term as governor of Louisiana. Pinckney Benton Stewart Pinchback was born on May 10, 1837 in Macon, Georgia, to Eliza Stewart, a freed slave, and her former owner, William Pinchback, Major William Pinchback, a white plantation planter. It is said that although his father had a legal white family, he also raised Pinchback and his siblings as his own children. Pinchback's father sent him and his older brother to school at a private academy in Cincinnati, Ohio. After his father died, his mother took the entire family to north to Cincinnati. Pinchback enlisted in the Union Army during the Civil War and was commissioned as a captain. After the war, he moved to New Orleans and became active in politics. Pinchback was eventually elected to the state Senate and became president of the Senate. When the lieutenant governor died in office, Pinchback, as president of the Senate, became the lieutenant governor of Louisiana. When Governor Harry C. Warmoth was impeached, he had to step down from his position until the conclusion of the impeachment proceedings. Because he was the lieutenant governor, Pinchback at that point became the first African American governor and the 24th governor of Louisiana from December 9, 1872 until January 13, 1873. What do you think about that, brother?
Pretty interesting.
Huh?
So pretty interesting, especially for the time period.
Yeah, man. Okay, brother, that was PBS Pinch. What was his name? PBS Pinchback. Okay, now we're gonna talk about our brother Ralph Bunche. Let's see. Let's see. Let me get it. Let me pull it up here. Ralph Bunche wins the Nobel Peace Prize. Dr. Ralph Bunche at the 1963 March on Washington. A man who can be described as a peacemaker, Dr. Ralph Johnson Bunche became the first African American to receive the Nobel Peace Prize on December 10, 1950, for the 1949 Armistice Agreements. Bunche was born on August 7, 1904, in Detroit, Michigan. He was a diplomat and a political scientist who is remembered internationally for his work as a chief mediator for the United Nations during the Arab-Israeli conflict, in which he received the Nobel Peace Prize. Bunche was also involved as a mediator in other major conflicts around the world. In 1968, he became the United Nations Undersecretary General. President John F. Kennedy awarded Bunche with the nation's highest civilian award, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, in 1963. Earlier in life, Bunche received his undergraduate degree from UCLA by graduating summa cum laude. Did you graduate summa cum laude, Rico? I guess not. and class valedictorian in 1927. He earned his master's in 1928 and a doctorate in 1934 from Harvard in political science. Yeah. He was the first African American to receive his doctorate in political science. He later did postgraduate anthropological work at the London School of Economics and the University of Cape Town. Before completing his graduate degrees from Harvard, Bunch started teaching political science at Howard University, where he served as chair of the Department of Political Science from 1928 to 1950. Bunch was active in civil rights and served over 20 years on the NAACP board. You're right, Rico. And he and his wife, the former Ruth Harris, had 3 children: Joan Harris Bunch, Jane Johnson Bunch, and Ralph J. Bunch Jr. Bunch died on December 9, 1971 in New York City, New York, at the age of 68. That's about Ralph Bunch. Ralph Bunch and PBS Pinchback. So don't just take our word for it, y'all. Go and check it out for yourself. Dig that, y'all. Dig that. All right, we're gonna move on. Who else we got in the building? We got my Taurus brother Anderson the Great in the building again. Yes, we black again, brother Anderson. Yes, again. And salute to the Great Pill Podcast. If you haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill Podcast, what is you doing? What are you doing? What is you doing? You're playing yourself. Get on over there and subscribe to the Great Pill Podcast and see what he's talking about. Maybe he's talking about something you want to talk about. All right, let's see. We almost done. We got one more thing, and then we get right to it. All right, that's the Black History Minute. We got one more thing we got to do. Oh, I know. Here we go. I know a lot of y'all say, man, hey, man, ain't no jobs out there. Ain't no jobs out there. Okay, ain't no jobs out there. This is the website for the city of Miami, right? MiamiGov.com, right? This is the city of Miami's. I guess it's their job website, right? It's the city website, but this is the job portal, right? This is a job portal. So let's take a look at apply for a city job or view job openings, right? So I click on that. And let's see where it takes us. Let's see. Gives us the phone number, gets the email, location, tells us right where everything is, blah, blah, blah. We can apply there. View jobs. I guess we can view some jobs. Let's look at some jobs. Click on careers and jobs. Let's click on city jobs, right? We want a job in the city, right? We want to get some benefits, right? Here's a list of all the jobs. Miami firefighter, police officer. Oh man, it's all kinds of different jobs out here, right? But eligibility. I guess you got to get. Do you have to log in? I don't think you even have to log in over here, right? Yeah, you have to log in. Yeah. So we at the jobs and careers, right? City jobs. Oh, okay. We got to go through the Human Resources Department. Let's see about list jobs. The Human Resource Department jobs. Okay. I get. Let's see. View city jobs. Okay. Let's see what they got. Here we go. This is what we want right here. All right. This is what we got right here. So everything is going to be alphabetized just like every other place, right? You can see the minimum salary. You can see the maximum salary. You can see the job code, right? You can look it up. And of course, you can filter, right? You can filter for a salary, right? Right? You can filter for all kinds of different stuff, right? Right? You can click jobs at 60,000 plus, 80,000 plus, 100,000 plus, 150,000 plus, right? But you better have some degrees looking for all that stuff. Now, what I tell y'all, when y'all click on one of these jobs, man, let's say, click accounting clerk, right? Show you right here, this is jobs class code, and this is the salary, right? This is how much they're paying per hour, right? What do I tell you? Don't even look at the definition of what they're doing. You go straight down to the minimum requirements, right? Graduation from high school or its equivalent and considerable 2 to 4 years experience in bookkeeping and related clerical work, right? That could be McDonald's, that could be whatever, right? So that's what I'm saying, man. You got to look, make sure, because you get all hyped up, man, reading all, oh man, yeah, I can do this, yeah, and then you read the requirements, you don't qualify. Always go down to the minimum requirements. All right, y'all, that's the city of Miami. Go look yourself up a job and get yourself a job. You can get a city job out there, man, and you get you some benefits, because now is the time where you need to start considering getting you some benefits, man, getting you some retirement, getting you some life insurance, et cetera, et cetera. All right. I mean, if you're not qualified to do some of these other jobs. All right. That's that. And go check it out for yourself, y'all. All right. Let's see. Where we at now? Where we at? We're here, man. We're here, y'all. Shout out to Von Bryant, by the way. Von Bryant's in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant in the building. All right, y'all. Let's see. Let me take one of these banners. Let's take this banner down. Okay. Holy smokes, Rico. Here we go. Let's get started. Man. This is an ugly situation. So, what we're gonna start off with is Derek Jackson's wife a couple of weeks ago was going in on the haters. Right? So let's see what she had to say to the haters.
You demons of mind control, mind blockage, depression. Vomit yourself out now in the name of Jesus. You demons of mind.
I know what you need, man. I
thought we said we weren't gonna talk about Kanye no more.
We not.
Just the same shit. That's all I'm saying. Just the same shit.
Why?
This is a glaring example of mental health. This is a glaring example of mental health, and I bet you, I just said that as a joke, but I'm also serious. She probably thinks, I'm gonna say she probably think, just like him and so many others, that with doing this, whatever you want to call it here, this babbling, that she's telling somebody something.
Just talking in tongues, Rico.
Okay. She probably think that somehow she's projecting some information, some knowledge, some wisdom. As you said, she wrote this like, oh, I'm gonna strike you demons down. I'm like, right. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Right.
This is all I'm saying. Is like sometimes people can't get out their own damn way.
Well, Rico, what you expect her to do, man? Her husband keeps on.
I expect her to shut the fuck up.
One to know.
I expect her to do. I give her the same advice that I gave the other clown. Shut the fuck up and go on about your life. Because I can tell you this continued talking ain't helping her.
I agree.
He done already did what he done did. He gonna do what he gonna do. And her sitting out here making herself, she's almost helping him. Because I'll be honest, when I first saw this, I said to myself, well, goddamn, I understand why. I understand why he was cheating. Seriously. So rather than make herself look like a sympathetic figure, which, if she's the one being cheated on, she should be the sympathetic figure.
Right.
But you got people to be like, he was going home to this shit every night?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's the part where Stop digging. If you're in a hole, stop digging. Shut up. She was in the
Okay,
hole
but-
when he first came out. She did that whole defense. It's just dumb.
Okay,
It's
but
just
Rico,
dumb.
do you think that she's dumb for wanting her family to stay together? She wanted her family to stay together, no matter how off her husband was. She wanted her family to stay together.
You can, God damn it, I want to hit the lottery. But the bottom line is between what we want and what our reality is, it is, we have to live in our reality. I don't begrudge her for wanting her family to stay together. That was the reason why I believe she married the man. But he chose for the second or probably the 200th time that he wanted something else. So how does making yourself look like a damn fool help in any way?
That's all she know, Rico. That's all she know.
Yeah, but she's making us. So what I'm saying is, what we're saying is the only thing she knows is when she finds herself in a stressful situation is to go out there and display toxic or insane behavior.
Agreed.
That's what we're saying. That all she knows is whenever I'm in a stressful situation to do something idiot. And all I'm saying is to the listeners is that shit ain't helping you win. That's just making you look more crazy or crazy if you aren't, and more crazy if you are. Because nobody with a logical sense of mind.
Well, like the Harris tribe saying that out there in the chat, she didn't know that the sledgehammer was coming.
Oh,
she thought that she was working to protect. She, keep the family together. She thought they was working. I'm sure he was, stringing her along, saying, "Yeah, it's gonna be okay." And this thing, he probably was stringing her along, even though they were separated, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, we can patch it up. We can work it out. It's that, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But my point is that that's all she has been taught is how to handle situations like this, major situations, from her teachings of the church or whatever.
Right, and I'm going to say
her church. I mean her church.
Right, and I'm going to say now, if we want to take that out of context, I mean, outside of this situation, was again, I think where it still comes off sounding crazy is people say that about people in those churches who preach to speaking in tongues. And that might come from a space that we just don't understand. So forget this. I mean, we've been saying that about churches who do the speaking of tongues, playing with the serpent, taking some of the literal things out of the Bible and trying to reenact. And we look at it as, y'all are fucking crazy. Right?
Right.
We've always said that. Y'all are crazy.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, but see, what I don't want to do, Rico, what I don't want to do is hold this whole situation against her. She's just a person who finally unraveled because dealing with this dude, dealing with the dreams that he was selling her, she just finally came apart, right? She finally just unraveled, right? And so now she is just a mess. Right? But in my opinion, it's not all her fault. Some of her fault, but it's not all her fault. The problem is a person like her who thinks that they are a very holy person may say to herself, I did everything I could do to keep this relationship going. And in her understanding, she probably did. But what I'm going to say, and I'm going to explain today about the Derek Jaxn situation, is that she didn't realize that there's something that she's not bringing to the table that this man had a desire for. He wanted a wife, and he wanted a family life. And this is what a lot of guys want. They want a family life on one side, and then they want a savage life on the other side. They want to be able to have both lives, be able to step into both worlds whenever they want to, right? Well, when they need to do stuff for the family, they can walk into the family, and the best thing in those guys' minds is these worlds will never collide, right? But it's always gonna happen. Sooner or later, they're gonna collide. The worlds are gonna collide. Because either the wife is going to want more of your time, or the side chick is going to want more of your time, or a variation of thereof, right?
Okay.
Then you gotta work. You gotta be with your children. You gotta be with your wife. You gotta be with your side chick, right? Your side chick is gonna say, well, if you're giving your family this much time, you got to give me this much time, right? You spend this much money on your wife, you got to spend this much money on me, right? So it's going to be very difficult to balance this stuff out because it's always going to be that high competition, right? But digging down deeper, this woman didn't realize, man, this man has some desires that she should have tried to question him and find out, hey, is there anything I can do? Or you want me to get my hair long? You want to get one of them big glued on wigs? Is that what you want? You want me to start wearing these high heels? Is that what you want? What do you want me to do? Because
I don't think she needed to do that.
Well,
I think that maybe I agree with you up to a point of her now having to give into his he had unfaithful desires, you know what I'm saying? So that might be a situation. I could say that that's a discussion that they maybe could have had or should have had prior to making those wedding vows. But once the vows are made, the guy just got to ride it. You know, he has to accept that he made those vows of that commitment of monogamy. And no matter what, he can't break that because he's unhappy. He can't. Or the vows never meant anything. And obviously to him, they never meant anything because he's repeatedly broken them. And if he felt like he was unhappy, he should have ended the marriage in a respectful way without having to get caught all the damn time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Which tells me he wasn't even trying to end the marriage. He was just trying to get away with doing what he was doing.
That's what I'm telling you.
Right. So what is the point of her sitting there in any way trying to appease him even more when he was content with her not doing it? He was going to fucking just continuously cheat.
Well, I think she could have asked, at least inquired, what can I do? Man, when the marriage is falling apart, you got to ask yourself, okay, what can I do to make this thing help turn this thing around, right?
Fair enough.
You got to ask yourself that. Because he's not cheating just because he just wants to cheat. There's a reason why the man is going out there cheating. Now, here's one of the reasons why. Don't look at me like that, Rico. Don't look at me like that. Here's a big reason why he's cheating. Because he has some desires, right? And when those desires meet up with opportunity to extinguish them, that's what's going to be hard. Okay? Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Plus, he put himself in a huge biological disadvantage. Now, walk with me, Rico. Do you know that men and women they release pheromones when they come in proximity of each other? Shout out to Southern Belle and New Bro. Shout out to y'all. That is a scientific fact.
I don't disagree with that. I said okay.
All right. So most of the time we can be overwhelmed with one woman releasing pheromones on us, right? This dude used to do conferences where 300 women was there, right? I used to. Hope the kids ain't listening, man, because I'm gonna get a little graphic, man. New growth. Make sure the baby close the door. Make sure the babies ain't in the room. All right. So what I used to do, I used to work at a place called Foot Locker. You ever heard of this store called Foot Locker? Rico, you ever heard of that store? Nothing. Never mind.
No, wait. I didn't quite hear you. Go ahead.
I used to work at a store called Foot Locker.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Foot Locker.
I used to work right out here in Carson. I used to work out there at a store called Foot Locker, right? So Carson, right next to Compton, right next to Long Beach, right in between both of them, right there with Watts. So all of the gangsters and the dope dealers used to come into this Foot Locker because we were the closest one to them, right? So they would come in there and they would have a girl in there, right? And the girls would all, I'm telling you, they would always come in probably around 12 or 1 o'clock, right? The girls would always smell like sex, bad,
Newports.
Yeah, cigarettes and swap meet cologne. They would always smell like the swap meet cologne covering it up, right? But the point is, because we were fitting shoes on them, we were close to them. We could catch a whiff of their lady parts, right? And so what I'm saying is, now imagine you talking to one lady and you catching that smell, right? You that smell is supposed to get you open to the idea of reproducing, right? You smell that smell and those pheromones, you get those pheromones hitting you. It's supposed to open your mind. When it goes through your nose, it's supposed to go to your signals to your brain, start opening your brain up to thinking about reproduction, right? Imagine you in a room with 300 different scents from 300 different lady parts, all in the room. It's like it's the same idea as the club situation. You know, you're in a club and people doing all kind of crazy stuff in the club, right? Because all those smells, all those lady parts drive these dudes crazy. And now you're not in your right mind, because when you kind of reproduce, you're not in your right mind. You're not in your right mind, right? Your objective, once you start getting your mind open to reproduction as a male, is to transfer ownership of your sperm, right? You're trying to figure out, how can I give this person my sperm? That's what's opening your mind up to. So you ain't thinking right. That's, in my opinion, how he gets caught up, because he put himself at a biological disadvantage, man. You are not going to win. You're barely going to win with one woman, maybe two. 300, 200, 300 in the same room, but with you. And then on top of that, Rico, you got women that's hitting him in his DMs. Oh, man, I think you look good. I'll do this. I'll do that. I could do this. I could do that. The offers are coming. He's a young dude. He ain't like me and you, man. He's a young dude, right? Good looking. Ladies love him, right? I mean, the ladies love Rico, but Derek Jaxn, man, the dude, they coming for that young cat, man. And he got money. He got the lifestyle. He talking about, and he's a humongous, what they call simp. I'll fly you out. I'll pay for your room, and I'll send you back home with a present. Gonna be hard, man. Gonna be hard. Southern Bell said you making excuses for this cheating man. Man, I'm not making no excuses for this. I'm just telling you the reasons why. Any one of us could slip on a banana peel with that much biological that kind of biological disadvantage coming at you. Any one of us could slip on a banana peel. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's right or he's a good person or he's innocent. Oh, he's just an innocent guy. I'm not saying that either. He played a role in it too, because he could have said no. I'm just saying for most men, if you're getting that kind of attention from women and the kind of women that you dreamed about since you were 16, 15, 16 years old, these kind of women are throwing themselves at you. It might be a little difficult to say no. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Right? Yeah, new growth, just like these athletes. Right? You spent your whole life playing basketball. No girls would never come close to you, right? Now you got $1 million contract, man. They all over you. They're all over you. Right?
It does sound a little bit like excuse making a little bit, and I'll tell you why. I look at it from the standpoint of, does the fox hunt the hen only when he's in the hen house? No, the fox is always hunting the hen. So I look at it's an appetite. Appetites generally are insatiable, meaning they can never be fulfilled or pleased no matter what. So hunger, like I said, the fox, he could be, he's all the way in his den. He's hungry. So it's not that all of a sudden he smells a bunch of food. He goes around searching until he picks up on the scent. What drives the fox out of his den is hunger. It's hungry, right?
Right.
But once it comes out of his den, it starts sniffing until it can pick up on the scent of what can satiate its appetite. So I can't accept Derek being, oh, he's a victim. It's not his fault because I know. What I'm saying is the way you're describing it, it almost sounds like, oh, well, he was the victim. He wasn't looking for this. And because he ended up in the space, he couldn't control it. I'm like, he ended up in the space because the uncontrollable appetite existed anyway. So when he was at home with mama, that insatiable quest for other people was already in him. And he wasn't going to stop looking no matter what.
But
like most people.
You don't consider the fact that
I'm not saying that he couldn't end up in spaces that made him weaker, but I'm saying he was weak already.
I agree.
Because I think he looked to put himself in those spaces. It's not that those spaces just came upon him. He just walked down and then he got no, he looked to put himself in the spaces to make it more easier for him to feed his insatiable appetite of others. Because that's what he wanted.
Why? That's my question. Why did he want that? If he had a wife at home,
I think everybody. Because Clarence, I think everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. It's an unfulfilled appetite on both sides. Okay, but most people generally know how to control it. So it's like, look, I'm going to eat, but I'm only going to eat here. I don't need to eat everywhere and anywhere. Some dudes and some women out here, they're content to eat everywhere and anywhere. It's just you just and if that's what that person is, then that's what that person is. But that person, they're not any hungrier than anybody else. They're just willing to eat anywhere and everywhere. And some people will just only want to eat at that one particular place.
Right. So
everybody's hungry.
It's that's my point. It's easy to throw rocks at him and say he's a bad person. But the only difference between him and most people is his desire met up with opportunity. Most of us have
opportunity that he sought, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying
he sought the opportunities. What I'm saying.
But I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if there was a way that most of us could put a system like a systematic way to have the opportunity to have the kind of women we always desired coming at us,
sure.
Probably most of us would do it, right?
Yeah, sure. Right. I don't disagree with that.
So that's why I'm saying it's I'm not excusing his behavior at all. I'm not excusing it. What I'm saying is anybody could do that, put in that situation. Now the bigger question is, why does he want this stuff? See, this is what I'm saying. Well, you say, well, everybody has an openness. Well, I agree a little bit, but I disagree a little bit. Here's what I disagree with. I disagree. If there's some people that have a spouse that is so on top of what they want and they're so in tune with them that they see any kind of deviation in them, that vibration, they know, hey, something's wrong, and then they're willing to do whatever it takes for this person to bring them back in the equilibrium of the family, right? The whole family has an equilibrium vibration. Okay, so when one person's off, it's going to throw the whole family off, right? Okay, so especially the male, his vibration is off because of a desire that he got, right? So there are people out there that you got a spouse, got a woman that recognize, hey man, you want something else? Do you want something? What do you want? Tell me what you need. Or they would just go on their own and try to do what they think you want. They will try to do it on their own to try to throw different looks at you to see, what's going to stick and what's not going to stick, because they know already, they understand that they're still in competition, right? A lot of these women, when they get married, a lot of men too. Men do the same thing. You feel like you ain't in competition with the world no more,
But
right?
Clint, you know, you want me to tell you what the flaw in what you just said, and then we're not going to dwell on because I know we got two more we need to get to.
Right.
The flaw in that is when you talk about a person that's in tune to their spouse to make sure that things don't blah 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 blah. The flaw in that is you can't say, oh, you got to be in tune to what's going to fix them to keep them from straying. Because if you had this great this great internal, I can tell about the frequency of the family, blah, 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 then you would have known that person that you got wasn't the right person in the first place. You would have known that, hey, I'm about to pair with someone who has an insatiable appetite for women other than just myself. So then to sit there and go, well, I didn't know that. Now I'm with him. I'm supposed to be able to read his vibes. Like, sister, you should have read his vibes however many other years ago when y'all got married. Because Derek Jaxn was fucking around. He fucked around on this wife because he fucked around on every other relationship he's ever been in. You know what I'm saying? So that's who she married. He turned out to be exactly who she married. And if she didn't pick up on it then, I don't think there's anything that she could do about it after getting into the marriage.
There's nothing. I mean, I'm not. All I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? It's like if he was fat when you met him and married him, he didn't become fat. He already was.
No. But what I'm saying is, in this situation, in this particular situation, you're right. He had a pretty deep history of doing stuff like this, right? And pretty much married her back in. You're right, Southern Belle. He married her back in 2018 because basically the pressure from his audience saying, "You're saying all this stuff, but you're doing this." I mean, he had to put up a shut up, right?
He was slaying everybody back then.
And that's what I'm saying. So, but he really in his. I believe that he really wanted a wife. He just wasn't prepared spiritually to do it. He wasn't prepared. He wanted that.
I believe it was all for show.
Listen to me. People want that. I want to be married, and I want to be monogamous. But
I really don't want to be married, right? Exactly. I do believe I want it. I believe exactly what you said, but deep down inside, I don't want to be married. I want to be married.
Right.
He's thinking, I wish I could feel the way.
I want to still have access to be able to, whenever the desire, the opportunity comes up, be able to squelch my desire over here.
He's going, I wish I could feel like the rest of you guys that want a wife. And I believe in all that in my head. I believe, but deep down inside, emotionally, physically, he knew still was lurking. He ain't never not wanted to have a bunch of, again, and I don't think his thirst for sex or intimacy or, anything like that with a woman is any greater than any other man. But he's like some people where like, I will eat anywhere and everywhere, and most other people they're more, I don't even think Derek Jaxn is very selective about the women he sleep with. I know he's not. It's for him. I mean, like there are guys out there who are they're not wildly selective. It's the fact that they love all women and they will, definitely he's going to be with some baddies, but I guarantee you, if you go through and you could look at all the women he been with, oh yeah, maybe most of them were 8, 9s, and 10s. Oh, but I look at Dirk. I'm like, Dirk done bagged some 3s and 4s. Because he's that type of guy that just ain't going, he just, you know what I'm saying? I knew some guys that were like at 6'2" and like this. But like, that motherfucker brought home some big Shirley.
It's not about the level of their sometimes it's not about the level of their sexual market value. It's the level of their availability, right? And the other person's enthusiasm, right? Their enthusiasm can put them on the list, right? Even though they be, like you said, might be a 3 or a 4, but they throw so much. They are so enthusiastic about being in the situation or doing whatever you want to do.
That makes them feel better,
right? Exactly. They move up the list, right? And so that he I'm sure he's been caught by all of this stuff. But I agree with, like Sister Annie said, and like Newbrook said, I think he put himself in this situation, and he did not realize, based on his unresolved issues, he put himself in a situation where he had a tremendous biological disadvantage. Because if you as a man, just like in the workplace, if you're a man and you're working around women, and you're working around a lot of women all the time, and you have high proximity to them, and you have high exposure to them, you know, man, I mean.
But Clarence, you keep saying it's a biological disadvantage.
Absolutely.
I think you're right, but I think the disadvantage isn't biologically as much as it is emotionally for him. You know what I'm saying? Because I think biologically, if you're going to say that, every man is a man is at a disadvantage.
Exactly.
Let me finish. A man is at a disadvantage by that nature in a relationship with a woman one-on-one. But if I'm not emotionally damaged, I'm at no disadvantage, because then she can't use her feminine wiles to get over on me, because I'm not that emotionally damaged. I'm not that emotionally needy
and emotionally intact, Rico.
Right. That's I'm more intact. So it's just like, hey, intact, I might still want to, but I'm just not going
intact.
Right.
If I keep throwing a bunch of women at you and they keep running at you
and feeding your ego and stroking you, but that's not a biological.
I'll suck this, I'll lick that.
But Clarence, that's not biological disadvantage. That's I'm agreeing with you. The disadvantage is more emotional.
No, I mean, at that point, it's already past the biological. Now you into the emotional, and where this person can prey upon the fact that you are not emotionally intact, right? They can prey upon it, even though you got a nice suit on, you look good looking dude, and everything like that. But emotionally, you're not intact, so they can prey upon you. I'm saying the biological disadvantage comes in just the proximity.
At the end of the day, we can clean it up this way instead of going on. At the end of the day, he fucking trash.
Why is he trash?
He's trash. I mean, he had a married wife, and the level and my thing is, I ain't even faulting him for it. I'm like, you don't embarrass your wife like that.
You should. Yeah, that was bad. That was very bad.
You shouldn't embarrass her like that. I think she got kids by him, and I'm just like,
shout out to Metamorphosis.
He a trash ass man for that, and that's why I think, especially these people out here in the public eye, for them to be such fuckboys and so careless about it, knowing you in the public eye, and right now he's thinking, well, I'm not hurting her, they making fun of me. I'm like, the fact that they're making fun of you is a reflection on her. Everything once you decide that you're gonna be in the public sphere, it's a reflection on your spouse. He's a piece of shit for it. So, again, like I said, I know the manosphere, they just eating this shit up and loving it. And I don't blame them. I'm like, hey man, get your rocks off. I hate it only from the standpoint, it's like, y'all niggas ain't got room to talk. But hey, Derek Jaxn deserves every last bit of this. He deserves every last bit of this ridicule and scorn. But you motherfuckers over there in the manosphere, y'all need to shut the fuck up, because y'all next.
He deserves to be ridiculed and scorned for what he said, and went back and he showed his word to not be good.
Right, but they've always been trash. His word has always been trash.
At the same time, he doesn't deserve to be, like he's trash person. I mean, anybody could slip on a banana peel. Anybody.
He's trash for what he did to his wife. He's trash as a person. But the selfishness and the pain and the embarrassment that he inflicted upon his family when he know goddamn well it was going to have this effect. And you know what? Because he's so nose open about this new woman, he don't give a damn about the harm that it or the hurt that it's causing his family. He don't care.
But see, okay.
Because if he cared enough, he could have quietly told his wife that, and they could have quietly went about dissolving their marriage in a private way. He's already out there in public getting pictures and shit. That's saying you don't give a fuck.
Well, no, he didn't. He's not the one that took the. Well, I don't think he's the one that took.
I don't care who took it. Privately, knowing who you are, go through your shit privately because there's no way it could not have been foreseen that this was going to happen. And he knew. And when he knew the way that his wife held his funky ass down when he got caught the first time, stood by him. She was old that much.
Crazy.
That crazy motherfucking woman was old. She was owed him to say, hey, I'm not going to do this to you publicly. We're going to do this privately. She was owed that much.
Agree.
And he didn't give a fuck because he don't give a fuck about his own funky ass.
Okay. So, okay. Well, let me answer Metamorphosis and Southern Belle. Okay. Metamorphosis said, did you see all the video from his wife wishing death upon anyone who criticized their union? Yes. Metamorphosis. And that was her wanting the marriage and to continue. She thought that she was fighting for something that fight only works when both people are fighting just as hard.
Right.
When you got one person that's not fighting, it's like marriage counseling. Marriage counseling only works when both people want it to work.
And even, like I said, even that, to the point of what Metamorphosis said, the woman out there wishing death on, she was fighting. She had never done nothing wrong.
Who?
She was faithful in the union. She went out there in the street. But the wife, she had never, but she was still putting all her respect out there on the line to defend this funky motherfucker. So yes, the way he did it, he's trash.
Well, yeah, for that part of it, yeah.
He was old, a bit of your marriage is ending. You're going through hurt and trauma. The last thing I would tell my wife on the way out the door, bitch, leave me my dignity. You can take my money, you can take my kids, you can take my car, my house. Can you not leave me my dignity and respect? You got to take that too.
She is going to drop the same hammer on him for child support, man. She's not going to get that much alimony. Child support.
I hope she hit his fucking ass for everything under the sun.
Child support. She's going to cream him. She's going to cream him. All right.
I'm just sitting there saying is him doing it. The public pictures and shit, and I'm just like, that's the part. That's only the part. You know, I mean, shit happened, but it's like he owed her enough to say, "Look, we ended this, but I'm not gonna be out there in the streets. I ain't doing." He could have told that other little girl, "Look, me and my wife going through this. It's gonna be public.
Put this on pause right now.
This shit gonna go on pause so I can finish up my business. And when I finish my business up." Fuck you. You know, I owe it to my kids. I'm not going to take them through that. And I can still come up to your house and we can do the dirt behind the closed door. But don't be putting no social media posts. Don't be doing none of that. Because I'm not divorced.
Yeah. And Southern Belle says, so Clarence, you could fall into coochie on accident, right? What you have for no, it's not you can do it on accident, Southern Belle. You listen with your woman ears on. You gotta listen, just listening, right? Just listen to what I'm saying. I am not excusing this man's behavior. I am not. What I'm saying is that he put himself in a situation. This is a lesson for all of us as men. All of us as men and some of us as women. If you're going to be working around a lot of different women, especially when it gets up to more than 10 or 15 women, you're gonna have to put some safeguards around you, because if you are always alone with this type with all these women, you're at a biological disadvantage. The female can release pheromones, and she is unaware that she's releasing these pheromones, and you releasing pheromones as well. but you are the one that's going to be moved faster than her, right? Because you got testosterone. Your reflexes are faster. Everything's faster with you as a man, right? The testosterone has your reflex is faster. So you're going to react faster. So you're going to get into the mindset. You are going to get into a mindset. And so if you're not stable and you can't really navigate yourself around that, man, it's just a recipe for disaster. You're putting yourself in a position where eventually, man, even a camel's back will break after you put so much weight on it. Even a camel's back will break.
Hey, New Bro, I don't think I don't know if that's for me, but I'll say this. I ain't got to be careful about no harsh statements about him doing that. He is who he is. He chooses to be a public figure. He put his wife and his life in this embarrassing situation the way he is. He speaks on other people and other situations. He does that. That's who he is, and an influencer in the YouTube space. So fuck no. I ain't got to be careful about nothing. And I stand by every word I said about his trash ass and the action that he did to his wife. Every mother. And if I do it, I deserve it too. I don't live in the place of, no, I done fucked up. I'm on my third marriage. Okay, the first two, yeah, I deserved. Okay, so I don't and I don't want nobody to baby me and hold my fucking hand either. That was a grown ass man who was just busted a year ago for doing the same shit. What are we talking about? This ain't a first offense. He's a repeat offender to this same woman. And after that woman sat out there and made herself look like a damn fool in defense of him and forgave him for that shit. After that. So no, I ain't saying enough about his funky trash ass.
Oh man.
He could have did it, but he could have did it a lot better. It's not that fucking hard to have figured out a better way to end your marriage if you're going to end it.
Well, like I said, Rico, he's a young guy, man. He don't know what.
He ain't that goddamn young. You talk like Derek Jackson like he's 15. He ain't that young.
I think he's probably in his mid-30s, maybe.
I don't know. But I tell you what, Clarence, if he's in his mid-30s, that's old enough to know better.
Well, it's old enough to know better than Chief. That's old enough to know better than
It's old enough to know better than It's old enough to know better than, okay, I'm going to end this matter this way. That's old enough to know better that, okay, even if I want to end my marriage, I'm not going to embarrass her. I'm not going to embarrass my children. I'm not going to embarrass myself. At mid-30s.
I don't know that, Rico. You assume a lot that people know.
Then you know what?
Everybody don't know that.
What? Hopefully this public fucking shaming and embarrassment and eviscerating his ass will teach him, because at some goddamn point he got to learn.
I think at this
before
point,
he go out here in the world and do that shit to somebody else's daughter.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and think about it. Let me say this. Let me say what he's done privately that nobody's talking about. I guarantee you, he's littered the road with other young women who he done told he done love. And you know what I'm saying? So I get, because when it came out the first time, it was all these other women. So I'm like, come on.
Well, look. Let me answer Risa real quick.
He a victim? He ain't a victim of nothing but his own fucking stupidity.
No, he's not a victim. I never said he's a victim. Risa said, "Well, she's a fool. She took a care." Risa, she wanted to believe what he was selling. He was selling the fact that he wanted to be with his family. He was selling the fact that he wanted to be with his kids. He was selling the fact that he wanted everybody on the same roof. He was selling that, and she wanted to believe that. Now that you're right, that is on her. But that's where she went wrong. She wanted to believe it so bad. She wanted it to believe it so bad, right? Anyway, who else? Yeah, we got
and like I said, whether she wanted to believe it or not, whether she believed it or not, the fact of the matter, I'm looking at, this is a clear case of.
I don't want to blame her. I don't want to blame her.
No, but I'm saying this is a clear case. This is not I'm coming out because I caught my. No. He's in a relationship with someone else while he's married. She's not in one. Mic drop. Full stop. I don't care.
Well, Sister Annie asked a good question. How do you know she's not in one?
I don't. But we know he is. So we
know
can't. So what we can't do is we can't be projecting all of the unknowns. We don't know if Kanye. We don't know any of that. What we know is what we know. So I'm saying, I'm not going to speculate on the information we don't know.
Okay.
Can we keep it to the information we do?
Okay.
She didn't ask him for a divorce. He asked her for a divorce.
Right.
He ended the marriage. Okay. So that now there's that 80% argument, right? Remember in the manosphere, 80% of the divorces are initiated by women. You supposed to stay with them.
Yeah, I forgot about that, right?
Remember all that shit.
I forgot about that.
Remember all that shit that they fucking hammered on us. Yo, we gonna go to church, okay? All that motherfucking shit they talk. You stay with them if they cheat. You're not supposed to leave them.
I thought, you're right.
Don't miss me with this shit.
Women always ask for the divorce.
Miss me with this bullshit. Now here we are in crystal clear case, and for whatever reason, we get amnesia. We get amnesia about all the other stuff.
I forgot about that, man.
Right.
Hey, Manosphere, if you guys are out there, I'm gonna put the link out, man. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do Eddie Long, and then we're gonna do Jamal Bryant, and then we're gonna put the link out, man. So we're gonna do Eddie
don't leave their families, right? Remember all this? I ain't hearing about her keeping them away from his kids. None of that shit. What? No, all of it.
You're right about
all that shit.
Right.
He got his bag up. He got his money up. He got his gym game up. He got his look, fragrance, all that up. So my whole point is, this is just another glaring example of throwing. No, I'm not projecting. Annie. All I'm saying is, I do not know if I just pointed out up to that stuff because according to the manosphere, everything he just did, men don't do.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
According to the manosphere, men never do
they only
everything that he just did.
They only leave when they get what those restraining orders, right? That's the only time they leave.
According to the manosphere, everything that man just did, men don't do. I don't know.
How they gonna explain that?
I don't know.
Maybe somebody will stop by and explain how I thought because that's my first question. Hey, I thought men don't I thought women don't initiate men don't initiate divorce.
Right.
What happened?
Because I know lots of men who did, but I was like, okay, they're gonna tell me I'm crazy. Okay, fine. But then the bigger point is again, you're right, Sister Annie. I don't know if she was in an affair, but we do know he was. Agreed? So if we know he was, can we at least keep the conversation on the facts that we do have rather than project facts that ain't there, since I'm doing the projection? See, I'm not going to project a relationship on her that we have zero evidence of, but we can talk about the relationship that we know he's in. We can't project that she cheated in the past. I'm saying we can't project that she cheated in the past, but we know for a fact that he has. See, so if we're not going to project, we can't put none of these projections on that woman. We got to leave him right on Derek. We know Derek cheated on the past. We know he was a multiple philanderer. We know, again, same thing.
Right, metamorphosis. You're right. They're gonna say he's not from among our party. He's not.
Exactly. But you're right. So that's all I'm saying.
They're gonna say, he's not a real alpha male.
Right. All I'm saying is that if we're going to, was he correct in his car chronicles? Okay, I'm going to answer your question. I think he was correct in a lot of things he said, but he was. They never said that's the funny thing about it, Annie. I think Derek Jaxn was correct about a lot of the things that he said in the car. Here was the funny thing about it was they always ascribed him as being I never heard them really say he was wrong about anything. All I ever heard them attack him for was pandering. He was the great pander bear because he told women what they wanted to hear. So my whole point was, no. I said I believe he was in it. I don't know if he was with threes. I just believe he was. I believe he was the type. I believe he was such a womanizer. I believe he was such a womanizer that you didn't have to be. He wasn't so. Oh, I'm only going to take 10s and 9s only. So that's why I was just saying is I just believed he was a very big womanizer. But no, I don't know that.
Let me answer Marcus' question. Marcus said, "Can we assume fairly by definition the wife benefited from Derek Jaxn's business?" Yes, because she played a role. Her position was to keep to stay on top of the house, so you didn't have to worry about that. So she definitely was. She wasn't involved directly in the business, but she made it so that he had time to be able to go out and conduct his business, right? Because if she wasn't there keeping an eye on the kids, he would have had to be home doing that, right? He would have had to participate in that more.
And
right?
I believe she supported the business when he was out giving all those talks, those book signings. She was always there.
But I mean, I believe her major role was taking care of the house, making sure that he didn't be dealing with stuff at home. She was on top of that stuff.
But what also needs to be said is that, even like you said, that definitely was the major role. But there's still of the representation part. So when he put a forward-looking face to the public of being a happily married man, he couldn't do that without a wife. So she would be standing there on his arm, helping to play the role. So they were playing a role. He played his role. She played her role. So that I think has currency and value to it, because when you say it and then you also have the ability to show it, it helps. But like, yeah, absolutely, her main role was being the mother of his children.
All right, Sister Annie said you said he was with women who were threes. Is that a fact? Is that a fact, brother? Were
you not listening? I said that I just assumed he was. I didn't say I assumed. I said I believe he was. I just don't believe he was so discerning that he would only want 9s and 10s. So no, I do not know that for a fact.
I believe it went up like this. It was a curve. It went up. I mean, when he first got started, he probably was taking all comers. But after he got to a point where
from
the top of the cream of the crop.
No, but I'm saying no. What I'm saying is no, because I know guys who, even when they can get from the top, they don't mind slumming. So that this whole narrative,
that's a different thing, though, Rico.
But what I'm saying is, I don't even necessarily think, oh, well, because he could pick only 9s or 10s, that's all he picked, that he would still be the guy that, like, hey, shit, if a good 5 came along, got a couple of Hennessy's in me, oh, they can get it. You know what I'm saying? I
don't disagree with that, but I just think
that me as that type. I don't know that to be true because I ain't never been in the room, but from my experience, guys who normally 90% of the time you always see them with 8s and 9s and 10s, don't be surprised if a 5 would pop up, because maybe that 5 had something else of value, like you said. Even if it was just to make you feel an emotional need. Some guys in college, all their girlfriends 8, 9s, and 10s, but they'll bag a 5 to help him with schoolwork. You know what I'm saying? Because he's struggling on those tests. And later on in life, because they've been through it, they don't think nothing about it later on. This whole structure that people believe based on what the manosphere tell them that, oh, when they get to that point, that's all they do. I'm like, that's utter bullshit.
No. I'm not saying that, Rico.
I'm just saying. I'm saying it to the people listening, that you believe that they're just strictly always doing that because the godmother or someone else told you that. Yes, that may be the majority of the time, but it's not 100%.
Nothing's 100%, Rico. Yeah, all right, let me answer Marcus. Marcus said, I guarantee you that the wife wasn't complaining when money and clout. Well, see, Marcus, come on now. If somebody embarrasses you, how much money do I need to give you so that I can embarrass you publicly over and over again? How much money is that worth, right? You go out here and you out say, man, I'm telling you, man, Brother Clarence, man, he trying to do something good over there. He trying to give away the backpacks. They trying to give away the backpacks over there, man. I'm telling you, check out Better Black Life, right? And then, you know what I'm saying? You see the report come up. Brother Clarence has been picked up for embezzlement, right? and then I come back out here again. Y'all need to give me some more money. The first money, it was just a misunderstanding with the first money. Y'all need to give me some more money, right? And so so you and then I get caught up again, and then the people come to you, Marcus, and say, you was backing that fool. Are you gonna, Marcus? Are you gonna be like her? Right? Because you wanted to believe, Brother Clarence. You wanted to, man. It hurt that you have to, and that's the real question we're gonna ask here about all of these guys we're talking about. When is it at the point where we have to say to ourselves, okay, this person is on a faulty foundation. Their foundation is faulty. Yes, they may have done some good things. They may have gave an old lady some money. They may have done this. They may have done that. But the foundation that they sing when they preaching from is faulty. And they know it's faulty, but they won't say it until they get caught. And then they ask for forgiveness and they go back and do it again. At what point do we say to ourselves, okay, I cannot no longer consider this person a good source of information. Now I got to look at this person as, okay, you doing your thing, God bless you, right? Young brother, Derek Jaxn, young brother, you built a business all on his own, by himself, built a multi-million-dollar business. I ain't mad at you for that. I'm sad that you can't follow your own advice. That is a pet peeve of mine. If you're out here giving advice, you should be at least following some of it. Right? You should at least be living some of it, right? But you not living none of it, but you giving all this advice, telling women they need to stay away from F-boys, and you turn out to be an F-boy. So now, when do we let that person go? When do we say, okay, enough with you? We respect you as a human being, but as far as following your advice, no more, right? At what point? So his wife had to decide, at some point, she had to say, okay, I can't, just like Eddie Long's wife. The evidence is so overwhelming. How can you, I mean, what can you do? You can't avoid this anymore. You can't put your head in the sand and say, I'm just going to keep walking with this person, letting them keep walking me into these ditches. At some point, we got to say, okay, we respect you as a human being, but no, we're not going to follow your advice, right? Especially if you can't take it. Brother Marcus said, I hear you, Brother Clarence, a hurt reputation, or when it's exposed, how we can know if she was really surprised for her husband cheating. I'm agree with Rico. I don't think she was surprised. I think she was surprised that he did it openly. We know it could be possible that she knew he had side chicks. So I agree that I believe that she definitely knew about it, and she was trying to work on him to fix it. I got a friend. His wife is the same way. She knows. I mean, he is open about it. He's open, man. If he go outside the house and he's gone for longer than 15 minutes, she's going out looking for him because she know how he is. And especially if she see him walking and talking to somebody, a female, she'll walk right up. She'll roll right up there, make sure she's in the middle of it, make sure what's going on.
Recent News got it flat, spaced down. It's just the bottom line. I agree 100% with what she said.
Okay, let's see.
They're gonna listen to him.
They will still listen to him. KS was twice divorced, and they still listen to his advice. His business should be good. Some people are here for the lie of the day. You're right about that. I agree with you on that. Okay, y'all, we got to move on, man. Derek Jaxn, man, unfortunately for him, everybody who you're a praying person, pray for his family, pray for the kids, and even for him, that he can someday find a place where he can be satisfied with, just a regular existence, or just tell the truth. Hey, I am a polyamorous person. I need to be with more than one woman. Okay, just tell the truth. Needs to give these women a chance to understand what's happening.
Yeah, my only ill is how could he sit there and embarrass and humiliate his wife like that?
Yeah, that's wrong, man.
That's
That
it.
was
To me, that's
wrong.
just and it's just and I looked it up. He's 33, but still, I'm like, at that age, if that was my son, I ain't saying nothing about him that I wouldn't say about if it was one of my kids that he did the same thing. Like, you can't embarrass them like that. You just can't.
Yeah,
You
that's off the
can't.
hook.
So he did. So hell no, I don't feel sorry for him. I hope she clean. I hope he wanted to clean his clock. Take everything.
Well, she definitely gonna get the child support. The alimony. She hasn't been married that long. She's not gonna get that much alimony, but
she ain't gonna get no alimony. Period.
Oh well, she might not.
She's gonna get child support, and she'll get probably half the assets for the last 3 years. The house and money. She ain't gonna get no pension or nothing like that, because I think I don't know how long they've been married. They ain't been married that long. So
2018. That's 4 years?
4 years, yeah. So she ain't getting no alimony. She ain't getting no pension. It's mostly gonna be a resolution of pretty much they're gonna have custody, and I think he knows that. They're gonna have custody issues, child support issues, whatever real estate, real estate property settlements to settle. She ain't getting no alimony. She gonna go to work.
Well, she ain't gonna get no alimony because of the years. She don't got the years to get that.
And then people have to understand that the percentage it's probably like less than 3 to 5% of alimony is paid in this country. Huh?
I was talking to Metamorphosis. She said, "Did Steve Harvey talk to Long?" Oh yes.
All right, let's go. I thought Long was. So he didn't die. I thought he died.
He's dead. Rico, he's dead.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I'm just saying, what all these guys have in common is that the people still treated them gave them a high amount of trust after they went and did things that against what they preached.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So that's what they have.
When I saw his name, I was like, huh? I thought he was dead.
Yeah. No. We're just going over it because even after he had settled out of court with all these different guys, right? He still had a lot of people in the church that was still rocking with him, right?
It's funny. I think that movie
rocking with him for a while.
The movie that Regina King and the other guys in supposedly was based on his life.
Yeah.
If You Love Jesus, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That movie was based on the life of Eddie Long, supposedly.
Metamorphosis. Where you been? Eddie Long's been dead for about 5 or 6 years, maybe. I don't know. All right, we're gonna look at this is Eddie Long, and he is talking to Steve Harvey.
In the speech, you said that you would fight the charges. So why did you settle the case?
The old gambler song, got know when to hold it, know when to fold it, know when to walk away. But then after such attack of media, the stress of all of that and all of this, you got to look at what's happening to you. At that point, everyone who believed in you was still believing in you. At that point, who didn't believe in me wasn't going to believe in me, no matter what I did, no matter what the court said. And sometimes, even in life, you got to figure, am I going to win the battle or do I need to win the war? And so I had to make a decision to save me, save my family, and save the church, because continuing on was just going to be beat, and gives everybody more opportunity to beat up people.
Right. See, a lot of people struggle with the settlement. A settlement is not an admission of guilt in the court of law. The court of public opinion is different, though. See, when people hear settlement, they go the other way. You understand?
I understand that.
And from
the brand new C3 3.0, the newest magical all-in.
For those of y'all that don't know about the hey, Apple Carter, glad to have you in the building, sis. For those of y'all that don't know about the Eddie Long situation, Eddie Long was accused of diddling about 20 young boys. Let me see if I can get a good picture of Eddie Long, man. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. I had a picture of Eddie Long. I think I knocked it out. I'll find one. But anyway, Eddie Long was accused of diddling all of these boys, and they were going to take him to court. And of course, New Birth, the church, pulled out their checkbook and gave everybody some money and made them go away, right? But that happened to him, and then of course his wife stood by him. And then at some point, the wife said, at some point she said, man, she looked around and she had to admit to herself who she married. This dude is bisexual. And is that what she really wanted to stay with? Did she want to be with a bisexual man or a heterosexual man? And so upon coming to that realization, even though she loved this man, she loved him, she had to say to herself, hey, look, I got to free myself. And so we got to do the same thing as people, man. We got to free ourselves from people, man, because some of them mean good. I mean, I'm sure some of them, they have a side of them that means well. We all do. And then they got a side of them that has a carnal nature that just wants what it wants. Doesn't worry about what's, right and wrong. Right and wrong are just unnecessary ideologies to an animal. Animals don't worry about right and wrong, right? They only worry about what's expedient. I'm hungry. Here's a little frog. I'm a raccoon. There's a little frog right there. I need to eat it because if I let it go, then I may not be able to find anything to eat later. So I'm saying, so they worry about expediency in this savage situation. Now with the Eddie Long situation, why do you think the people held on so long, Rico? Why do you think they held on so long before they said,
You mean I mean churches are funny. You look at the same situation. This is a single church, single pastor. Is any different than the Catholic Church with its pastors? They look at the long game like, what does an admission of guilt mean? What is it going to do to the church, the members? So the first fear, I think the first fear is always a financial fear. It's like, okay, if we admit we did something wrong, we on the hook for X amount of dollars. So we got to fight it. And not only, are they on the hook through an insurance claim or a claim of people coming after the church's money and assets, they also run the risk of a loss of future contributions to the church. Because think about it, if you got a big church and you pulling in 10, 20K a Sunday, and it comes out that you got a sexual scandal, well, you can expect the next couple of Sundays that collection plate gonna be real goddamn light.
Right.
And you have to hope that can come. So a lot of times they're trying to weather the storm. Like, how long can it be?
It's a business decision.
The victims are usually members of the church, so you can turn your attack dogs loose on them, which is other members of the church, to attack them for speaking out against the church. So that's why they always dig in their heels. It usually takes either. Same thing in the Catholic Church. Same thing I believe in Bishop Eddie Long. Somebody to go to an outsider, someone not affiliated with the church, to put their foots in their ass. And then over a long period of time, maybe through bad reporting and reporters getting in their ass and discovering more victims, they eventually will try to come out and relent and pay it for it to quietly go away, as they did in this case.
Okay. All right. That was Eddie Long, and like I said, the other question was, how come how come, or would you would have held on? I don't know. Ask yourself that question, y'all. Would you would have held on? Would you would have said, hey, no, this is my pastor. I don't care if he had a train wreck, right? Creflo Dollar came out and defended this man. He said, man, Creflo Dollar said, Eddie Long just had a wreck. He said, you gonna leave your pastor because he had a wreck?
Charlatans gonna defend charlatan. That's the best way to put it. Because
he said, why you gonna leave your pastor?
But Clarence, they're all running the same prosperity hustle. And Creflo has skeletons in his closet too. So he
y'all do.
Right. So he trying to sit there and shore him up to say, if I can get them to shore him up and to forgive him and look past his transgressions, then if my shit ever come out, that's the model. So they all have an ulterior motive. I don't think Creflo gave one fucking hoot about no goddamn Eddie Long, other than the fact that Eddie Long was in the same position as he was, with probably the same sorts and types and numbers of skeletons. So Creflo's like, hey, let me see if I can keep my hustle going.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. But eventually, something will come up.
Creflo, TD Jakes, damn, the Grahams. I hear, which I didn't know, but TD Jakes, Joel Osteen, all of them.
What about?
It's all a bit of a hustle and a push on the prosperity gospel. Surprisingly, like I said, a little bit weird is TD Jakes has gotten his hand and foot in with a lot of celebrities. So a lot of celebrities are, whether it's Oprah or some other people, he got them to come to his church. And then I think they preach it differently. But then I think Joel Osteen has got in trouble when Houston flooded.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to open the church to let people in who were suffering.
Right.
And I'm just like, come on, man. It's just all the way crazy.
Okay, but here's the thing. This is the question. Why do the people stick with these people? Why do they? I know that they hustling. They got a hustle going on, and it's a good hustle, right? But when you see, you have clear evidence that this person is not who they've been professing they are. Why do they still stick
because
with
people of their tribe, of their religion, of their race, of their sex, they can't concede that one of their tribe is guilty of something, especially if something something that is such that's so widely accepted to be wrong and harmful and hurtful and evil. So they preach against evil day and night, and then come to find out the double strike is, one, this older man with younger boys, right? So you got the whole ageism thing, and then you got the same sex thing included. So you got this power dynamic of the ages, you got the power dynamic of the position, you got the power dynamic of the same sex. And for some of the congregants of the church, that's too much to admit, because then they'll sit there, they'll take on the sins of their leader. Well, if my leader did all this, if we admit it, does that mean that we're guilty or we did it? I'm like, not necessarily, but y'all gonna do it anyway. So I'm like, throw his ass in the trash too. Sorry, Sister Annie. I'm throwing everybody in the trash. So throw Eddie Long, skewed power dynamic, taking advantage of young boys. And he probably, here's again, I'll say this, Sister Annie, before you come. I think about, in this case, a lot of his victims were young men in their very early 20s. I think some was like in their teens, 18, 19. And what I'm saying is, I don't think all of these young boys were members of the alphabet community, but Eddie turned them out. Now you got a lot of these young boys that's going to be fucked up moving forward. So while everybody's trying to protect Eddie, and Eddie was he was in his 50s. He died at 63. So he had to be in his mid to late 50s, probably started in his early 50s. I guarantee he was doing shit for
like that his whole life.
Right. But I'm saying where he'd been taking advantage of the churches, I guarantee he's been a couple of decades. And that means that would also tell me too that while these victims were in the 18s and up into their 20s, he probably had some preteen victims. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I don't have no evidence. Okay. So don't nobody come at me. Do you got any proof, Rico? I'm saying I don't know. But I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised, because usually if you know about a lot of these instances where you're dealing with, whether it's, these religious leaders with the church, the vast majority of them start with their victims as young children. Lucky if they in their teens. So the fact that I think Eddie got caught with these in their young 20s and whatnot, I think maybe over time, sometimes they'll age up to get out of less trouble and say, well, okay, I'm not dealing with anything underage. And then maybe some of his earlier younger victims just never said anything or did anything, because like I said, you always know nobody's not going to believe you, or they're not going to care. They're not going to believe you, they're not going to care. So we don't know all his victims. We know these 20-something-year-old men and these young teenagers. We know about them because they had the balls enough to tell.
Yeah.
They had the courage to speak up. But think about it, if it was a 14-year-old boy or a 13-year-old boy who's feeling the shame and all that, they don't speak up, but they're damaged for the rest of their life. So I'll say again, just like I said, fuck Derek Jaxn, fuck Eddie Long too.
Definitely.
Because I think about the victims.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not excusing Eddie Long either. I'm not excusing none of this. What I'm saying is why, unfortunately, Eddie Long has a different situation than Derek Jaxn. Derek Jaxn had a natural attraction to females, and he put himself in a biological situation where he was never going to win. Eddie Long.
So why it ain't biological for Eddie?
Because that is not normal. It's not normal.
Okay, but it still could have been it could have been normal for him to be naturally attracted to the same sex.
No, listen. It is not natural for you to be attracted to the same sex. I'm not saying it's bad or wrong or this or that. No, I'm just telling you that's not a natural situation.
Clarence, I'm saying it could have been natural for him.
I'm saying that I'm not
going to say it could have been natural. I'm not going to say it was natural. I'm saying it could have been a norm for him.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Whatever point,
that was the norm for him.
Right,
that was the norm.
whatever
we all
point,
have norms, right?
Right. But what I'm saying is that whatever point in his life he found he had an attraction to the same sex, from that point going forward, whether it was natural or unnatural, it was a norm for him. So every time he was around a bunch of the same sex, that testosterone, pheromone, whatever, from not women, but from men, excited him.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. So sometimes, because we can be stimulated by a lot of different things. We can be stimulated by the voice, right? We hear a woman, right? And those of us that we can be stimulated. Some of us have been in situations where we haven't seen a woman in a long time, right? And we can get stimulated just hearing high heels walking across the ground, right? We're like, wow, man, a woman, right? So we can be stimulated visually. We can be stimulated by our hearing a woman's voice, right? You ain't even in the same room, or you on the phone. How many times you been on the phone with somebody? Oh my God, this woman has a beautiful voice, right?
Auditory,
right? We got Sister Annie, beautiful voice, man. Beautiful voice, right? So we're gonna say you can be stimulated by these voices, right? So you can be stimulated visually by the voice, by the pheromones. You can be stimulated by desire. You can be stimulated by desire and the possibility of an opportunity to extinguish that desire at some point, right? And I think on his, where it came with Eddie Long, I don't think it was a natural situation. It was a situation where he developed a desire, and the opportunity to extinguish that desire came in the form of young men, impressionable young men, that he was able, that they were so enamored with being around him. Oh my God, it's Bishop Eddie Long. Oh my God. And they got so starstruck with him, he was able to manipulate that their enthusiasm to be around him. He was able to manipulate that into constantly testing them and grooming them into a certain point where finally, just like Jesse Lee Peterson, right? Sit down. Why? Because I'm gonna test you to see if you got homosexual tendencies. How you gonna do that, Jesse? Because I'm gonna pull your pants down and I'm gonna touch you on the penis. And if it gets erect, then we know you got homosexual tendencies. That's crazy, right? To put somebody in that position, but that don't happen on the first date, right? You got to groom somebody into that situation by grooming and grooming and grooming and grooming and grooming. So it was a different thing with it. Now, both of them have desires, because we all have desires. But one, Derek Jaxn definitely wasn't going to win in his situation. Definitely wasn't going to be able to tell himself, you know what, this is not right. Because you get overwhelmed by so much female energy, you can get overwhelmed, man. They can make you think, man, I'm sitting on top of the world, right? And nobody can knock me off. But eventually, you're going to get consumed by your own cockiness and your own not listening to nobody. Like I said, we put that person in the back chat, right? Where I see this coming like a super freight train coming straight at him. It's only a matter of time before something like this come out. It's only a matter of time. But anyway, moving on, y'all. We got to get to Jamal Bryant, because Jamal Bryant says these hoes ain't loyal. So let's listen. Let's see what Jamal Bryant's talking about.
Every sister just elbow another sister, say he should have listened. Every brother, would you tap another brother and say, I should have listened to her? God help me. Old saints, y'all forgive me, but I got to tell you, these hoes ain't loyal. You got to find somebody.
Okay, Rico, is it just me? Or did you just call all the women in the church hoes? Rico,
I'm thinking. I don't know if in the context he was talking about the women in the church, but he did say these hoes ain't loyal. So I'm just like, why is he describing any women as hoes?
There you go.
I don't know if he's putting that charge on the women in his church, but I'm like, as a man of God, I don't think there's anything in the teachings of the scripture that says that you should identify women as hoes. Even the women that were hoes, Jesus still loved.
Because even hoes need a place to go when they finish hoeing.
Well, the bottom line is he loved them irregardless of what they were.
That's my point. Because there's a sanctuary where they can go to be reformed and redeemed, right? Let's say a woman lives that lifestyle, lives a sex worker lifestyle, or just a promiscuous lifestyle, and she at this point comes to the realization that I ain't getting nowhere with this.
Right, but I even set aside the whole sanctuary, giving them a place to go. I take it in the sense of, at least from my limited knowledge of the reading of the word, is that, For he came into the world knowing that the world was full of sinners. Full. So that meant the hoe and the housewife. They were all sinners and sinners equally. So they didn't necessarily say, oh, well, if, you know, hoes and murderers were the same as the money changers. They were all the same. They all were of the same level of sins. And until they all repented and confessed, you know, and gave their commitment to his God, it didn't matter. So,
but what I agree with you, Rico.
Yeah.
But a deeper look at that, right? So, I don't know if you know there was a story about there was a woman they were stoning. They were getting stoned to death, right? Okay, in that part of the world, at that time, if they want to, if they had somebody that did some real serious moral crime, what they would do is stone them to death, right? They dig this huge pit. They put the person in the pit, and they put all these rocks around the pit, and everybody in the village has to throw a rock, right? Everybody has to participate in stoning this person, right? So the purpose of that is if you do it, then you're going to realize, man, there's a price to pay for breaking the law. There's a price to pay. My mama might be up here throwing rocks at me if I'm up here, if I do something. So that was the whole point of that. It's basically the same idea as, boy, go out there and get me a switch to whoop you with. You got to go out there and get your own switch, right? You don't want to do something that stupid, so you try to stay out of trouble. Okay, so that's what they did. So they run up, hey, gee, they about to stone this lady. He walked up, what's going on here? They about to stone this lady. What you stoning her for? Fornication. Adultery. She's adultery. So it goes, hey, whichever one of y'all ain't did nothing wrong, you throw the first stone, right? Catch the first stone, right? Because he looks down there, where's the man, right? If it's adultery, should be two people down there, right? Right? But it was all wrong, and the whole point was we've all done something wrong. So, let's try to redeem this person as opposed to just killing them because they did something wrong, right? And so that's the whole point of the Bible is redemption. Is redemption. These people can be redeemed at some point. No matter how far off the rails they get, they can be redeemed at some point, right?
Okay, but okay, now we got that lesson. What was the point and purpose of Mr. Bryant doing this for? And what sort of backlash did he get, if any?
He got a lot of backlash on it, but the whole point is most of his parishioners who are women, they was with it.
Okay.
They was with it.
Because they're going to again.
And so
they're invested in those instances. What it is, the problem with it is they're invested in the character more than the messenger.
Agreed.
So if the character is someone of flamboyance, someone who's just charismatic, someone who could do all those things, and that's what happened is unfortunate, especially in the Black church. The sisters go to the church and they look for that smooth talking, charismatic, flamboyant type pastor, which to me is pretty much almost synonymous with a pimp.
Shout out to Don Q.
So when they have that sort of personality, a lot of Black women will sway for that. They'll sway for that personality. Oh, he clean, he good looking, he talk well. I'm like, and everything you just described, I'm like, so does the pimp. So does the pimp. Pimp always sharp, on point, good looking.
Let me ask Don Q this question. Let me ask Don Q this question. Don GQ, do you feel that a woman that has been promiscuous, that she can be redeemed? Do you feel that way? And Reese Neal says, but who is he to call out the hoes? And I bet them stupid female flocked in, and of course they just following him around. Like, I agree with Rico. They are so attached to the character.
Yeah.
This is my man. This is my man. That
the message doesn't mean anything. They didn't even hear that part of it.
He can say anything and basically they would say it, right? This is it needed to be said like that, right? Okay, thank you, Don GQ. I just wanted to make sure we was all on the same page. Okay, because I wanted you to come over here and explain to me why not. Okay, Von Braun said if anyone can be redeemed if they repent. I agree, guys. Shout out to the good doctor. Dr. Hill said not for me. Nobody. He said 3 or 4 can't be redeemed, huh? Doc, everybody can be redeemed, man. If they willing to do the work, if they're willing to put the work in, right? If they willing to put the work in, they can be redeemed, right? But the question is, how does a woman redeem herself when she has had so many visitors into her flesh, right? That's the question. How do you redeem yourself?
It's repentance, like everybody said.
No. You can repent and you can redeem your spirit and your mind. How do you redeem the body? How do you remove from the body the essence of other men that has been laid there, right? One man ejaculates there, then a certain amount of that semen will be ejected as waste, but some of it will be retained in the body. Another man comes along. Now you got 2 sets of sperm that have been that the body has to deal with. Then another set of sperm you have to deal with. This can cause sickness, headaches, migraines, right? Because the brain has to account for all of this DNA that is not from the body, right? You have live DNA, right? Sperm is live DNA, right? It's live and it has to be accounted for in the body. So the brain has to account for that. And so now when we get up in the numbers like double-digit numbers and 20 and 10 to 20 people, now it may become a problem.
Let me ask you a question. So are you saying, because I don't subscribe to that ideology, the whole essence into a woman, boom, 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 boom. I don't subscribe.
There you go.
Huh?
Risa said it right there. Cleanse.
Yeah.
Got to have a cellular cleanse for one.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is the reason why I said I don't necessarily subscribe to it because even if you have a somewhat of a scientific background, so what you're saying about what you're saying about a man ejaculating in a woman, he's putting live DNA, that is very true. I don't discount that.
Okay.
And I wouldn't discount if 20 men came behind a woman and put their DNA. There's 20 different men's DNA, which is true. But over a period of time, the body adapts and it doesn't just retain. It's not like 20 different men been with a woman and then 10 years later, she's still retaining their DNA. That's not the way it works, short of a pregnancy.
Yes, it can, Rico. Yes, it can. You get once that DNA is in your system, it's in there. It's just like you may eat something, right? You may eat something. This is why we were given a dietary restriction, right? Because you may eat something. There's certain foods take over 20 years for that food, even though it's been.
And there are some things there are some things that are expelled from the body immediately.
Let me finish, Rico.
Go ahead.
Okay, there's some things that you eat. It takes over 20 years for them to actually be expelled from the body, right? And so what I'm saying is the same thing with sperm, except for sperm is not supposed to be expelled. It's not supposed to be. It's a portion of it, but because we having sex so freely, a portion of it will be expelled. But sperm is supposed to be taken in because the woman is supposed to accept that sperm, and then that sperm's vibratory rate will let that woman be more able to be on the same vibratory rate with the man that gave it to her, and then it'll help balance, create an equilibrium of vibration for them, so they can communicate together, right, and make decisions together. But if you're guy number 5, and there's a lot of confusion there. There's a lot of confusion. So what you want, what the average woman, in my opinion, if you want to redeem yourself, right?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So how long are you saying that it stays in the body?
What, sperm?
Yeah.
It will stay there until it gets cleaned out. Some of it, a portion of it will. It'll stay there because it's not sperm is never. It's not supposed to be ejected from the body. Yeah, it'll just stay there. And what happened? What will happen, Rico? What will happen is that live germ will go wherever it'll go. Right? It may get in the bloodstream and end up in the brain. It may end up here. It may end up there. Right? But the brain will still account for it and cut it off.
So scientifically,
keep it what do you call it? Isolated.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying
scientifically, right? Scientifically, you're saying that the body will, a female body, which does not produce sperm.
No.
Right?
No.
Okay. I'm just walk with me. Can you walk with me?
I'm trying, man.
Okay, so a female body which does not produce sperm will keep sperm within the body indefinitely once it's been introduced to the body.
A percentage.
Even a percentage. Even a percentage.
Correct.
So if I was to have sex with a woman today, December 2022.
Yeah.
And I ejaculate into the woman, and I don't get her pregnant, because I get it if it goes into her ovaries or her eggs, this, that, whatever. But I don't get her pregnant.
You don't, she's not pregnant.
She's not pregnant. 3 years from now, January 2026, there's a percentage of my sperm that's still going to reside in her body.
Mm-hmm. But not the sperm itself, the DNA. The sperm itself is not going to survive that long. The DNA will still be in the body.
Because I want to be clear, because I mean you kept saying the sperm, so that's why I'm trying to. Let
me calculate that. What I mean to say is the DNA from the sperm will still be available in the body.
Traces of the DNA.
Sperm, correct. The DNA itself will be in the body. A small percentage of it. The sperm itself will be dead. Obviously.
What I'm saying, and now if we're having a scientific conversation, then by that choice, how are we classifying it as to just purely sperm and not other foreign matter that enters the body, to include foreign matter that enters the male body? To say that, so we're saying, like, it's almost weird, because it's almost like we're saying, well, because men ain't meant to get pregnant, it's body. So if I inject something up your behind, or you ingest something through the mouth orally, I ain't talking about no sexual thing, whatever. But again, we can ingest, we can take into the body all sorts of foreign material, whether it's through eating, whether it's through skin contact.
Correct.
We can adjust. But science usually and I only say this from working in around a science company for the last half dozen years, that the body has a very unique way of expelling. It does keep something, but of expelling and refusing. That's why, like, a lot of things like transplants don't go well, because the body recognizes something that's foreign to it, and
Agreed.
It doesn't accept it.
That's my point.
Right. That's my point. Right. And it doesn't accept it. But yet we're saying when it comes to sperm, the woman body just can't. It just can't resist. It just can't.
No. I didn't say that.
Do you understand how the conversation? I don't want us to get lost in the weed. I want us to finish it to see if anybody will hit the link.
Okay. So let me just be clear. I'm not saying that they're going to keep every ounce of sperm. I'm saying most of it will be excreted as waste. Most of it will be pushed out of the system. But I'm saying whenever there are
because it has no use for it. It's not. They're not impregnating the egg, and it's died by then.
Right.
So most
But
of what
will,
we ingest in our body does, if your body can't use it for protein, fat, energy sources, things like that. Scientifically, most of the things that our body can't use, I even have a certain condition where my body excretes protein.
Okay.
So even things that are useful sometimes, our body systems are weird, where it's like, so that's the whole thing. Like I'm dealing with a bit of a cold. So when they talk about like your immune system, it looks at things that comes into the blood, the cells, and it says, hey, this shit ain't supposed to be here. It attacks it, it fights it, it tries to kill it, and it tries to expel it. And what it can expel, usually a lot of your genes and your cell therapy will try to take over. But some things do remain where you get this symbiosis system, where we work on like the COVID, the flu. It's like you want to, we work on cancer, just like you want to go and you want to kill the bad stuff and keep the good stuff. So I get what you're saying. It's just that the way you're saying it, it sometimes comes out this kind of handsmaid. It sounds like the Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid, what's that?
The Showtime series where the society, if any of the ladies know about the Handmaid's Tale, the society, they were just using women to breed.
Oh.
And no other purpose. Just like,
you mean the Roman?
No, but it's like this future society, and women didn't have any say. You're here for the breeding, the selective breeding.
The Romans and the Greeks
did
that.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what the Romans and the Greeks did.
Yeah.
Right. But I just want to I want our sisters to realize that they can be redeemed. I don't care how much they have fallen off. They can be redeemed, man.
So let me ask you a question then. So is it like you said and said this? Everybody else said repentance, which is that's what I thought all you needed to do.
Part of it.
I thought that was all you need to do.
No.
But you and research, I think was brought that extra part. So is the physical required spiritually?
No, but if you the purpose of a woman is to give yourself to a man. The purpose of a man is to cover a woman, right?
So you can give yourself without cleansing?
Huh?
You can give yourself without cleansing?
You can. A lot of women do, right? A lot of women do. A lot of women just, they just marry somebody, right? But
right.
then,
so why is the cleansing part that you brought up so important? Is what I'm asking.
Because that is the sacrifice on the altar of marriage. That's the sacrifice you're giving to the man that's going to give his life to you. That is the sacrifice, right?
Cleansing.
You cannot go back and undo what has been done. But what you can do is give him the best clearance. If he wants to have a child with you, you can give him
right. So I figured it was what you were getting at, right? Take the having a child part out of it.
Okay. If you want this man to be when you give yourself to a man, you want him to feel like he's getting something of value. You want him to feel like, man, because when we married these women because we felt like, man, this is a great woman. This woman is the best, man. She is good. She makes me feel good. She gives me, she is very valuable, right? And we want that feeling, but it's hard to give that feeling to a man when you have this have had this promiscuous lifestyle that is well known, well documented, right? You say yourself, hey, what's the big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see that typically in women that have that don't understand that men are going to want to commit to women that they feel that have some certain type of value, and if they feel like you're not valuable, meaning that value comes in scarcity, meaning that it's not a lot of something, the value goes up. When there's a lot of something, the value goes down. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when there's a lot of, so when you got somebody, when you have somebody that's had a lot of sex with a lot of different people, then how valuable, men look at it like this. This person isn't that valuable if anybody can have sex with them, right? If I'm just pretty much coming in to clean up after all these other guys. That's how they're gonna look at it. So why nobody else was willing to invest anything here? Why should I invest anything?
But my question is this though, Clarence. Okay, 100 bodies is 100 bodies.
Correct.
So the fact that you cleansed, you still got 100 bodies.
Well, if you repent, wait. If you repent, let me answer your question. You still have 100 bodies, but if you repent, now you're focusing your mind on thinking different, right?
Yeah, but the whole point is still you spoke to the scarcity.
Finish no answer before you.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your answer.
All right, so if you repent means you're changing your mind. You're changing your mind and your spirit. That's repenting, right? I'm no longer looking at it this way. I'm looking at it this way, right? And I'm going to, from here forward, I'm going to conduct myself based on me looking at it from this way now, right? That's repenting. I'm not going to go back and do what I did because I feel bad about what I did, and I understand the ramifications of what I did. So now I'm willing to look at it this way. That's repentance, right? Okay, so let's look at if that's also good and a part of it, but you want to now give yourself to a man, right? Okay, so if you know that you have these 100 bodies, you may have some excess sperm in your system, right? You may. I'm not saying you will, but you may. Why not clean up the temple, right? Why not clean your temple out and get rid of everything that might be faulty? Get it out. Therefore, you can't be born again, as in coming through your mother's womb again with no scrapes, no scratches. But you can be born again spiritually and born again cellularly. Cellularly, you can be born again by getting that cleanse. That cleanse will wipe those 100 bodies off of you. Right? That cellularly, Rico, that will cellularly wipe those 100 bodies off, meaning that the excess of DNA that you got from those 100 men, let's say 50 of them went wrong and left something in there. That's 50 sets of DNA that's running around in your system that's other than yours, that your mind has to account for.
Okay, but that also assumes, based on what you said, that that there is some residual love. Well, all I'm sitting there saying is I'm going back to the issue, the conversation that you had, that scarcity leads to value. And if scarcity leads to value, once they get an excessive number of bodies, there's no you spoke about the cleansing of cellular, but you haven't reintroduced scarcity to the woman. So it's not like, oh, she's the scarcity. No, I'm saying no, it's on a cellular level. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, she still got the same number of bodies, whether she cleaned her cells or not. So that's scarcity. The scarcity is. Let me finish.
Okay.
The scarcity is the number of times of usage. If the number of times of usage is 100 in both cases, her on the left had no cleanse. Her on the right had a cleanse. Okay. The scarcity is the same. It's just one has been, they have the same scarcity. One just has a lower cellular count. Clarence, 100 bodies, if it's 100 here and it's 100 there, how are you making this one 0 and this one still 100 just from the cleanse? Because the cleanse doesn't take the body count away.
But what I'm saying, Rico, is the body count, the reason why the body count is an issue is because of the effect, is the after effects of having all of that, exercise there, right? That's the issue. If women could have all of that stress on the vagina and it wasn't and nothing was left there, then in most cases, most guys will be like, well, you know what I'm saying? That happens, right? But the reason why, what makes one scarce, how we add scarcity back into the woman that had the cleanse is because now her body is clean. Her body is clear of all of that previous stuff. So now she doesn't have those things battling in her body to cause an issue when a new set of DNA is introduced. Once that new set of DNA introduced, it's the only one there, right? And of course, there's other things that a woman can do to tighten that area up, right? To make it put it in a situation where the sex will be, what's the word I want to use? It will be an enjoyment, right? There's things that she can do to tighten that up, even after 100 bodies, right? But the difference you're gonna find between the woman that has had this, that has repented, and the woman that has done a cleanse, and the woman that has tightened up her body, and the difference between that woman and the woman that has 100 bodies and hasn't done anything, you'll see a complete attitude difference. You'll see a totally different person in the person that had the cleanse. That person has an understanding of what it's going to take to redeem herself, whereas the other person, they expect everybody just to accept that and change the mechanics of how men work around her. Hey, body count don't count. Well, that's not how men think. I mean, you can say that all you want, but men don't think that way. Men are very nervous about the body count because that's going to bring with it, and probably going to bring with it some other ideologies that might not be work in a marriage. Most men feel that way.
So
right?
they so nervous about it that they dismiss it on site, because 90% of them dismiss it on site. I've never heard a person say, "I'm not going to sit there and get active because of a high body count." I've never heard that.
No. Some people will. No, people. No,
I have never.
Men will have sex with an elephant if they can.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter, man.
But
we're not talking about having sex with somebody. We're talking about a woman and you pulling her off the street and handing her up and giving her a husband.
I get what you're saying, but that's exactly what we're talking about, because they try to apply that in everything, because we're not talking about, oh, this is a wealth of men that's sitting there and saying that they want to be betrothed to anybody. They're saying it in everything. So I guess if they were sitting there saying it, and it's funny because I've been hearing, well, if you look at it, if you go look at this, Clarence, if you go back to it and you look at even say within your faith, most of them want her to be a virgin. The body count's got to be this.
Well, they want that,
which is insane.
Everybody's realistic, and they know that.
No. But what I'm saying is, did this not used to be the norm? What it had to be 0. That was the demand that, and at the same time, during those periods of time that they was placing that demand on it to be this, they knew their body count was 1,000.
Right.
It was literally crazy, even back in the days of past when they wasn't getting body counts like this, but they just thought they were. Remember the whole check the. I mean, people say this stupid shit now. I was like, I don't even know what the hymen is, much less know how to check it.
Explain it.
No, I don't need you to explain it because I don't care.
Huh?
I don't care. Okay. I don't have one, so I don't. That to me, that's a level of weirdness. That's it's not a conversation I'm even caring to just have or discuss because I don't think it's our business as men. But
no, I'm saying it so that because some of our sisters have been led to believe that once they have sex with a certain number of people, that they're just out of the running. And I'm trying to explain you're not out of the running, but that doesn't mean you can't just go and say, oh God, I'm not gonna do this no more, and then you back on it. No, it's a process. You're gonna have to come back and follow this process so that a man will look at you as with like you are something of value, and he would want to put his cart behind you. Yes, that's all I'm saying, brother. Okay. I'm not saying that you're probably right on a lot of different stuff, but the thing I'm trying to tell these women is you can exfoliate yourself from a lot of this residue that you may not even realize that's in your system. And then once you clean your system out and you start seeing how much better your skin is, how much better your bioflow is. Just
at the end of the day, I'm with Von Bryant. How they gonna get their cleanse? They gonna tell you they had their cleanse. They gonna tell you their body count ain't what it is, and it just ain't no way you know it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, so if a woman is not willing to let you see her walk through this cleanse, obviously you know that just not the person for you, right?
But Clarence,
Derek Jackson shouldn't have listened to it. Derek Jackson's wife shouldn't have listened to Derek Jackson the second time, right?
Beyond the
cleanse, he didn't show her that he was serious, right?
But listen, beyond the cleanse, they ain't gotta let you walk them through the cleanse. My body count is 2. You and one other person.
Wait a minute. They can say whatever they want, but even if their body count is 2, hey, if you walk to a woman and you say, hey, I want to marry you, but I want you to go do this cleanse, or let's do a cleanse together. I'll even do one with you, right? Because I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it to so that you could do it. But this is how much I'm willing to help you through this situation, right? Or because I want you to be at that level where I feel like, hey, I got something special. Do you want a special woman, Rico, or do you don't want a special woman? You want to feel special about the woman you got in your life, right? Now, does she have to have a cleanse? No, she don't. I'm saying in today's economy, that can go a long way as far as trying to show a man that you want to really get married and you're ready to do it. Well, we have to do that, right?
I just understand some of the damage that has to exist in my mind to have to place this level of demand, especially when these young men know how damaged they are. If they were virtuous men, I get it. But it just defies logic to me to see young men who I know are wholly unvirtuous be so demanding. But if they want to be, God bless.
But Rico, the men are the ones that are getting on their knee. The women ain't the one going out saying,
So the devil get on his knee. It's not the devil.
No. What I'm saying is,
if the devil gets on his knee,
let me give you this example. I can't walk into Hewlett Packard and say, hey, this is how much money I want, and I'm not going to do. I'm not doing. I want you to accept the fact that I don't have the computer skill. I don't have those computer skills, but I want you to hire me as a full-time programmer. I can't do that, right? Because they're the one offering the job. So it's the men that are the ones that are the ones that usually offering marriage, right? They're usually offering marriage. So if the men are the ones that's usually offering marriage, then they have to select between all these different women out here. They have to select that. What's driving the marriage? marriage is being driven by monogamy. The monogamy of this society is driving us to say, okay, you got to pick one person, Clarence. You can't have all these different women. You got to have one woman. Okay, well, if I don't have one woman, I'm going to pick, just like you go in the car lot. I want to pick the best car for me. I don't want you. You can't go be able to just roll anything out there to me, and I'm gonna say, "Oh, I just take that one." No, I want the best car that for me, and it has all the stuff that I want on it. Right? Same thing with women. We got to select the best woman, right? If I'm gonna marry you, and I'm gonna put all my resources behind this woman, I have to select the best woman. How do I do that? Well, one of the things is scarcity. I got to use a scarcity scale. How available is this woman for everyone else? Well, if I'm dating her and she agrees that she's not going to be available for anyone else, that's a good step. That's a good step. Now she's creating scarcity. Therefore, now I think I got something of value here. Right?
But again,
moving on to the sex part. Moving on to the sex. If I got somebody that says, okay, I'm in a relationship with you, but at the same time, they're in a relationship with somebody else, that's not scarcity. Therefore, why should I even entertain proceeding with a marriage situation when she can't even be faithful in a non-marriage situation? Right?
Yeah, but that's rarely ever the case. If any, but again, like I said, I understand everything you're saying, and I totally understand the whole concept and knowledge around the testing for a virtuous woman, if in fact we're talking about virtuous men. But that's not what we talk about. We keep having this conversation as if, well, men get to set all these rules at the same time breaking all these rules. And that's just but this is what I'm saying is we keep telling them, oh, you have a right to want this, you have a right to, and I agree with all that.
Okay.
But then the other side of the equation, but you ain't gotta be none of this shit. You ain't gotta be the best version of yourself. You don't have to be.
Woman has a decision to make too, Rico.
Exactly. So the whole point is, if that's the case, what I'm saying is, I ain't no sense in me having the man's argument when I know that most of the men are not meeting the needs. And I'm saying, as a man, yes, I can have the conversation all day, but I know crystal clear 99.9% of these dudes ain't meeting that metric either, which is why the problem exists. We act like the problem exists in a vacuum. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's not. No, what I'm saying, it's not all one-sided. What you're saying is absolutely right. But then to sit there, you can't. It's almost. I would no more. I think it's crazy to have the conversation from the man's point of view, just like it's crazy to have the conversation from the woman's point of view. The conversation has to be had as a holistic conversation to say, on both sides, this is why things are fucked up. Because if you don't do it holistically, because one part always plays off of the other. It's not like, okay, these 10 things are independent of anything on this side, because everything that's dependent on this side, everything that a man asks for is dependent on what a man is expected to give. So we want to talk about everything that they're asking for, which is fine. But at the same time, we have to say, hey, look, if you're asking for this, you're going to be expected to give this. And if you're asking for this, you're going to be expected to give this. And I just think that what I'm hearing is I hear everything what you're saying, which is very fair, and I agree with it, what they should be asking for, but I don't hear anything that they're going to be asked to give. And if they don't give it, well, they decide. I'm like, nah, I don't agree with that.
Okay. Let me tell you how I'm approaching it. It's like you're working on the car, right? You lift the car up. Okay, I'm working on the rear axle. Right now, I'm working on the rear axle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the front axle needs work too. Okay, I'll get to the front axle, but right now I'm working on the rear axle.
Okay.
And so when I get done with the rear axle, then I'll go over to the front axle.
Fair.
So I'm talking about the men. I'm talking about the women who are out there who have been misled into thinking that because they like this body count situation is an issue. Because the only one that knows your body count is you. You the only one that knows your body count. I mean, that's living, right? That's out here alive. You the only one that know it, right? So therefore, you know whether you need a cleanse or not, right? If you got a high enough body count where you have enough men run raw, then maybe you should consider that. And everyone should consider it.
I think that's a healthy idea for health, period.
Right.
You know, so again, forget the whole for a man. I'm like, you should want to cleanse, you should want to, period. So from that point of view, I have no objection to a cleanse, period. Hell, you know what, Clarence? You, I, and every other funky ass man on here need one too.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of them.
Because we're all carrying around excess stuff in our body that we need to get rid of. So I agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with any of it. Like I said, whether you're in a relationship, whether you're not, you should want to flush and cleanse and clean your body of any residual, whatever you may have, whether it's abdominally, vaginally, any other orifice that you decide to put anything in. I agree with that.
Because do you know how a lot of things go wrong in the body?
Yeah.
It's very rare. It's very rare that something goes wrong in the body because of something that wasn't introduced from the outside. It's very, very rare. Most of the time, things that go wrong in the body, cancer, diabetes, and all these other stuff, most of the time, it's because stuff that has been introduced to the inside of the body, right?
Yeah.
But that's what most of the time has happened, right? And so when you have a situation like that where stuff has been introduced to the body, sorry, somebody just rolled up on a motorcycle parked right there in my window. All right, so when you have stuff that's introduced, there's certain foods that we shouldn't eat because they can sit in the body, and the DNA of this thing can travel throughout the body. And it carries parasites, and it can carry parasites through the body and do a lot of different damage to the body. Because the body will, at some point, the body just may not be reinforced. The immune system may not be reinforced enough to deal with it.
Well, remember, even when you sit there and say, like I said, a cleanse should be, and I want to say, we're talking about cleanse in the aspect of sexually and in the aspect of women having residue in their body, but the cleanse is just as important for men, because I'm like, you know how much foreign matter we introduce to our body through drinking, smoking, the improper foods that we eat. I'm like, the important, but with all the emphasis being placed on this whole body, but they took a normative health thing that we all should be doing naturally for the betterment of our health and our future, and somehow or another turned it into we're going to weaponize this against women and say because of all this DNA. I'm like, but dude, you probably got just as much shit in your body from smoking, drinking, drug use, and everything else, which is 100 times worse than me having excess number. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm just sitting there saying is just like, I get it. The cleanse, we all need a cleanse.
Of course.
We all need it.
Of course.
A complete total. And they should be done periodically to remove the excess and the harmful things that we ingest.
At least once a year. But it should be done every time the seasons change.
A lot of harmful things that we ingest in our bodies, period. We should all be doing. And that's fine. So I'm totally for, include that too. But you know what? I don't want you to stop there. I want you to do for your kidney, your liver, for everything, not just for your coochie.
Total body.
Total body. But at the same time, your ass needed, and it's just, I guess for me, it's just like, the weaponization of, you got all the men's in you. And like somebody said, we here's your pen been dipped everywhere.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. See, that's what they use. Oh, well, you got this high body count, so therefore you're not worthy of a husband. You're not worthy of it. And what I'm saying is everybody can be redeemed. Everybody can. And so once you take yourself and you say, okay, I'm going to clean myself out, and so there are no former players anymore, residual wise. There are no former players. I've repented. I let go of the fact that I had these experiences. I let go of that. So now I'm looking at it this way. When I get my husband, that's who I'm gonna have all my emphasis is towards him, not this dude in the past in college that was built like a horse. Not this dude in the past that was nice to me. That I'm not gonna focus on none of those guys because all those guys are gone out the picture residual wise. Even having their DNA in you could link up to some memories that you may have dealing with those men. But once you get out, it's gone.
But is that any different than Big Booty Judy coming in the street, hooking up with you? She get a cleanse.
Let's soapbox.
No, here I'm saying she get a cleanse. You are a former drug user, and you don't get one. You got residual shit living in your system.
That's not smart.
You you see what I'm saying? They're saying is so. Then again,
but Rico, we're working on the back. We're working on the rear axle. Working on the rear axle right
now. No, I'm just asking a question. Is that any different? Because when men have these conversations, they place all the conversation on a woman's vaginal cavity.
That's because they're ignorant, Rico.
So many dudes are running around here, and I'm like, you got so much
courses like that.
You got so much toxicity that's living in your body that you haven't cleansed worth a fuck.
Right. I just look at shout out to MTR. I just look at MTR, got a course, $400. $400 you can pay to go over to MTR and learn how to be a man, right? And it might be some jewels in there. $400, right? You can't sell courses, Rico, to the men in the manosphere saying that, oh, you need to go get a cleanse. You just can't do it. You can't tell the truth and sell courses like that. So that's why these guys don't know, right? They just don't know because
if that's the case, right? But if that's the case, that's why I stay out of the space of demonizing. Well, I'm not gonna say demonizing, but of pointing out to women what their shortcomings are around their vaginal area, because I know, like I said, as a man of having ingested several substances throughout my lifetime and not having necessarily done a cleanse for them, how dare I tell a woman about what aspects of her body she should cleanse when I can tell you the ilk of me and most of the men I know. I'm like, the alcohol, the things we've smoked, the drugs we may have tried, the poisonous foods we have eaten over the years, and ain't nobody cleansed for that shit. Nobody has.
But this is what
and I'm like, so we're walking around with the DNA from all of these things that we willfully ingested in our body for fun, pleasure, or whatever the case may be. To me, it smacks of the height of hypocrisy to tell women, well, you need to clean yourselves of your toxin. And I'm like, if they could run a glow stick past our ass, we probably glow in the dark. For all the things that we try.
Especially before marriage, everyone should get clean. Everyone should get it clean. Yeah. Be cleaned up. But see, but my thing is, I agree. See, because they always are trying to make women feel bad for missteps early in life, right? And so what I'm saying is, you can not only can you change your mind, but you can change your body as well, and create a body that is when you give it to a man, you can honestly say to him, hey, I've been through this cleanse. Here's my we went to the doctor. I got, you can see I'm all cleaned out, everything, right? So the man knows, okay, I'm getting something of value because this is scarcity, because she can't, nobody else has access to her vagina but me, right? So men place a high value on something like that. Well, that's wrong, Clarence. It shouldn't be like that, but it is. It is like that, right? I don't think women are as concerned about the scarcity of men. I think women have a general understanding that men will probably jump on an opportunity that comes along their way if they're not, especially if they're not, committed. The average man will probably jump on an opportunity that comes their way. Whereas men feel like women should be turning down opportunities if it ain't them. If it wasn't me that talked to you, you should be turning down this opportunity, right? But what I'm saying is, because I've seen it with my own eyes, seen women picked up off of living horrible lives, and they were able to redeem themselves and put themselves in a way where a man would look at them and said, "Hey, you my one. You the one for me. You the one for me." So it can happen. It's just like I said, we don't want them to feel like they can get that all of this whole body count thing, because it's really used to weaponize, like you said, it's used as a weapon against the women. You got all this body count. You got this body count. You got this high body count, right? But nobody goes to the guys and say, "You got this high body count. You got this high body count," right? And the men don't see that they crazy too, right? They don't see that, right?
But that's why I don't get lost or buy into the whole scarcity argument, because by the same token that's the same argument that you hear some of these clowns like say out here in the passport bros who will say, "Oh, there's a scarcity of good women." I'm like, so there, men are telling women there's a scarcity of good men. Men are out here using as an excuse or justification to go overseas. There's a scarcity of good women, especially black women.
Well, it depends on the way. We got to consider the source, Rico. They consider good men a woman that's not going to tell them anything that they don't want to hear.
Exactly. So
right?
what I'm saying is, and I say the same thing. The whole scarcity argument to me on either side is just utter bullshit. It's just made up, fictional, and in their head.
Rico, you're a woman. Do you want a man that any woman can walk up to and just have sex with, or would you rather have a man? Both men.
I can't even wrap my mind around that form of thinking, because I just
no, because we talk about scarcity.
No, but my mind don't think in the scarcity space. To me, I think
okay, well, let me ask you like this: if your daughter or a woman that you are very fond of told you, "Hey, I got two dudes after me. One dude, man, he's the public D-slang, and the other dude, he's real conservative. He's real quiet."
I'm gonna tell them to go with the one that ain't the public D-slang, but I don't think that's a. This is what I'm trying. I'm trying, but listen, I'm trying to get to this whole take it, but that's me giving advice to somebody else. I'm trying to put it on myself. This whole scarcity thing.
Okay, Rico, you got two women to decide from. You got a woman that got the 100 bodies, no cleanse, no nothing, and you got a woman with 100 bodies that got the cleanse, that has changed her mind. When she talks to you, she connects to you because all in her whole being is you. She is solely focused on
right. So you. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But to me, that's not a scarcity thing. To me, that's a me and connecting with someone that I connect with. So when I'm looking at these two women that you just described, right? I'm not looking at them as which one is more because the one that's totally into me could have been the one that ain't had a cleanse. I'm going to be more drawn to that. Let me finish. Let me tell you, they both got 100 bodies. One got a cleanse, one didn't. One is deeply into me, just that whatever. I am more likely to be drawn to that if that's how she projects or presents herself than I am to the one who got the cleanse, who according to whoever spaces is the better of the two, but yet don't project or present herself to me that way. You know what I'm saying?
But the cleanse
The
is going
fact
to
of her,
always present herself better.
huh?
She's the one that went through the women that
I don't know, but see
I
again.
know.
But again, you're right. See, you're. But remember, we had the conversation the other day. Is presentation and presentation to whom? Because if you take two women, right, both with 100 bodies, so hypothetically, the one on the right didn't get a cleanse, no cleanse, 100 bodies. Her over here got 100 bodies, got a cleanse.
With
You
the
say,
repentance,
let
right?
me finish. She's
Okay.
going to present better, right?
Agreed.
Question is this: is she going to present better to everyone?
No.
Okay.
There's some women that's going to always want. Okay. There's some men.
These people will still present well to.
Rico,
go ahead.
Listen, the one with the cleanse is going to present well to most people.
To most people, not to everyone.
Now, here's the difference. Here is where men get caught up 100%. Most men are going to be more attracted to the woman that is able to create the highest level of
appease them. Right. What? Aesthetically appease them or please
them. Not only that, but they are able to ramp up the sexual tension. I think that was one issue in Derek Jackson's life, that his wife, from what I looked at and the way I saw her, she did not look like a person who was able to ramp up sexual tension. She looked like a person that was, a good, God-fearing woman, church-going woman, do right, everything like that. But when it comes to ramping up sexual tension, she didn't seem like the kind of person that could do that.
Guess what? But based on exactly what you said about ramping up sexual tension, that's why I said, one, the body count shit don't matter, right?
This man don't never let me finish.
No, let me finish. That's why I said, one, that's why the body count shit don't never matter, right? Because you can ramp up the sexual tension. And then two, like everything, because ultimately we're right back to the very thing.
That's a bad indicator for a relationship, Rico.
I didn't say that it was a good indicator. I'm saying we're right back to the very thing at the beginning. While it may be a bad indicator, I will tell you this, 90% of relationships are formed by that.
That's why most of them are ending in divorces.
Right. No, not just marriages, relationships.
That's why they're so bad.
Even different. Right. So that's what I'm sitting there saying is, so if we're putting all this focus and emphasis on other things, that ultimately at the end of the day, it's like it's not going to matter, because like you said, people are going to pair up based on who can create the highest level of tension for the other.
Correct.
So unless you're going to address that, what's the point?
No. We're gonna address that, Rico. We're working on the right rear axle. We don't get over to the left rear axle. We got to take it step by step, Rico. We can't just say, "Hey, we're gonna work on this whole car all at the same time." No, we're gonna do the engine first. We do the axles. We're gonna work it at a time, right? One piece at a time. So I'm not gonna cover everything every time I talk, right? I'm just gonna cover what I'm talking about, the subject I'm talking about, right? We got on New Growth and Von Eric for doing that, right?
Yep.
Wait. We talking about this, right?
Right.
We know. All right. So that was the whole point. What I'm saying is that a lot of us have made decisions based on the sexual tension that the other person was able to present, right? But I'm saying that even in a marriage, when you get into these long-term relationships, man, a person still has to be able to, a person still has to be able to create arousal.
Right.
Right. Just because you in a long-term relationship and you was able to create arousal in the beginning, and now you're not creating arousal, but you holding this person to the standard that they were having sex with you in the beginning, but you're not creating the arousal no more, but you expect this person to behave and be sexual with you as if you was creating arousal like you was in the beginning. And you not. You let yourself go. You let your hair go, cut your hair.
That's an excuse, though.
Yeah. That's a mental excuse. What you say, Rico?
I said that's an excuse that he uses.
No, that's not an excuse. I'm telling you. Listen.
But I'm saying in the instance of Derek, that's just all an excuse.
No, it's not an excuse, Rico. These are real things, man. And this is why we're not getting nowhere, because we want to address it, right? We just saying, oh, that's an excuse. But we're not addressing the situation. We're not addressing these issues. Man, these are serious issues that, okay, so you marry somebody or you got in a long-term relationship with them. Okay, year one, they was working hard to create this arousal for you. Right. Okay, right. Year 5, that falls off. And by year 6, they're not doing nothing to create this arousal for you. Meanwhile, you out having conferences with 300 women. That's 300 vaginas out there, right? At least 10% of them are getting thrown at you by the end of the night, right?
Sure.
And you're talking about arousal. They are arousing. They good, right? They're creating sexual tension. I mean, you are at a disadvantage all the way around, man. They're all the way around. They look good, and they're Rico. It's your favorite word I'm about to use.
Mm-hmm.
They're submissive. Whatever you want, right? Whatever you want, Habib.
You know why? Let me tell you this. It's only because they're look. If you got a lick of sense, it's a silly argument because first of all, I don't buy the disadvantage bullshit. That's just utter bullshit. That sounds like a complete.
You don't think that you're at a hormonal disadvantage?
It's a hormonal disadvantage because you put yourself at a disadvantage. If you put yourself,
no. I'm talking about forget Derek Jackson. I'm talking about the workplace.
I'm saying, look, unless you work with a bunch of goddamn female strippers, you're not. You can avoid putting yourself in a hormonal disadvantage.
But my
you
point,
can clearly avoid
the fact that
if
you are in that situation.
What I'm saying is this: if I know for whatever reason, as a man, I have proclivities towards the opposite gender,
of course,
and I feel like, okay, listen, of course or not, of course. If I know that that's what I have, and I know that I have a weakness, there are simple things I can do to prevent myself from being put in. The same way you people go into business, okay? People go into business with good-looking women. You put yourself, when you go into these business meetings, in a position so that those wows can't be used against you. If I keep going and she batting her eyes and throwing her cleavage at me, and I keep putting myself, then I end up mad because I got a bad fucking deal. Well, you the sucker one that's going there, keep looking at her fucking tits. Stop doing that. Stop refusing to meet up with her. If you're in a situation, if as a businessman, I know I'm in a situation with a sexually attractive woman, this or whatever, and I feel like I can't control, I'm going to send a woman ally in there to negotiate the deal. You know, these are things that as these are things as men, you can either choose that I'm going to use my common sense because either I'm fucking weak and stupid or either have backbone. But you can't go, well, it's not my fault. It's out of my control. It's out of my control. I couldn't help myself.
I did not say that. I did not say
but I'm saying, cry me a river with it because I'm saying that.
Wait.
We walk through life dealing with this.
Wait. This is what I'm saying, because I think you and Southern Troll are like, I'm giving him an excuse. I'm not giving him an excuse. What I'm saying, or any man, what I'm saying is, first of all, you have to accept the fact that you are at a disadvantage. You can't be going in there. This is how the Japanese, this is how they do business. They send women in to do business with you. They don't go in there. They send a woman in there. They send the beautiful women in there to do business with you. So I'm saying that, and they're successful most of the time. So my thing is, you having known this, you got to acknowledge it first. And then you got to do something about it. Then you got to say, okay, I know these women want you know, some of them are married, right? These coworkers, some of them are married even, and they invite me to lunch, invite me to dinner, invite me to this, invite me to that, right? Or they want to come in, they want to meet with me alone in my office, right? I have to say, okay, I got to understand that if I don't know. Now, I had coworkers that was female, right? But I knew their husbands, I knew their children. I had been over to the house for dinner. I had developed relationships like that. So yeah, I could talk to them certain ways. I could pull them to the side and say, hey, come here, Lisa, let me talk to you about this. Or you know what I'm saying? I had relationships like that. But I'm saying in today's marketplace, you can't be like that. You got to acknowledge the fact that, okay, if you're around, let's say 10 women, you got 10 women on your team, and you got to have these team meetings every morning or team meetings every week or whatever, right? And these women coming in smelling good, looking good, everything, right?
Clarence, I understand we're in the Me Too era. I understand we're in 2022. But I'm saying, but for everything that has changed, it's like, you know, you still do, you just modify. People, there are modified HR behaviors that go on today. So it's things like, hey, if I got a team full of women, this or whatever, and we got to have a meeting, we're going to have a public meeting. We're going to have it in a public space where there are a lot of eyeballs around, so people can see, hear, and listen to how I conduct myself. Or I'm going to have it with other female managers. I mean, just to sit there and go, I just don't want it to be. It sounds like to me this woe is me. Woe is me is the man. Woe is unfair to the man. Like we are What I'm saying is, I don't want to get. I don't like being in a space where we sound like we are captive to our sexual urges and we have no control or no responsibility over. I'm not saying you're saying it. I'm saying I don't want to be in a space where everything in the conversation lines up, that we're setting it up because of me. I'm like, you a big fucking boy. Put on your big boy panties. The same as I was telling a girl, put on your big girl panties. So shut the fuck up, buckle up, and either we're adults or we're not adults. But I'm not going to excuse any grown ass man for piss poor behavior than I would a grown ass woman. But we can sit here and we can demonize people that's non-binary or something like that. Then I can demonize people that are binary.
I'm not demonizing nobody. All I'm saying is I wouldn't take advice from Derek Jaxn.
Fuck no.
Okay, it's just like the non-binary dude. I wouldn't take fashion advice from somebody like that, right?
Like
I wouldn't take it. So,
fashion advice from who?
That dude that the non-binary guy that we was looking at, right?
Oh hell no.
I wouldn't take fashion advice. So there's parts of them I wouldn't listen to them, right? Now the non-binary dude, like you said, hey, I'm the doctor that saved X amount of people, and I got the information that you need to survive. You gonna turn me away because I'm non-binary? No. But I definitely won't. I won't be coming over for dinner. But I mean,
exactly. All right, exactly. But I'm gonna listen to you on what you an expert on.
I'm gonna take you as a professional. I'll be more. Once you show me some social proof that you more than just this binary thing, then I have to accept you like that, right? No. Okay, so what we're talking about in the real world, Rico, is the people that you go to a job, man. You know how many dudes I've seen just throw a whole career away? I've seen dudes throw a whole career away because they just couldn't keep their hands to themselves, or they just couldn't keep their mouth closed, or they on the job and said this. I mean, I used to train new hires for the city.
Okay, so now we're getting down to the meat and potatoes of the conversation. I agree with that, guys, and I even seen a few women throw away an entire career because it's not that they couldn't, they wouldn't. It's so many black men I had working with me, and I'm like, man, they'd be like, you look at. I'm like, man, stop looking at these fucking women. What is wrong with you?
Trying to tell them,
I would just like be so mad. I'm like, man, look, I'm sitting here busting my ass trying. I'm like, keep your mind on your fucking paper.
Yeah.
And you seeing them like, and the guy's like, oh man, I like her. Like, man, what the fuck is wrong with you? And they be married.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You got a whole ass wife at home, and you in here thirsting for some other. The fuck is wrong with you? And I'm like, I've been here. I'm like, yeah, I look at them. They nice. I register in my head, and I keep my mouth shut and keep them up. It ain't that hard for me.
Yeah.
So when you sit there and you tell me, and I'm like, I love women, but I'm like, it ain't that hard for me. So I don't accept it because I'm like, it ain't never been that hard for me.
You are judging everybody based on your understanding.
On my interpretation, on my understanding. That's the only, but that is the, but Clarence, I'm saying that's the only interpretation I know. I ain't been running around with a whore, with a rapist mentality. Because these motherfuckers have said, let me tell you, these dudes on the job have said some grape adjacent shit to me. And I'm like, dude, you better stop. And they leaving notes on people's desks. I'm like, man, that is, and the part that get me is I'm like, it's in the handbook. We had training on this shit.
Right. I used to teach that handbook.
We done had fucking training on it. How are you violating the training?
Yeah. Hey.
That's where, look, Clarence. So when you sit there and you talk about my perspective, a lot of my perspective came from the HR training, telling us how you can't talk to people, how you can't touch. So I'm like, motherfucker, was you not listening?
But see, like I said, a lot of them don't. They feel like
it don't apply to them.
Exactly. They feel like they're gonna be the one that's gonna get away, and they don't want to acknowledge
everybody.
They don't want to acknowledge. Wait a minute. They don't want to acknowledge outside of even just the rules, right? These are just common codes of conduct we have to have so we can work, together, right? Outside of even that, Rico, the work culture and everything. Outside of that, they just don't understand the kind of position they put themselves in by running around trying to create all this proximity to coworkers, female coworkers.
So, but what you got? So then you can't say everybody don't think like me, because like I'm sitting there telling you, I'm like, the vast majority of the professional work experience thought process that I developed came from fucking HR training sessions where every job I was on, and like it's almost a routine universally. But I know niggas who sat right there in the class with me. I'm sitting at the desk here. They sitting next to me getting the same motherfucking training,
right? But
will come out of that training and will violate the very thing that we was told not to do.
I've seen it happen so many times too. I've seen it happen so many times. But
it's like, how you gonna save these niggas?
First thing you got to do is get them to acknowledge the situation that they're in. So you don't want to acknowledge it. People want to, especially because we so try to say it's not a chemical thing that's going on. It's a very chemical thing. It's a very biochemical thing that's going on. That is the first step, right?
Chemical or not, I know the motherfucker just told me you can't be catcalling and whistling at women and calling them baby and honey and sweetie pie.
But Rico, if you don't understand that that's wrong, if you don't understand that, okay, I could do it in this case because this girl, I ain't attracted to her. But what happens when I run across a woman that I'm attracted to?
If I tell you, you can't be calling nobody on the job baby, honey, sweetie pie. I don't give a fuck because from a legal standpoint, that's it. I don't have to go no further because the law don't say nothing about your chemical pheromones and no disadvantage. The law says
the law don't cover that. See, the law
ain't gonna cover that because the law don't care. The law told you.
That's what I'm saying. So if you gotta recognize it for yourself, you gotta recognize on top of everything in that manual. That's another thing you got to understand that, hey, if I walk into this situation, I may be putting myself at risk. So what can I do to mitigate my risk? Okay, like you said, Rico, we're gonna have a meeting, but we're gonna have it down in the cafeteria.
You keep trying to save these Negroes. They did to me. Fuck them.
All right, Rico, I know you got to go, man. So you want to drop some last words on us so that you can dip. Rico. I guess he went to go weed water his horse.
No, give me 1 second.
Okay, y'all hear what I'm saying, right? Y'all hear what I'm saying? If you as a man, you get on a job you got to realize, man, if you start working with, okay, 1 woman, 2 women, okay, that's a lot easier to deal with, man. It was you know what I'm saying? You got 1 or 2 people coming at you or in your circle at the job. Okay, that's cool. You working with them on the team, that's cool. But now when you get up to 4, 5, 6 different women, 7 different women on the team, and they working with you closely, proximity promotes attraction. Proximity and continuous exposure creates attraction. It drives attraction. So even if you're not attracted to somebody, continuous exposure to them can develop an attraction, can develop, right? So especially in us as men, so what we got to do is be able to understand that and mitigate that, because like Rico said, that's hidden. That's hidden knowledge. That's not in the manual, right? It's not going to be in the manual. It's not going to be in HR. They're not going to care when they letting you go and they pushing you out. They ain't going to care that, oh, you put yourself in this situation. Oh, well, now we got to take this action, right? So we got to understand the situation and say to ourselves, okay, if I'm working with all these different women and they are coming into work and they are and I see that maybe some of them are attractive, okay, this is what I got to do, man. I got to create a situation where I'm not going to never be in a position where I'm going to lose my head. Because any one of us could lose our head, right? You get the right kind of women chasing after you. Rico, please stop. If you get the right kind of women chasing after you, Rico, I'm gonna get on the phone right now. I'm gonna get on the phone. Hey, you know what? Go to Rico's job and keep telling Rico how good he is, and then Rico, please stop. You talk about this.
You got to think about. I mean, the bottom line, it does come down to that. But the bottom line,
I'm not saying we will, and I'm not saying we would do it, but I'm just saying ain't none of us so great that we are so powerful that we could never trip on and slip on the
No. You are 100% right on everything you said. But the only way we trip is by first and foremost not being proactive to protect ourselves.
Agreed.
So if you're not being proactive to protect yourself, like I said, you're supposed to be creating separation between yourselves and people of the opposite gender, unless it's something that you can't help and you absolutely have to work. Like I work in a field that's pretty much female dominated and oriented. But while I do work with a lot of females, I work with them in a professional manner. And I also still, as a married man and working with them professionally, I don't spend an inordinate amount of time around them alone or in one-on-one situations. I just don't even find it necessary. And to be honest with you, I start to feel uncomfortable. I find myself sometimes even programming my brain that sometimes when I walk to my colleagues, just physically touching them anyway. Like sometimes like we work in an open space and people won't have on their headset and they'll be working at their desk. But sometimes, you send them a message and they don't see it, they're alerted. So like, how do you get their attention? And even just touching them, it's like, I'm cosmic of it. Like always touch them on their upper shoulder, not on their arm where they could just misconceive or misconstrue it in a suggestive manner. Because people will,
If I don't know that woman, there's no way I'm touching her. Period.
No, but I'm saying they're sitting down at a desk and I have to get their attention with their back.
I know. That's you.
So sometimes I'll go and I'll wave my hand in front of their screen like this. I do like but then sometimes they get upset about that. And it's like, God damn, So you find yourself in some of these really, you got to get more, we have like a messenger app.
What if you touch somebody on the shoulder and they go to HR and next thing you know, when you come back from this.
Yes. I mean, literally you got to be careful. And people I'm like, you can think that's harmless, but somebody can take that as sexual harassment.
And see, here's another thing where men go wrong. There's another place where men go wrong. We don't know how to determine whether somebody's giving us sexual interest or whether they're just being
nice. Just being nice.
And so we confuse and conflate those two situations.
I've done that before.
Yeah, we all have.
Yeah.
And then
shit. It was just being nice.
Goes, what were you thinking? You like, huh?
Thank God it was always with somebody on the same level as me, so it wasn't nobody above me or below me. And we weren't like really co-workers. We were like on the same level, but different departments. And they was always asking me to lunch and shit like that. And I thought there was an interest that wasn't there.
What happened to me? Where they was always asking me to lunch. They never asked me to lunch. That was
so I mean, you know, because I was like, I never was asking them. They was always asking me. So I was like, oh, she must want some of this. Huh?
I said, probably the reason why nobody was asking me to lunch because they could see I was disturbed. I was worn on the inside.
I mean, you know, yeah, it can happen, but the bottom line is, for the most part, I always needed my money, and I tell them motherfucker like this: it ain't gonna take but one time for your ass to get fired and really need that bread, because guess what?
Man.
If you didn't get that ass before you got fired, you certainly ain't gonna get it after you get fired.
Man, I mean, all these. What they say? What they say? What they calling it now? The great with all these people quitting their jobs.
Resignation.
Great resignation.
Yeah. But it's insane. You know, and I always tell people, man, don't jeopardize your paper.
Yeah.
Don't jeopardize your money. It's just crazy. So again, I'm not going to sit here and say that these guys are wrong. It's unheard of, or blah 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 blah, anything like that. It's just like, but again, they got to step up, Clarence. You can't be holding these motherfuckers' hands. They got to step up into the real world.
Rico, I'm not holding nobody's hands. What I'm saying is, we're gonna have better outcomes if we educate.
But we're trying to educate. But some of this shit, I'm telling you, man, I'm talking about. I learned this shit in my.
I know, but that's
me and you learned it in our early 20s. And where did we learn it from, Clarence? On the job, in them fucking classes, them telling you this shit. And it wasn't. Ain't nobody from the hood teach me this shit. And ain't nobody from the hood taught you. Ain't nobody on fucking YouTube or anything else. We had to learn on the job. And we took them classes, and they said, hey, this is gonna be motherfucking second. And you know, I tell you this. You know what my greatest experience was? My greatest teacher was?
What?
Watching them walk niggas out the office.
There you go. I was just getting ready to get
that. Was the greatest teacher in the world. Like, oh shit.
Man, one time I was
they get niggas to come and escort niggas out. Cause I was in the fire room, and every time they fired somebody black, they ain't never came and got me to walk nobody white out.
We need you for a minute.
Yep. They call you down to the okay, we gotta go downstairs. And you're like me and two other big black niggas. They ran to death while he packed his shit up and walking to the door.
Oh, I'm getting a promotion? Not exactly, Rico. Come on.
Everything cut off, yeah.
We need you by Cornell's office.
And from that, we're like, oh shit. Yeah. And I like, nigga, you gonna learn now, ain't you?
I learned the same way, brother. One time, I think I'd only been in a job maybe 3 or 4 years, man. I was working out there in the valley, man, in the San Fernando Valley. And usually I would be, my home base was down here in West Los Angeles, but sometimes I would go work in the Metro LA if they needed some help down there, or I would work out here in the valley. So they needed somebody in the valley for a week. So I'm working in the valley. And so I walk into the office, man, and there's like 3 or 4 LAPD guys in the office. And I'm like, what are you doing here, right? And then everybody's looking at that door, right? They look at me, they recognize I'm not the guy. They turn back around, right? So anyway, so I'm in there getting my equipment, whatever I need. And so this dude comes, the white boy comes walking through the door. The white boy looks, are you so-and-so? Yes, I am. Turn around, you under arrest. What? You under arrest. And they walked him out, right? So the story finally came out. What happened was he had been going to this certain location, and at this location to check on some of the equipment, there was this little girl. There was this girl. She said she was 18. She said she was 16. Excuse me. She looked like she was 18. She said she was 16. she was only 12. And the reason why this dude got caught is because the 12-year-old told her friend, who was another like 10 or 12-year-old. The 10 or 12-year-old told her mother. The mother told the school. The school called the police, and that's how they caught the dude. Right? And just watching him and several other dudes get walked out of the office. I saw another dude, man. He was. This was when I was in training. He was when they was training some of these people that answer phones. One of the trainers, man, she always dressed like she was on her way to a club, right? Always real provocative, dressing lady, right? And so we would always tell each other, man, leave that lady alone. That is a lot of trouble right there, man. Leave her alone, right? And so amongst ourselves in my section, but we were all in training, so we was all on the same floor, right? So anyway, they were training down the hall. So this chick came in there and saw us, right? We were all guys. I think we had one girl at the time. And so she came in there and said, "Hey, y'all, can y'all keep an eye on me? There's a guy in here in training, and he keeps following me around. Every time I go to the bathroom, he gets up and goes to the bathroom, right?" So we were like, "Okay, we'll keep an eye on him." So, but of course, how do we know every time she's going around, right? Sometimes we had the door closed. So anyway, she told us, not only told us, but ended up happening is this young man who had just got fired. He got hired on a Monday, got fired on a Thursday, because when she went to the break room, which is on the same floor, he's supposed to be in the classroom getting taught. Whenever she walked out of the room, he would leave. He would walk out of the room too to try to go meet her. So he met her in the bathroom. In the crew room in the kitchen, while she was at the sink. He crept up behind her and hugged her from behind. Yikes! Right? So she didn't want to get fired. She told him, "Hey man, back up, whatever." So he got off, right? So she, in passing, she didn't go through no supervision. She, in passing, was telling some other dudes in her unit that, "Hey, this happened to me. You guys need to watch this dude for me." Those dudes went to the supervision, and the supervision went and fired the guy that same day. So what I'm saying, I've seen a lot of people, and that's just 2 stories, man. I got many more stories, man.
But that's the way it's supposed to be, though. It's just
getting pushed out, man. Getting pushed out.
Yeah. It just
no, I'm not saying it's not. But what I'm saying is, see, we in our unit, we recognize that this girl was dressing provocatively.
Yeah,
and
but the bottom line is,
it might be an issue if you spend too much time with her. It might be an issue.
But see, that's if you
can recognize that young cat.
But you know that being in the city, like especially in the summertime, we used to call it sundress season.
Right.
Oh man, and I remember we used to hang out. We would go downstairs in front of the law firm and just hang out. Because in these law firms would be like, 70% females. And you watch them in the summertime. I'm sure y'all see the same thing in LA, walking up and down the street.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these professionals, they can be to the male eye palette dressed very provocatively, you know, but I don't give a damn how good it looks. You're still required to maintain a level of professionalism, composure, and control. It is zero excuse, Clarence. And I'm just saying. Not saying you're saying it, but at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to teach these motherfuckers, they're going to have to learn the same way you and I learn. They're going to have to see somebody get walked.
Yeah.
So what if somebody didn't walk? They're going to always believe I'm different.
Yeah.
I'm smarter than everybody else. So this whole, we got to teach them. Because nobody didn't teach and tell us. Because to be honest with you, I don't know if I would have listened either. I know now.
Yeah.
And I think, like you said, the lesson is, you got to, motherfucker. You see a motherfucker get walked up out the office. That's a feeling that you don't want.
No.
And for 99.9% of them, that's what it's gonna have to take. Gonna have to take them. Just clean your desk out. Let's go.
Do you think it would help if they acknowledge the fact that, man, it's probably not smart for me to put myself around?
No, but they'll never acknowledge that, and they're never not going to want that. If anything, they're going to want to be around more and more of them.
Right. But that's that. But what they want. But see, the thing is, can't say nobody told you because we told you.
They don't care if they was told. They're not going to care.
Yeah, but that's cool. And the blood is off my hands. See, I ain't got no blood on my hands because
it's off my hands anyway. And you I'm
just saying, if I see the situation and I at least say something. Now maybe you're right. I would say probably 80% of these guys are not gonna listen to you, right?
They're not gonna listen.
They're just gonna keep plowing ahead. Oh, shut up, old man. You don't know what you're talking about. They might be respectful and say, yeah, that makes sense. But they ain't not gonna listen to what you're saying. They're gonna walk themselves right into the ditch, right?
They got what is going to wake them up is seeing somebody get walked to that door by security.
Right.
And and then the funny thing about it is I watch the same niggas get walked to the door, get fired, be calling back next week. You think they're gonna let me get my job back? Just some stupid shit. It's just like, nigga, please, are you crazy? Because because then it's like that's when it wakes up.
Why do dudes do it? Why do dudes do it?
They literally, it's like only after they've been terminated that they realize, oh, they was serious about it.
Rico, I was a trainer. I was a field trainer, man. So we had this one brother, man, and he came over from the gas company, man. So he's like, I know about intricate setups and electrical. I know. Oh, okay. So we got to tell, hey man, your performance is poor. So they kept telling me, hey Williams, you got that's my government name. Hey, you need to check on this dude here. You need to check this dude, man. He is not doing well. He is not doing well at all, right? And your boy, right? And so I said, okay. So I tried to get to the dude, right? I tried to talk to him. I said, hey man, I said, you mean you ain't doing well, man? I said, you need to improve. Well, what do I need to do? What do I need to improve? I said, you need to improve A, B, C, and D. And you got to do it. Okay. So this dude, what he would do is he would, because he liked to eat. He was a bigger dude, so he liked to eat. So what he would do is before he started his day, he would eat. He would go to like Jack in the Box or something like that and eat something, right? And so so I told him, I said, don't do that no more, right? They come to me again. Hey, your boy, he's still not doing good. 2 weeks later, hey, your boy's still not doing good. We're running reports on his work performance. He not doing good. You need to holler at him, man, because they're gonna drop the hammer on him. So this is them telling me, hey, they're gonna drop the hammer on this dude. So either you're gonna do, and I knew it already, man. Looking at his reports, I knew it already. But they would say, hey, hey, Clarence, they get ready to drop the hammer on the dude. You see it. You see what's going to happen. So you want to do, you better holler at your boy. I go out there again. Guess what I see in this vehicle?
Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box, Burger King, all this stuff, all in this vehicle, right? I said, hey, bro, I thought you said you wanted to improve, so you wasn't gonna eat, so you could concentrate better, so you could do this. Oh, did I do it again? Oh, right.
That nigga eating and falling asleep.
Yeah, right. Well, he just because it's very intricate work, so you got to be paying attention to what's going on, man. You can't just be out there like, oh well, it's a lot of intricate work you got to be doing. So you got to, if it's not done properly, guess what? They're just gonna call us out, call somebody else out that makes more money than you. That's gonna cost the department more money because that person costs more money. The person that fixed these problems gets paid more an hour than you do. So they want you to take care of it when you're there, right? So anyway, he was like, he didn't get that. And so I was like, man. And he's like, I used to be a supervisor at the gas company. I understand that, bro. But there's a different kind of mechanics here. So you need to learn this and get it right now, right? So anyway, he was like, okay. So I had his personal number, and I would check on him. I say, hey, bro, you're supposed to be in here doing reports right now. What are you doing? Oh, I'm still out here because, I couldn't find this address. I'm like, bro, buy a Garmin. At that time, Garmin was, buy a Garmin. Get a Garmin, punch the address in and go. What's the problem? Oh, I can do that. So anyway, you just give me all these excuses, right? So finally the day came when they said, okay, they said, Clarence, this dude is gone. He's gone, man. So, we did everything we could to try to help him. You did everything you could try to help him, but there's nothing you could do to save this guy. He's gone. I said, okay, what can I do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they whacked him, right? He was like, so, and you know how, and I don't know where you work, but this is how they do it where I work, man. They always get you on a Friday. Oh, right when you're about to go walk out the door. Hey, just like the mafia. Hey, so-and-so, before you leave, we need you got to talk to the management.
Mm-hmm.
They know you ain't going nowhere, right? They already knew you wasn't going nowhere. But anyway, they let you get all comfortable and get all your equipment and get all the paperwork done and everything. And then, hey, before you leave to the field, you got to go talk to this person here. You got to go talk to the boss. So the boss gave me the axe, right? This dude called me the same day. Is there any way I could come back? What happened? What happened? I've been telling you what was happening the whole time. You're not completing your assignments. That's it. I've been telling you the whole time. But see, like you said, Rico, they don't think fat means greasy. So they keep on till finally the axe.
Yeah, they gotta see somebody get walked out.
But I feel like
get walked out, they don't believe it.
But I feel like this. Maybe most of them won't listen, but there's a few that might. We could get to a few of them and say, hey, brother, keep your eye, because like a few of them dudes got to me. They say, hey, man, don't be like this person. Don't be like that person. That person ain't getting their work done. Get your work done. Yeah, you could. We have fun out here and everything like that, but get your work done. Then once you get your work done, they can't say nothing to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They can't step to you, especially if you one of their best work. If you one of the people they can call, and when they got an issue, they can just send you right over there. And and so I was one of those people, right? So I was, even though, even though, man, maybe I wanted to do certain things, they would work with me because, I would cover down on them, so they would cover down on me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I would have an issue where I need to leave early, right? Or I need to go do this, I need to go do that. They would work with me, right? But see, that's how you do it. You gotta make a good name for yourself wherever you go, right? That's what I'm trying to do with us, is make a good name for us, because wherever we go, man, we can work. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Rico. Let me let you close, man. Quick, come on, and give your last your closing remarks.
Okay. Well, great stream like always. Just not surprised about the situation with Mr. Jaxn. Ain't got no sympathy for him. And like I said, I don't wish no ill will on any of the gentlemen we're talking about. Dirk Jaxn, the dearly departed brother, Bishop Eddie Long, or Brother Jamal Bryant. All of them have some very, very questionable past. And I don't think that any of them are above reproach being able to discuss, especially since they all chose to live a life of a public figure. And if they chose to live a life of a public figure, then they open their lives up to scrutiny as they scrutinize the lives of others. So again, I hope something that we talked about and the way that we discussed it was informative, helpful, and important. And other than that, I'll continue to live on, living a better black life, and pushing us forward. But part of pushing us forward is also, looking at and addressing us critically. So I hope I had something good to say.
Always.
I'll see you guys on the next stream.
All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. All right. That was Brother Rico, man. And absolutely, man, makes the show a lot more fun, man. And, he makes me, he's another dude that makes me sharpen that knife, man. I got to make sure I say it right, say it in the right context, say everything that, pronounce every syllable. I got to do it because Rico will come back and say, hey, nah, man, you saying it this way, you saying it wrong, right? But shout out to Rico Young, man. I'm glad to have him, working with us, man. Shout out to him. Okay, let's see, y'all. Should I give y'all a bonus round real quick? Bonus round? What y'all think? Bonus round real quick? All right, man. Let me wrap up, man. Let me wrap up. I'll give y'all a bonus round in the wrap up. Okay. We talked about Derek Jaxn. Derek Jaxn is a dude that made his built his business upon giving females advice on dating and marriage and relationships, right? Unfortunately, he wasn't able to. A lot of the guys that he was putting down, he was very similar to those men. Unfortunately, man. Unfortunately for him, he was very similar to those guys, man. And therefore, many of us could not see the degree of separation that he allegedly was trying to create from himself from these F boys that he was always talking about, right? At some point we were like, hey, wait a minute, I thought you was different than this, right? But actually he wasn't, right? He actually was pretty much doing the same things. And that would be cool if he would have said that up front. Hey, okay, let me drop the link for Patrice. Clarence, hey, to the women. Hey, I know y'all, it's 200 of y'all out here in the seminar. Now, I don't practice this myself, but if you want to get married, this is what I suggest for you. That'll be a whole other ball game than, going hard in the paint at dudes or telling women, hey, basically what he should have said was, turn your head away from guys like me, right? Guys like me, you should just turn away from. Sister Patrice, what's going on with you, girl?
Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you very, very well.
All
Sound great.
right. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you, sis. What's going on with you?
Good. Nothing much. Salute to the chat. Listen, I'm so excited and proud. I'm watching the videos from the progress of the backpack. Like, man, I was so elated when I saw the stuff coming in, and we did it. We did it, and just salute to everybody that contributed, everybody that gave, everybody that took the time to help work on it with you, Annie and Brother Vaughn, just everybody involved.
All y'all, everybody.
Yeah, we as a small little community in these YouTube streets, we actually made it happen. We did it.
We almost there. We still got to get the backpacks. We still got to
I
set them
know,
up.
but I'm saying for the most part, meaning the money, like that was the biggest part, right?
Shout out to everybody.
Yeah.
Shout out to
it was a beautiful thing.
Like yourself, Patrice, that gave multiple times. You, Bolo, Vaughn, people that gave multiple. Anderson gave multiple times. Bolo, multiple times. We appreciate y'all. Y'all made this happen. New Growth, multiple times. Yeah, Jill, multiple times. Yeah, appreciate you. N.A. Yeah, we appreciate all of y'all.
It was definitely worth it. Yeah, absolutely. This is actually, I know, a lot of content creators been kind of touching on the whole Derek Jaxn thing. So, and it's good to get a man's point of view. I actually agree with some of the things that both of you guys were saying, and, speaking from a woman's point of view, I think that the problem is with men like Derek Jaxn is they know that there is a market, right, to sell to women, to sell to women the dream, of that dream guy, or give them the warning about what type of guy not to mess with. It's a lot of these relationship gurus that are out here, and all of them are not, charlatans, right? All of them are not like sort of like your pulpit poverty pimps that's selling, they using religion to to actually, gain riches and things off of their congregation, without actually pouring back into said community and said people. So the Derek Jaxn is a thing that make him is the biggest hypocrite, is because he was selling these things to a lot of women, and even now, I think the last I heard, somebody say he still had like over 700 and some thousand subscribers,
Yeah.
even after the first scandal came out. So and I'm not going to say that, some of the stuff he wasn't saying wasn't true, and he probably believed in it himself. But people like him that have a sense of sort of mental capacity, is like he started to believe his own lies that he was spinning to other people, right? And totally living this double life. Then he gets exposed, you know and of course, again, the wife leads the type of thing where, like, I'm not gonna leave my husband, blah blah blah, based off of religion. She was all, on her social media platforms, calling people that was calling her out and saying stuff. She was calling them all kind of heathens and devils and demons. Like, she was doing some type of stuff that was kind of really kind of borderline. Like, I was side-eyeing her, and I was, and a lot of times the
Why do
hypocrisy
you think
in
you're doing that, Patrice?
because I think that was her way of, the only way that she felt like she had to fight back was to use religion, which is what most people that do, to try to, because if you got a husband that have made millions of dollars off of women, and now he is not who he say he is, not only are they going to blame him, but they looking at that woman, because I think certain women is saying, you knew exactly what you had. You knew a part of a woman when she has a husband and she knows him, a part of her knows if he's doing anything outside the marriage, right? They get an intuition, they get a hunch, they get a thought of, something, especially if things get off routine. So, so her only comeback was to use that, like, I'm gonna use the fiery dots and put you guys in the pits of hell, and you're evil, and you da da da. And I knew, I stepped back and I was like, it's just a matter of time. I was like, because a man like him, who is a bit narcissistic, full of himself, is going to continue, because he think he is above that reproach. He think that, a part of him think that you can tell other men what kind of men, other women, what kind of men to watch out for, but you are that very man that you're
Right.
telling them. That's the hypocrisy in it, right? So I was like, it's just a matter of time. That marriage not gonna last, because he's not gonna stop cheating, and either she's gonna, so she went along with it I believe, to put a facade up to say, see, look at me, and I'm a godly woman, and I follow God, no matter what, I'm not going to leave my husband, until she caught him cheating again, and then maybe that was the breaking point, for her. I don't know. But when you talk about looking at it from the opposite side, again, that's why people go into certain business and market to women, because we are the biggest consumers that there is. So you can damn near just about sell us anything. And there are women out there that are longing to hear these things, that are longing to hear a man tell them what to watch out for in another man, right? Yeah, and there's some relationship gurus that are good, and I believe they are true and sincere, but then you got your people like him that is not. So again, influence is important, and you got to be careful who you are allowing to feed your soul with things, right? Because men like him, men like Nick Cannon, men like Future, they are the biggest community slingers out here. They just, and women, for the most part, a lot of times know it, and a lot of them accept those things in that man, and they go along with it. They ride with it. They know, like, women know, they know what they got. They know what they got in their husbands. They know what they got in their men.
But
A lot of times they know.
let me ask you a question, Patrice. Do you think that I think she knew too. I think she obviously knew. I mean, she lived with this man. He lived with him doing this for all these years. I'm sure this wasn't no surprise that he was messing with somebody else. It wasn't a surprise to her. I'm sure. But do you think that her trying to defend her marriage was it trying to defend her marriage? In other words, she trying to keep the family together and hoping that he could work this issue out, or was being tired of being attacked on social media and just coming out and just attacking people back, saying all this crazy stuff she was saying?
I believe it's a little bit of both, right? Because we as women that, whether you married or not, if you've ever been in a relationship and got cheated on, and you choose to forgive him, yeah, of course, a part of you, you know, want to say, I need to make this marriage work because we got kids, we got a home, we got business, we got thing we building on, right? So I'm gonna work hard at this, and long as you promise me you're not going to do this again or whatever, so of course I believe it was a little bit of both, but I think she thought that she was above reproach to not to get the comments a lot of times that she was getting from people, and I think for her, that was her only defense to use was her faith and her religion, which is what a lot of people do. And whatever the reason it is, a lot of women stay, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing. It's a choice thing, right? Whatever you choose to want to, choose to stay and take a lot of what they know that the man is doing. But to get to the part where talk when you and Rico were talking about, I agree with Rico. There is a lot of men that, especially in the workplace, that just don't think that is going to happen to them. They think that they can sneak around and flirt with that woman and say slick stuff and touch her inappropriately, and they think nothing's going to happen to them. But and I have seen men get walked out. I have had to check a guy in the workplace like twice and threaten to the brother to go to HR. Like I told you, no, I'm not interested, that type of thing. And he still come at you. And it's like you gotta literally threaten the dude to like, dude, the fuck? I'm not interested. I told you, not my type. And if you say something inappropriate to me again, I'm going to HR. Straight up. I wasn't one to trying to like see a brother get fired, but you foul as F now, right now. Like you foul as F. Right. You needed to take no for an answer the first time. And that's a lot of times too, guys think just because a woman say no, they really think it's a yes sometimes. And sometimes it truly is a no. It's a no, like for real, it's a no.
That's what we were talking about. So a lot of times guys will think, oh, the no that's not a real no. That's a fake no. That's a no saying, no, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna give you the customary introductory no, but you just got to keep working for it, and your persistence will pay off. See, that's what most guys think. Your persistence will pay off, but it's not like that no more. That first no is it. It should be over, right?
We living in a different climate now, and especially, in the workplace with this whole Me Too thing.
Correct.
And I'm not saying that women don't give men mixed signals sometimes, because that does happen sometimes. But I think for the most part, men need to really take the no for face value, because I've seen them get walked out. Many of them, like you said, some of them don't last a week. Some of them, I know one guy in the same week it happened. He had just got hired and he was fired in the same week. Or they don't last past the 90-day probationary period because they start flirting with the women, and it's a lot of it has to do with no discipline, and especially for the most part when you're young. But when you got older men, and it's older men out here doing it too, they just have absolutely no discipline when it comes to where they choose to, who they choose to put their sperm in, and they don't even care. They don't think about it, like that, and not realizing that just because you calling that woman out with that got 100, that may have 100 body count. Just imagine the men that slept with the woman that got 100 body count. How many body counts of women do that man have? Because if he so easily slept with that woman with 100 body count, he's probably sleeping with a lot of other women. So if her body count is 100, his is probably 1,000.
Ouch. Maybe.
I mean, because if you that loose of a community D-slinger, that's what you're doing. You out there, moving like that in the neighborhood or in the community, wherever. I mean, you out there moving like that, and you gonna say, oh, she got a high body count, but you out here dropping your seed everywhere you go in all 50 states sometimes. Like, what I mean? And then it's just men out here that are like that. And that's why they call community D-slingers, because you want to talk about, always want to talk about the woman as a HOE, but you think it's cool because, society has told you that that's a cool thing because you a man to get all you can get while you can get. But you out here just loosely, putting your seed up in anything that moves. And a lot of times men are because they so visual, they get in trouble a lot of times because they think everything that look good to them is good for them.
Yeah, you're right. And you're right. Enough is enough. Yeah, you're right. That no. But the thing is, we need to come as a group, as men and women. We need to come to a group and agree on a common code to where how a man can, if a man is interested in a female, how can approach her, and he can not be out of sorts by the way he approach her. Right now, there ain't no rules, man. You can approach a woman and she can say, hey, you said something to me I didn't, and it's just so wide open, right? So I agree with you, Patrice. Hey, just take that first no, take the L, walk away, and just go. You know what I'm saying? And don't be, see, that's a lot of times people don't, especially a lot of these young men, because they don't have the fathers there. See, the father's going to teach you. You're going to have to take some L's from your father, right? Yeah, you got some things you got to just deal with, right? But see, now these guys don't have their fathers in the house. They don't know how to take these L's. There ain't nobody really teach you how to take an L, right? So now you get out to the street, you can't take an L. Woman tell you no. No, we mean no. Girl, let me tell you something. Grab you and everything, right?
Yeah, that's messed up. A lot of men I'm noticing out here don't want to take no for an answer, and then they get disrespectful. They calling a woman the name. Now all of a sudden she a B and an H, right? Because he told you no. It's like, whoa. But a minute ago when you was trying to holler, I wasn't that. But because I, respectfully turned you down, because I haven't seen like, I'm not saying it don't happen, but I haven't really seen like a woman vulgarly turn a man down. Like, now hell, now F you, I haven't seen a woman be disrespectful like that when she's turning a man down. I've heard most of them I've heard respectfully turn them down, said no thank you, I appreciate it, but I'm not interested, or I'm married, or I have a man, like pretty much respectfully. But the fiery darts that she get back, and the venom that gets back spewed to her from the man because she turned him down is, oh, well, F you anyway, B. You ain't all fine like that anyway. And with your, then you get that.
Okay, Marcus says most men, most from my anecdotal experience, I've seen the opposite, or the man moves on after taking the L. Not well, that's typical. And I would say in the majority of the cases, we're talking about the cases that they don't take the L, Marcus. Right? There's some men that just cannot take that L, and there's some women that can't take that L. So
and I've seen it in more the younger generation of men. I've seen it where it, like you could just look on social media and on the news. It was a young man that actually beat a woman because he told her no. Cut her. One other guy cut the woman's face. because like these are younger, like and they seem to be a lot younger. One guy shot a woman, that's like 3 incidents right there, and a lot of it was 2 that happened in New York, and it was 1 that happened on the West Coast somewhere. And you would hear these things, and then she said all I did was tell him no, and I wasn't interested.
Wow. Sorry to hear that. Enough is enough. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. So this is the thing. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have us talk about what can we do to so we can understand the other side, so we won't have these miscommunications, right? Because when I was coming up, there was a guy called Pepe Le Pew. I don't know if you're familiar with that cartoon. Are you?
Yeah, I remember Pepe Le Pew.
Okay. When I was coming up, there's Pepe Le Pew, right? He's chasing the girl all over the whole cartoon, right? Grabbing her, kissing her, everything, right? Everybody thought that was funny, right? Everybody thought that was funny. In today's marketplace, that would be called assault, stalking, right? but yeah, you're right enough to know that skunk, right? But he's always chasing a girl all over everywhere, right? He shows up everywhere, right? And he grabs her, kisses her, and all of this stuff, right? But guess what? We was taught as men, the persistence pays off with women. That's what we were taught at some point. If you just keep plugging ahead, even though she's saying no, you'll wear her down one day, right? But that's not the case in today's marketplace. Today's marketplace, you got to just take the hill, walk away.
Yeah, because a lot of time men, they'll say, "Oh, she's just playing hard to get, man. Just keep on." And don't get me wrong. Now, look, back in the day, there were, when we were younger, there were some situations and incidents where some girls did do that. They played hard to get it, but they liked the guy. But the guy, a woman will give a guy a certain body language and sentiment if she really is interested, even though she may be playing hard to get, right? But the ones that like strictly just like, dude, no, they ain't got no follow through. They won't give you a smile. They won't hang around or hold you a conversation because they just genuinely are not interested. But a lot of times if the woman is smiling at you, giving you a certain body language, of course, I think that's just a natural give and take that a man and a woman that's attracted to each other will give each other, right? That smile, that body language, that she'll talk back in a certain way, and he'll know that there's an interest there. And then he'll know if it's cool to continue on flirting or not. But if it's that woman that like she ain't giving you no attention, no body language, no smile, no action, like she ain't interested, right? So, and I think a lot of times men get that, misconstrued a lot too.
Nobody sits down and breaks that down to us as men. You got to actually offend somebody to learn that lesson, right? You got to go too far.
Right, exactly.
Already in the cement to figure out, oh, this is wet, right? You can't, you know what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of men have so many problems, because you got to actually get caught up to learn something, because nobody really breaks that down to us and tells us, hey, you know what? See, because if a woman told me no, but she called herself just playing hard to get, that's it. I'm out. I wouldn't even pursue it no further, man. That first no, that's it, right, for me. But you know what I'm saying? Because it's too much gray area where you can be held accountable for something that you didn't even do. It's just too much gray area in it.
Well, back then, broke hands, hard to get for us was a little flirtatious. The man still knew. I think that the woman was interested. It wasn't but I know times are different now because of the whole Me Too. Men are scared to like even sometimes pursue it even further. So sometimes it is best for women to be more direct, to let the man know if she is interested or not, and kind of cut it to the chase. But back then, yeah, it was a lot of women that played the game. They played a little hard to get because they enjoyed the chase, right? They enjoyed, you chasing them, you saying stuff to them, keep asking them for their number, you keep asking them out. Like the women was kind of enjoying that part of it. And it's sad that in today's society, that kind of cat and mouse chase, can get you in trouble.
Yeah, right. Because back then, the risk of what could happen to you wasn't as high as today, right? Worst
Right.
come to worst, they sit you down in HR and say, "Don't do that no more." Patrice already told me you came after you asked her to go out on a date twice, and she said no. Don't do that no more. Okay, I got it. And then when you see Patrice coming down the hall, you just go the other way, right? And see that you could do it back then. Now Patrice can go and sue the company. So the company's gonna come down hard on you just for their own protection, right? So it's just a big mess. Doc, you in the building?
In the building. What's up?
What's going on, big brother? Glad to see you. Haven't seen you in a while, man.
Hey, good day, sir.
How you doing, Patrice?
I'm good. How are you?
All right.
All right, Doc. You got something to you got something to throw on the grill, man? What's going on, man?
Well, you guys been cooking. I always enjoy coming over here. Nice, mature convo.
Try,
a little different from the norm. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of come here to, get that maturity level. Me, I've been kind of an entrepreneur pretty much my whole life. I didn't really do the job setting, but I had a question. What if, okay, let's say, because you know how coworkers usually go out on Friday sometimes for pool or drinks or something. Well, is that fair game at that point? Or is it still considered?
Well, if you off the clock, that's fair game. If you go to lunch, I wouldn't make no move during work hours.
Right.
Because the company is at risk at that point. But when you on your own, now you're just risking your own self, right? And the girl, at worst come to worst, she can only litigate you after hours, right? She can't go to the company and say, "Well, you knew the company you knew he was doing this," and so that's a risk you're willing to take.
So the problem is, dudes are doing this while they're on the clock.
Well, they're risking it. They have the most at risk while they're on the clock. They have the most at risk. Now, I would say my normal stance on coworkers is don't hit on them. You can go out to the club. Not club. Excuse me. You can go out to dinner, lunch, or whatever, right? As a group. Yeah, that's fine. I've done that. I've been there, right? But as far as hitting on one of them or trying to get romantically involved with one of them or going out with them alone, in my opinion, that's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, especially if you're married. That's just not a good idea, in my opinion, right? Should have at least 3 people there, so you got another person who can keep an eye on everybody and see what's going on.
And the thing too, to elaborate on that, if you know you're interested in a woman at work, men need to be smarter when it comes to checking the employee handbook, when it comes to fraternizing and things of that nature, right? Because some companies forbid it, period. And then some companies have a little more lenience, like they will say, if you long as you don't work in the same department, have the same boss, work the same shift and things of that nature, right? Because when I was younger, I dated a guy that we worked at the same place, but we worked 2 different departments, 2 different shifts, had 2 different bosses. So we checked the handbook and we went to HR to make sure it was cool before we started even dating. And that's the thing that men don't do. You're not doing the follow up and making sure things good, because a lot of times it can turn out to be a decent situations dating somebody at work, and sometimes it turns out to be really, really bad. And I've seen both sides of that. My experience was good because even when we did break up, it was cool because I didn't see him most of the time anyway. So it was no problem with avoiding once the breakup. It wasn't a bad breakup. So it was clean to even still be able to move forward knowing that this guy worked at the same company that I did. But I've also seen that other side of the spectrum where it was the same situation, but man, the breakup was so ugly because they brought the drama to the workplace, especially if a guy, and I'm gonna tell you where this happened at, like at the post office. Oh my God, the post office. It was so many people having so many affairs and going with each other at the post office, and you would see they bring the drama end up coming to the workplace, because if they have a bad breakup, then the guy end up dating another woman at the post office, or the man or the woman start dating another man at the post. It was just a mess. I've seen the police have to be called. It like literally domestic situations at the workplace because of that. So, you know, you really got to be careful with that. That's a really vague, you know, broad stroke, a vague stroke you're stroking it when it comes to the workplace.
My opinion, never ever deal with somebody at the workplace.
I did it one time. I did it one time.
No, we've all been there, Patrice. We've all been there. But I'm saying, my advice as an older person now, has had a little more experience. I would say get started in something like that.
I wouldn't do it at all. I wouldn't do it at all. And the only way it may be okay is like if that person leave or you leave, and then you express an interest to that person after you're gone or after they have left that job. If you knew you was attracted to someone that you worked with, and you knew, hey, I'm leaving now, so you know I might, you know, ask her for a number, or I might, you know, ask him we want to go or something, and then that's cool. But yeah, I agree. Now, it's really, really dangerous now with the whole Me Too movement.
And it really is because of the risk. The risk is too high to your income, and that's just not. It's just not worth it. There's so many other ways on so many people. So either quit, or that person quit, or just leave it alone. Right? We've seen this at Good Morning America. Right?
Oh,
the guy's working there. The guy's there. He's working. Right? And just like I told Rico, proximity creates attraction. Right? So you might not even be attracted to this person in the beginning.
No, definitely.
You're close to working, when you work with them so close, eventually an attraction can develop, right? It may be one-sided, but it might be both-sided, right?
A lot of affairs have started in the workplace, a lot, and a lot is still going on in the workplace. And then later you hear, especially women, they come out and they get to talking, because most of these men be married. I mean, attorneys have done it, judges. Police chiefs, I mean, everybody. It don't matter from the higher up to all the way down to the manager and the maintenance guy. Right?
There's a guy out there. There's a lady out there right now, Betty Broderick. She's out there in jail.
Oh my God! Yeah,
right now,
I remember the story. Yeah,
her husband hired this chick, 19-year-old chick, hired her into the firm as an assistant, a little clerk or something, right?
Secretary, yeah.
And then he promoted her over his other workers to be his personal secretary. Half his staff quit. They went to his office and said, "We quit. We've been here working with you 6, 7, 8, 9 years, and you just promoted her like that. We out of here." They left.
Well,
right?
You know that was a motive, right?
But my point in all this is, just like on Good Morning America, you work closely with somebody enough, and attraction from proximity. The proximity can create the attraction, develop the attraction, and so you putting yourself into a situation where I tried to explain to Rico, where you biologically disadvantaged as a man. You biologically disadvantaged, right? Because when a woman makes a mistake like this on the job, most of the time they're not going to be as harsh. I'm going to say they're not going to take action, but they may not be as harsh as when a man does it. They're really going to be hard. They're really going to be a lot more aggressive with the punitive part of it, right? You might even lose your job. The woman might just get written up, or you might get written up, and nothing might happen to the woman, right? So that's why I say, don't even create just try not to create the proximity. Try to understand where you're walking yourself into on the job. Now, after hours, it's might be a different thing. But you see, this Good Morning America thing, right? The brother was married. The white lady was married. They both left. They both divorced their spouses, right? So that they can be together, right? They on screen.
No. TJ was still legally married, and then the wife actually thought that her thing in the interview. She said that she actually thought, or was under the impression, that they were going to work on their marriage. So she got
That's what the guy always says. I'm sure Derek Jackson said the same thing. Oh, don't worry.
Exactly.
This thing. Don't worry. It's gonna be no problem. We're gonna be, you know what I'm saying? So they always say that. they always sell the dream, right? Because it's better to sell the dream and have her not be stressing out and worrying you, calling you every 5 minutes, than just sell her the dream and she settled down, right? So that's what I'm sure he probably did. But my point is that he's the one that got fired. He's the one that got fired, not her. And
they didn't fire her? I didn't know that.
To my understanding, she didn't get fired. As a matter of fact,
well, if she did, you already know, one, because she's a female, two, because she's a white female.
Well, okay. the lady Robin, what's the lady's name? Robin
Robinson.
Yeah, Robin Roberts. She was upset that the girl didn't get fired. Like, okay, you fired him, but what about her?
Exactly. Well, they were saying the same thing about Nia Long's husband.
Right.
He got reprimanded, but the female didn't. They protect, white women. White women in those situations get protected when brothers mess around with them, and they at risk to lose everything, and nothing happens to the white women. And that's that ninja wake up call that they end up getting.
But that's why I say, don't just Doc. In my opinion, don't do it, man.
It seems intense. It does.
Yeah, even if you have your own business, man. If you have your own business, don't mess with your employees, man. Don't do it. Because you're risking everything, man. You're risking your whole everything. And then you never know how everybody else is going to react, right?
Mm-hmm.
People probably never thought he was going to get fired, right? You think he's the only one doing something like that at Good Morning, man? Right, all kinds of different things. Hell, there's a bunch of stuff happening at my job, right? There's a bunch of underground stuff happening, right? Every job, right? That's why when you first get hired to a job, the first thing you got to do is spend the next year just watching, because it's so much unseen stuff that it's going to take time for it to reveal itself to you, right? Oh, I didn't know you was sleeping with you. I didn't know you was right? I didn't know that person was sleeping with that person. Yeah, you didn't know that? No.
But they fantasize that, they glorify that, like in movies, and just as a kid growing up, like, that's like a man's fantasy almost, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
What's a man's fantasy?
Well, it's always been the boss with the secretary coming in the offices. I mean, come on, we all know that's like the pinnacle of spontaneity. What is it? Spontaneity.
Spontaneity. Clinton was our hero, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Clinton was our hero. Other than that, that's so great.
Jerry Maguire, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, it's glorified in every movie I've seen. They've never been any reprimand or anything for that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So
here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing. See, this is what I was trying to tell Rico. Yeah, I'm not excusing nothing, but I want these young men to recognize that if they put themselves in a certain situation, okay, you don't fall today. You don't fall tomorrow. But if you keep being in this situation, right? Bill Clinton had this girl, man, coming, whatever you want, Mr. President. Jack Kennedy, same thing. Whatever you want, Mr. President. Whatever you need, Mr. President. Right? And so if you got that coming at you all the time, and somebody's willing to do whatever you need them to do, that's going to be hard to say no to. At least for me, I know, Patricia, for women.
Bro, Clarence, you got to think too, no matter, young or middle-aged or older, women are attracted to men in power, right?
Agreed.
And they know that they're young and they're rambunctious, and the man that is in power is looking at, wow, she actually is taking a liking to me. And it could start off as a just admirer, but the admiring ends up with something else, being something else. And he, in his mind, he's like, well, I'm in this position, and they do it just because they can, not necessarily sometimes because they necessarily attracted to the person or the woman. They do it because they know that it's a lot comes with stature and power, and women are attracted to that for the most part, right? And if she's in a position where she's in a White House, or she's in, at state capitol, and she's an intern, and and I get to do this and look up to this guy that's running the country, free world, and now he's smiling at me, and I'm batting my eyes, yeah, they do it because they can, and they take advantage of it. Most of them do. Most men that do that and cheat or whatever is because men like something new. Men like something new.
I wouldn't say. Well, yeah,
I think it's a big part of it. Men, the curiosity of something new and something different, and just because they can, especially if they're in a position of power, and they know women are attracted to them, younger and older, and older men tend to want to think in them heads, yeah, I still got it, and let me show I can pull this young girl because I still got it. They want to feel that they still got it, So I think it's a lot of that that I've seen with older men when they do that.
It's a lot of truth to it. It's a lot of truth to what she's saying.
Sure, but I'm saying that's part of it. I think one of the major reasons that they do it is just that they had a desire. They had this desire. It's like I told Rico. When desire meets opportunity, you don't necessarily need attraction there. You don't necessarily need to be attractive.
True. But you also can have that young girl because she's young and pretty, and whatever this man not getting at home now because he's in this routine in his marriage.
That's going to make it harder for sure.
And she'll be like, why do your wife talk to you like that? You're so, you do such a wonderful
man,
job.
don't even start.
Stroking the ego. Oh my God. How dare she talk to you like that? I see you work so hard every day and you do this, you're powerful, you make it move, and now he's thinking, wow, she admired me and she looking at me in a way my wife stopped doing 20 years ago.
Yep.
That's boosting the morale, that's stroking the ego, and men love their ego stroke.
Man.
Everybody does. I think women as well.
Yeah, but men more so. And we with our feminine energy, if you're very good at it, and I'm a woman, I know, men tend to fall for it every time.
Even a dog wants to hear "good boy" every now and then.
Right?
Exactly. DR know exactly what I'm saying.
And just every now and then.
Stroking of the ego. Absolutely. And if he's been in a marriage and it's kind of dull and complacent and routine, and now you got this young, fresh thing coming and telling him, oh, I love your tie today, Mr. Thomas. It might start with Mr. Thomas, and then it goes to, I love your tie, James. Now it's on a first name basis now. And then he's saying stuff, and then she's like, really? Why your wife won't do this? Why?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Great.
Stroking the ego, and he's thinking,
that makes it hard for a man.
Exactly, and he's thinking, well, she used to do it a long time ago, and she'll go, well, I would never do anything like that to my man. I would always blah 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 blah. Listen, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is why I was saying about Derek Jaxn. I mean, how many times are you gonna listen to that before you succumb to it? I mean, eventually, you got women chasing you all over the stage. You got women chasing you all over backstage. You got women trying to get.
It's impossible, for a man not to at least think about it.
Exactly, exactly, Doc.
That's how they used to say. I never agreed with it, but back in the Sunday school days, like if you thought about it, you did it. Somebody said that. I can't pinpoint who said it, but it's like if you're thinking about it,
you already seen it.
That's what you want to do, bro.
Right.
And I think it's just nature for a man, Or I mean, we wouldn't populate the earth. We wouldn't. Like every time you see a woman, you feel a certain way. It's not the fact that you're married, or that doesn't just turn off when you walk down the aisle and jump the broom, and then all of a sudden this beautiful woman walks in the room, and I'm not gonna raise my eyebrow. Like that's ridiculous. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
like you married, you're not dead, right?
Right.
And
You know what I'm saying?
it's the same if
Yeah.
a woman see a handsome man. I mean, we do that every day as men and women. We see people that are very, very attractive. The thing comes in is when you're married and you know that you are in a commitment and you are at a certain maturity level,
You'll
you
stay
know
out of those situations, but
exactly. You will
it's
not
not
cross the line. You will
100% though.
right when you yeah, for the most part, when you
Just
reach
like a
a
woman, she
yeah.
probably got drunk or what it is. We all got our excuses why things happen,
Right, right. But a lot of times I think sometimes you could be at a certain maturity level and you can truly see a handsome man as a woman, or as a man you could see a beautiful woman, and then it goes in and out. Like if you at that level where you can admire that person and they even say, oh, she's a beautiful woman, and go about your business. It's kind of out of sight, out of mind. When you're there, then you at that maturity level where I think you're at a strong sense of self, of knowing that nothing, especially if you're married, that nothing worth your marriage and what you got and built with your spouse is worth losing over something that you don't know. And that's the part for a lot of men and women, especially men, where the curiosity for them has killed them many times. Curiosity kills the cat, is because you may think about it, but if you cross the line, that's where the problem comes in. Because I see handsome men when I was married all the time, and oh God, he's handsome, but it was out of sight, out of mind type of thing, because I reached a level where I would ask myself, is it worth the risk? Of what I got at home, what I built, what I'm this and that. And a lot of times men will think that they can handle that. And when they cross that line and then realize you have put your marriage, your home, your job, being a father, and a lot of things at risk, men think that they can handle a lot of things that sometimes they can't.
See, this is my point I was trying to make. There's a biological situation going on. Not alone, not even a situation where you are like, you just, oh well, I just deciding to be with. No, there's a biological situation that, especially as men, we're dealing with. When a woman, we can be stimulated on a bunch of different levels, right? We can be stimulated visually. We can be stimulated by the voice of the woman, right? We hear a woman's tone. That could stimulate us, right? So we can use video, audio, right? Visual, audio. What else can stimulate us, man?
Touch,
smell.
Touch, smell.
Touch. I was getting there. Touch, the smell, right? That's why women wear the fragrances that they wear, right? Now, getting to the smell, right? That's gonna lead us into pheromones, right?
Yeah.
Right. So women gonna release pheromones, right? Just going to, when they're around men, they're gonna release pheromones.
You can smell a real woman. I just want to butt in. You can smell. There's levels to this. There's levels.
Well, see, Doctor, what I'm talking about, there's a smell that you can smell where it will resonate with your brain, and it'll resonate with your conscious brain, and then there's a smell you can smell that's going to resonate with your subconscious, right? It's going to resonate with your subconscious, and that is what I'm talking about when I say men are they're at a biological disadvantage when they're around women, because the woman releases these pheromones, right? Now, when your brain when those pheromones hit your nose and it alerts your brain, those pheromones are going to put you in the mentality of reproduction. When we're in the mentality of reproduction, we're not in our right mind. You can't be in your right mind when you're trying to reproduce. Not supposed to be in your right mind. You're supposed to forsake every other thing that you was thinking about doing, and you're supposed to make sure you transfer ownership of your sperm, right? So you can't be in your right mind like that, right? So that's why a lot of us get caught up, because when we're around these women, we haven't practiced the art of, even though they're giving off these pheromones to us, or they're visually stimulating us, or stimulating us in some type of way, we haven't learned the art of having composure. And let's
Moving
say you
around
have
the ring.
composure.
And discipline. Yeah. Composure
Moving,
and discipline.
moving around the ring,
That's why
not
you
getting in
need
the corner.
discipline. That's why you need discipline, because discipline is the learning of how to control oneself in certain situations. You need discipline, right? Because if you don't need to have no discipline, you're just gonna be all over the road all the time, right?
Right.
Oh,
And especially de-discipline, right? Like they talk about in these YouTube streets. And
yeah.
again, like I said, I believe that a man and a woman, but I'm specifically going to talk about a man in that position now. That is, to me, when they have reached a certain maturity where they have that discipline, right? When they have that control, when they can say, that's a beautiful woman, but it's not worth my marriage. It's not worth my job. It's not worth, I'm not going to cross that line, right?
Let me tell you,
Because
it's
I can't miss what I never had. I can't miss
that's
what
what
I
I'm
never
saying.
had, but that's not the thought process that happens a lot of times.
But see, this is what I'm talking about. That's easy to do when ain't nobody coming your way. See, when you got to be the one to step on the gas pedal. That's easy to say. Oh, well, I would say easy, but it's easier.
He's right.
It's easier. But
it's easier when you have to do the hunting rather
exactly
than somebody coming at you.
When you got people coming at you,
like when I gotta go out of my way to do all of this talking,
it ain't worth it, right?
It's not worth it, right?
Right. But what if you got these young girls like you talk about, Patrice, and they coming at you? They coming, they looking good. And I'm gonna use the Dave Chappelle looking good. I mean, half the breasts is hanging out, right? The breasts are popping out of the shirt, right? The butt is popping out of their pants, right? And so they looking, they got the nice curves, they got the nice body, and they got the sultry voice, they got everything going on, and then on top of that, they got the right attitude, right?
Right.
Hey man, whatever you want to do. Hey, Clarence, I'll lick this, I'll suck that, I'll do whatever you want, and I'll keep my mouth shut. All I want you to do is give me a shot. That's all. I mean, if you're hearing that year over year, month over month, week over week, right? Now that's just one woman. Suppose you're doing these seminars with 100 women in the room, 200 women in the room. It's going to be difficult to fight that back for all that time, right? Now, I agree with Rico on this point where Derek Jaxn put himself in a situation because he wanted to be in a situation. Because he thought, hey, man, I'll be able to control this situation. I'll be able to have this part of my life and separate it from the family part of the life. And these worlds will never interconnect.
Well,
right?
he catered to women, and it started with, just him saying stuff on YouTube. Then it went through the book, and then it went to the touring. And he knew you catering to women, you're pandering to women. Who you think gonna be there? A room full of women. And now he in his head, again, he's a man now of a certain stature and power in the community where the women are coming wherever he's touring from all over just to hear him speak, to tell them what kind of man to look out for and what kind of woman you should be, and da 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 da. And we love that, right? Like we love somebody to tell us stuff, right? That honestly we already know. Let's just keep it a beam about that, right? Like most of the stuff that he's saying, we already know this stuff as human beings, right? But that's what they do. So they are flocking. And now he, again, like you said, all is temptation because these type of women are coming around him because they know he's a man too. And women will come around and say, I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be the one to break him. I'm going to be the one. Oh, he going to be attracted to me. Look at all this. Oh, all I got to do is put my femininity on. Look how fine I am. Look at this body. Oh, he can't resist this. And for the most part, men can't. They work them.
You muted up, brother.
You muted, bro.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks, y'all. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is this: Yeah, that happens. That happens. So we got to teach these young guys and whoever wants to listen, rather, that you know, you got to watch what you're doing, especially in the workplace, especially if you have your own business. You got to watch what you're doing, man, and to put it all on. I don't want to put it all on nobody. He did wrong, and the wife. There was some things that the wife was willing to accept that maybe if she wasn't willing to accept those things, maybe he would have been forced to change his behavior, right? But she was willing to accept his behavior, right? Because she felt, and maybe I don't know what she felt, but maybe she felt like, hey, he's been singing me this song that he wants to change. I believe him. I don't know why she would have, but she believed him, right? But shout out to her. Man, she, in my opinion, really wanted the relationship to work. She had some issues, though, about her that he didn't find flattering. And when other people come around, see, man, I'm telling you, you think you know pressure. Y'all out there, y'all think y'all know pressure. Oh, Derek Jaxn, you don't know what pressure is like. That's pressure, man. When these women come running at you hard like that, that is pressure. You got pressure.
Yeah, both plans, and a lot of men say that they want the nice, calm, cool, collected, homey, church lady, that she's pure and she's not the thought, she's not that 304, but then they cheat on that good wife with the 304. They cheat on the good wife with the women that they say they don't want, right? Because a part of them really want them women.
Men are not built for monogamy. We're not, and I think we bent over backwards. Even like for me to be born, and then like this is the way society is. Men have agreed to give this thing a try. But we're not built like that. Women are not built like that. I know tons of men that would agree, when a woman's ovulating, the sex is better, period. And a guy, he wants it every day. It doesn't matter. There's never a day, a guy, let's just say a guy from the age of 20 to 40 years old, I don't think there's ever a day that a guy doesn't want to have sex between that age group.
I agree. If he could have it every day, I agree he would.
I've said it that I've told my girl, like, if I'm in the hospital, you guys need to bring me back. Just jump on me, jokingly.
Right.
Like
yeah,
that,
I would agree with that.
You're never too tired for that. You might not put up a great performance, but you're never too tired for that, and that's just how we're built. Now we've agreed to, the idea of, getting along with society and the way things are running and the way they want to do it, but we're just not built like that. I don't know if that makes sense, but
I
it's
understand
true.
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I think it is some men out here that are built like that, right? I believe it's a lot that aren't. And that's why you get all the other alternative lifestyles, because I believe these are men realizing that I can't just be monogamous to one woman. I can't be faithful and monogamous to one woman. So they are choosing the poly life, and things of that nature. And if that works for them, it works for them, or whatever. But there are men out here that can be monogamous as well. And I think a lot of it has to do
Well,
with,
you can be monogamous, but you're not. Those sparks are not going to stop going off in your head when that woman walks in the door.
oh yeah, I agree. If you see if you take it to that point,
so
and
if
see
that woman presses you, like you're not a man's not attracted to every woman. Some women are you're gonna have to actually go out and hang out with her, you know, to get attracted to her. Some
Right.
is instantaneous. It's like,
Oh yes, yeah. Oh yeah.
like
And,
the
and,
gust
and
of
trust me,
wind came through the room, you know.
and trust me, it's that way with a woman too now. I mean, listen, as a woman, for the most part, if a woman finds a man attractive and there's an interest on both ends, that woman know in that moment whether she want to be with that man in that way. She may not act on it as soon as men do, but she knows. Just like a man know, if you see on a woman that you find attractive and you come at her and she's giving you that same vibe, blah, 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 you immediately know you want to sleep with that woman.
Right.
When women know the same thing, we don't always act on it like that.
But in a woman's situation, that would be more detrimental to the outcome than a man, because
oh yeah, for her, absolutely.
if you have who's ever baby that is, that's the guy that's most likely going to be the one to protect you, and not these other guys. That's why it's not smart for a woman to move like a man. But a man, he can be gone, just like the Derek Jackson guy. If he got, people might think he lost something or whatever, you know. He really ain't lost nothing though, you know. But her, how is she gonna get a man that is gonna be there, provide and protect for Derek Jackson's kids?
Well, it may be a situation where she won't need that man to be a provider for her kids because, you know, with him gaining the wealth that he has a responsibility to still co-parent and financially take care of those children with her. So if she gets another man, she shouldn't get another man to look for him to be a provider for their children necessarily.
Right.
Well,
that was a bad example though. That was a bad example.
He's gonna cream him.
That was a terrible example.
He's gonna cream him. No, that's good, because see, the thing is, who's gonna be there to teach the children from a male perspective? He ain't there now. He's in the house and he ain't there now. He definitely ain't gonna be there.
How do we know that though?
Now, see, I don't know. Yeah, that was gonna say,
How do we know that?
Now listen, because let me say this. I can't say because he's a lousy husband, he's not a good father. I can't say that. I can't say that because there are lots of men that are horrible husbands, but they are good fathers. And now that's true. I know a lot of men that were lousy husbands, but they are excellent fathers.
Okay.
Just because you cheat, that I think if you leave, you're a lousy husband.
He left.
Not if you cheat.
He left. Right? He left.
Well, no, they said he was lousy when he cheated, though. Let's back it up. We got to back it up a little bit. The guy's been lousy for 2 years now, right?
Right.
Before this last couple of days, this developments, you know, he's already been labeled lousy.
I mean,
my question is.
Okay, go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, is that the only thing that constitute, you know, a good guy if he doesn't cheat?
That's
like some people are terrible with money.
No,
you know
no, exactly. No,
some
no,
people
you're
like
right.
they're even more detrimental.
And he may not cheat, exactly.
You know?
He may not cheat, but he might be.
He might have taught his kids how to program computers or something. You know, we're not watching that.
And he might not cheat, but he might be verbally abusive. He might not cheat, but he might be physically abusive.
Exactly.
You know, so it's other ways to be a lousy man and a lousy husband.
There's nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Nothing to do. The fact that he cheated, the only factor that cheating plays into what I'm saying is that the time that he's spending cheating, he could be spending that with the kids. Now, I'm not saying that you're a bad father because you cheated. People make mistakes, man. I'm the one advocating for the guy. I'm saying, hey, I understand why you guys think all these preachers, take the swan dive. Because why? Because they up there teaching and everything, and then there's women that come after them. These women come after and they say no year 1, no year 2, no year 5.
So how is Derek Jackson lousy when you just said that the women are coming at these guys?
I'm not saying he's lousy.
He broke weak. He broke weak. That's how I feel.
That's what I say. But I'm saying that
That's like probably 50% of the other men, at least, probably.
Well,
You know?
yeah, I mean, when it comes to that part of it, he
So
failed.
it's like,
He failed as a husband. How as a, that could not be in a monogamous relationship with his wife as he vowed to do. So that part of it is true, but I can't speak on the father part.
the time that you taken to go give to these other situations, that's time you already, if you and your family are having issues now and you already taken valuable time to go be with other women that you could be spending with your children, prepping them for the hammer you about to drop, then to me, I'm saying, okay, well, he ain't there now. And he was still, they still technically married. He ain't there.
but it doesn't take.
How is that going to improve once the proximity is gone?
But with that, he didn't go out on a drug binge, you know what I'm saying? It didn't come back for weeks because he's with a woman, that takes an hour or two, I mean, let's be honest.
This brother was spending weekends with women.
Or if he's on tour in another city, it's easy to cheat, right? Like he's gone for the weekend.
There you go.
He got a Saturday and a Sunday, tour. Then he hopping on a plane either Sunday night or Monday morning. Then that whole weekend he has been, he's been cheating on his wife. But he can come home on that Monday, take the kids to school, fix them lunch, go to their activities or whatever. Still does not make him a bad father. Even when he's away from home cheating, still, you know what I mean? He still can be in his children's life. Now, if it comes to now he done left the house and now the wife is coming out saying he hasn't paid child support or he's not in his children's lives. He's not being active anymore. Well, see, I didn't hear that, so I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Okay, I'm just looking at the time, Patricia. If he's got time to run around with different women, how does he have time to be in his children's life? Now
there's some neglect there, but I of course there's some continue. I mean, but there's some neglect there because he's a married man and a husband and father. So yes, there's some neglect there because that is always time that he could be with his wife or with his family or with the children. I get what you're saying, but that doesn't. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just saying. There you go. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying if I'm not saying he's a bad father. I'm saying how is it going to improve? He's in the house, quote unquote, now, right? They're quasi separated, whatever. But I'm sure he's got access to these children now. Once the divorce is complete, I'm sure that that his wife is going to get custodial. She's gonna be the custodial parent. I would say that probably be 90% of the odds that she's gonna be the custodial parent.
I would agree with that.
And so he's now gonna be regulated to 1 weekend every other every month, one weekend every other weekend, right?
So who filed though?
Huh?
Who filed?
I think she filed. She filed, I believe.
She filed.
He filed. He said.
Oh, he filed. Okay.
He filed.
Well, yeah, he's done. He's done.
Yeah. So he filed, right?
So what we want to do is make him. I don't know how old the brother is, but let's just say he got another 40 years or 20 years, of this romance that he's not really feeling. I wouldn't sentence nobody to that.
No. I don't think he should stay either. I think he's doing the right thing. I think he's doing the right thing. If this is the lifestyle he wants to pursue, like what you say, if this is what you want to do, then do it. Do that. Okay, I agree with you. Do that, and don't drag your wife through a bunch of lies and drag your children through all of this.
Well, it was the media, though. It was the media that did it because she could have probably already knew about him cheating.
Yeah, she did. I believe so.
Now that the media got it, now they got to make this, thing public. You know what I'm saying?
But Doc, do you think who's going to be the greatest impact? This whole situation is him, her, the media, all of us on YouTube looking at the whole thing, his children. Who do you think out of all them people, this is going to impact the greatest? Of course, it's going to be his children, right? His children going to be the greatest
Well, if you
impact.
do something wrong, do something wrong, and it comes to the light. This is a learning lesson for everybody, you know.
But I'm saying, you're right, Doc. But I'm saying this is going to affect the children the most, right? Because
of course, divorce always when children are involved, it affects them the most. Absolutely.
Point, Patrice. This is my point. So if it's going to affect the children the most, then what we need to do is just be honest. Hey, I'm not a monogamous man. I'm going to be with different women, and I don't want to have. I don't want to keep. But he kept selling his wife the dream. Hey, this is Derek Jaxn, and I'm here, and I'm going to be I made mistakes, but I want to get together. I want to make my relationship work. And sometimes there is. See what
I
happens.
agree, Clarence. That's the part for me is the hypocrisy is because you want to lead on these Christian values, right? But you're totally not. If you if you want to be with multiple women, maybe you need to get in that type of religion that allows for you to have multiple wives or whatever, right? Because they have that out there. Don't preach and say one thing and then you live in a whole total double life here. That's where the hypocrisy came in.
Let me explain this, Patrice. Let me explain this. Okay, so some of guys, especially Christian guys, right? They're in a position where people look up to them and people think, hey, they are actually living what they're out here preaching. They're actually living this lifestyle, right? So, so to get around that, yeah.
And some of them are, it's not all.
The Muslims do it too, but I'm particularly the spotlight is on the Christians because they're the ones that get the most acclaim. They get the most airtime, right? But I'm saying the Christian, so some of those guys, what they got to do is they say, okay, this is going to be the lifestyle I'm living on in the front. Back here, I'm going to have this other kind of lifestyle that I'm able to do behind the scenes. So they always want to have that duality. They always want to have it and be able to step in and have both worlds, be able to step into both worlds whenever they want to, right? And never have the worlds touch each other. But it always happens. As sooner or later, the worlds are going to collide. And then that's when it comes apart. That's when everything comes apart. And that's what they don't understand.
Right. Because again, they think it ain't gonna happen to them. They think they secret, is never gonna come out or anything like that. But when it goes bad and when you get exposed, especially when you're in the public eye like he is, all you got to do is make that side chick piss off. Piss off. They gonna expose the pictures. They gonna expose video. They gonna expose phone conversations. That already happened to him once. And women coming forward left to right because they have something to prove to say, see, this man ain't like y'all think he is.
How many people over and over and over and over? How many of us remember the Tiger Woods debacle?
Oh my God, yeah.
Right? Hi. This is Tiger. Please.
Somebody got to mute. Somebody got to mute.
please delete my number out of your phone. Because my wife got my phone and how many? I mean, it's countless men that have been caught like this, right? Countless men.
And there's going to be countless more. Trust and believe.
Why? Because none of them are listening to us right now, Patrice. None of them are listening to us, right? There's going to be countless more. Let me bring Jay into the conversation. Jay Takashi's in the house. Shout out to Jay Takashi's in the building.
I'm on fumes right now.
What's up, Jay? What's good?
What's good, Sister OG? Still need to do a ride with you and Dr. Hood. That's kind of crazy. That's wild to call you that too, but I understand that's your name. Dr. Shout out to you, man. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm on fumes right now. I just got back in the house. Off work, everything.
And when you're young, when you
10 minutes, and we're gonna shut it down. So give it to
okay. When you're young, you think you're invincible, right? Whether you male or female, when you're young, you think you're invincible and nothing affects you.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
No, she right. I've said that about kids too. But to add real quick before I get to my point, yeah, little kids are stupid about life and death. They think they're invisible, and so when they get older, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like, exactly, and then reality hits. So I will say that. Don't worry, it hits them all, even the dumb ones, at some point. But the whole Derek Jackson actually went. I didn't go on a rant yesterday, but I gave my point to this. To me, he's a piece of fucking shit. That's number one. Because I don't, and he's an idiot. First of all these people who post their relationship on live are like, they're the worst. They're not meant for relationships, personally, for me, because they don't keep their relationship, love or romantic relationships, private. They need to keep that shit separate from life. Like, nobody needs to be knowing your business except y'all two. And I'm not with that. She posted my business out with other people. Like, that's me. But whatever happens between me and my lady, I don't let nobody know our business. That's between and what we settle is what we settle. Now, if it's some nonsense that my mom's going to need to be aware of some shit, then yes, she'll know. But that's very rare will I ever bring my mother into anything. Very rarely. Or my father. But like, that's just getting advice. But this motherfucker, he should get publicly dragged and messed up.
Why, Jay? Why?
Why? Because he cheated on his wife
Why
twice.
is he such a bad guy?
Why is he a bad guy? Because he cheated on his wife. You want me to go further into that? Why? Listen, when you make a commitment, you get married, you freaking hold your vows. You don't freaking do this bullshit. I can do what I want because I make a lot of money. No, the fuck you can't. Because guess what? There's consequences to everything. If I went out and did that, which y'all will be very surprised that I did that, y'all can crucify me, be my guest, because it's just like, yeah, because you contradicted what the fuck you set out to do. Pardon my French. And it cannot be. You cannot take words lightly. Actions and vows and commitment means something. It should not be taken little. I mean, they should not be taken like taking a bottle cap off a freaking bottle, and then I can just throw it out wherever I want to do. Like, no, I'm gonna forget to throw that in the trash. There's a consequence to that. You're littering. So whenever you do something this big of a magnitude with having children with someone and someone that you have lived a life with, because like I said, if you introduce them to your mom and your dad and you decide to do some F-boy stuff and cheat on them, you're the worst kind of person. Now, granted, you have to take care of those kids that y'all made together, so yes. But other than that, I'm gonna be real. This is just me. Other than that, you can get your ass beat. I'm gonna be real about that. Because you're messing with the significant other and messing their brains up. I would never do that to my lady. And I'll actually give you guys a quick example, because I know you're about to end this. Let me give you an example, because I want everybody to think, because people don't think I'm capping, but this is the actual truth. All my boys who are married to their ladies, I am not attracted to them. I see them. I'm not gonna say I see them as ugly, because that just ain't right to say that. That's disrespectful. Because that's disrespect. I see them as not attractive because they are my significant other brother's partner. That's what that is. And the thing is, for me, I would never do anything to betray them, to like look at their wives in that type of way. Those are my sisters at that point. Once they've done it, like, you're my sister. Now whatever. Now if you have some type of feeling for me, I will let my brother know right away, because I'm not doing this bullshit. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to let you ruin that relationship I have with my brother. That to ruin that. And also, my sister's in-law know that my brothers would never cheat, because they're committed. They haven't done anything of noteworthy to do that. And honestly, some of them don't even use social media at all at this point. It's just more so whatever they do, they keep together and they talk about it. If there's an issue they have, they talk. They don't. I told them never to inform me. You talk to your significant other. I've told them all. I actually told all my brothers, don't tell me any of your shit. You and your lady figure that out. That's simple. That's how that works. You keep outside influences outside your business. That's simple.
Okay.
But would you agree? He's a piece of shit. He can get his ass beat and take care of them kids. That's simple. But he can't die.
Can I challenge you on something, Jay?
Say what?
Can I challenge you on something?
Go ahead, be my guest.
Okay, I agree that what he did was that was awful.
He did it twice, and
He did it twice. Well, twice that we know about.
Yeah.
Right, bro, class. What's that pastor name? Oh, John Gray. Look what he keep doing over and over and over and over again, getting caught cheating on his wife. Pastor John Gray.
He a pastor?
He's a habitual cheater.
Yeah.
Like my headband right here, bro. Like my beanie hat right now. This is funny right now.
So, because see here, look, this is what I'm trying to get across. Yes, it's bad. It's bad what he did, and I'm not saying he should. We should say, oh well, it's no big deal. He did it. No, what I'm saying is, any one of us could fall down and slip on a banana peel. If a banana peel is out there, any one of us could slip on it. And so I agree. Whatever's coming for him down the pipe, in relationship to what he did, that's on him, right?
Yeah, that's my thought.
I just don't understand why people are saying that. He condemning him to, trying to put him in front of the firing squad. Like why? What did he do?
Okay, not the fire squad. I didn't say all that. I said beat up. I didn't say dead. Okay, listen, because remember, they got kids, right? So you need to follow her around. Like, listen, I'm not into condemning you for taking care of those kids. You got to take care of those kids regardless.
Okay.
Because you had babies with that woman. So that's why I said keep them alive till they up and out of the house, all that stuff. They've been taken care of, all that. And then you could probably hose him after that. But I'm not talking about exiting him off this earth right now because he has kids to take care of.
Why? Because anybody could make that mistake, in my opinion.
Brother Clarence, I want to give you a caveat. I finally tell you guys that I'm finally getting married to the woman of my dreams. I've introduced her to my mom, my dad. I've made babies with this woman, and I'm holding the vows. Now I ain't getting married in America. This is gonna be in Japan. Screw that. That happened. Right. But I'm gonna follow every bit of thing. I see another gorgeous woman walk past me. What do you think? Because I am married to my lady, I have everything that I want. I'm gonna be real. Think about this in my brain. Why the hell would I jeopardize something good that I got going on? Even on some days we get on some of each other's nerves, but we still love each other and things like that. Why the hell would I think? I want you to ask me, why would I fuck that up?
But that's you.
Because I want longevity.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is that's you. That's you. And that's you saying that, but you ain't got 10, 15 women running at you every time you sit down and talk to.
And if I did, honestly, I would hose them. Not with fire, with water.
Okay. First time, the first month, the first year.
They gonna hold them down with water. Get away.
No, not hold me down. I'm getting the firefighters. I'm like, yo, hose these chicks.
But what I'm saying is,
hose these girls. Get them off me.
There was an old cartoon that said, "How many licks does it take to get to the center?"
To the center of a Tootsie Pop. Yeah.
Right? Okay. My question is, how many times do you say no before you finally break down and say yes? How many
times? If I'm married, no, never. If I'm not married, then yes, all the time.
Okay, so that's easy to say. I'm
being funny when I say that, but like,
I'm about to say, it's easy to say from someone that's not married, because you cannot interpret the situation from a situation where you've been married to somebody 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and some of the sparkle is kind of gone off the reservation, right?
Right.
So these kind of traps people can fall into. Now, has he been married that long? No, he's only been married for 5 years, man. Only been married for 5 years. So, but he's been with this chick for a while. He's been off and on or whatever, or been dragging her along or whatever, stringing her along, whatever. Oh, I'm gonna marry you, whatever, right? And he finally, he had to put up a shut up in 2018, right? And I hear what you're saying, Sim, but I'm not saying he fell into it. What I'm saying is he put himself in a position where he had no chance to win. He had no chance to win. And if you don't have the discipline, that's good. Man, I'm trying to tell y'all never know what it's like. Why these pastors fall down, man, because women are literally throwing themselves at them. They got somebody at home that's saying, that's towing the Christian line. Okay, we're going to get wild and crazy. You know, I'm going to lift my leg up when we do a missionary style. Right? We're going to get wild and crazy. Right?
Brother Curtis, but what you're saying is, I think it pertains to men who have lack of discipline more often than not. And like I said, for a lot of men, I understand that's hard to do, but at the same time, bro, preoccupy yourself. If you have everything you want, like I said, you're not going to jeopardize over something stupid over a freaking woman that across the street. Because the thing is,
that's my exact point. If you have everything you want, you probably won't do that, right? That's my exact point. So obviously, what he wanted was not at home, right? Because if he wanted that, he would have been able to say no more often than he did, right? So obviously, that even though he loved this woman and he had her and he protected her and he put her in a place and he paid her bills and he did all this stuff, gave her a house, gave her a car, whatever, right? He still had these desires that she wasn't able to extinguish. Yeah. And so then, like I've been saying, when desire meets opportunity, that's when the wheels gonna start moving. And so when he had this desire for some type of situation, and the opportunity presented itself with these women, presenting the opportunity for him to have what he had a longing for in his heart, that his wife is just not able, because she don't have that kind of continence where she's going to be able to ramp up sexual tension. In my opinion, she just don't have that kind of continence. So therefore, the other women did have that continence. They were able to do it, and they presented themselves as such. Therefore, he took advantage of that.
Okay. Now, I do want two things actually. One, shout out to Sima RR. Yeah, he says, I'm with Jay, dude cheated, and for that he a sucker. And one of my favorite sayings is that I learned from a brother from Texas: don't be a sucker and you won't get licked. That's simple.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite advices that I got told.
Don't be a sucker, you won't get licked.
And here's another one, Brother Clarence. The most important lesson for man and woman. This is for the ladies. Thank you to Whitney Houston for saying this. The most important lesson you will ever learn in your life is CYA. Cover your ass.
Right.
If you're gonna do dirt, don't get caught. But my advice is just don't do dirt.
Most people that do it don't think they're gonna get caught. That's the problem. Most people that do it don't think they're gonna get caught. But when you are a public figure in the public eye, whether it be on social media, you've gotten famous or whatever, like his brother have, or pastors or celebrities or anybody, that's in the public eye, and you are literally showcasing your relationship or your marriage on social media, which actually he never really showed his wife or anything like that, but he was a quote unquote relationship guru, right? So you're talking about relationships, and then they find out you're married and you're doing all this nefarious stuff.
That's what he could expect.
But he could expect what he's getting and coming to it. It's just unfortunate that the wife ended up being collateral damage in it.
Mm-hmm. And she shouldn't have been that.
And felt that she had to defend herself the way that she did. But, social media is a cruel world out there, right? So just like that other couple, the Truth, y'all don't know if y'all know, they got wealthy from selling products on social media, Facebook, Instagram. The Truth, and now him and his wife ain't together, and to watch their marriage unfold and be toxic and drama on social media. Just they would go live every time they was fighting. The police was called. It was crazy, and so much of their marriage got exposed. So when you live a life of openness, because people saw
for the world of view.
Right, people saw when it was great. Oh my God, y'all such a good couple. But guess what? That brother could not. He gave in to the women that were sliding in his DMs. Then he started sliding in their DMs, and then he started having multiple affairs, and he got caught.
And that's my thing too. I think I'll say this because I think this is very important to be said. I've said don't let the world know your relationship or whatever. That is, like I said, everything should be behind closed doors more often than between you two. That's the point of relationship and a marriage more often than not, especially marriage couple. Like I said, no one should know your business. That's between y'all two. Said it before earlier. But the thing is, close your goddamn mouth. Stop posting shit.
But these couples,
I hate to have to be this blunt with it, but I'm like, stop posting shit.
But
like,
these couples are living
kids,
their life out loud. They are living their relationships and marriages out loud on social media and on reality TV. And when it get exposed, when it goes left, and it usually always do, and it's usually always because the man end up cheating on the wife, and even on reality TV or even on social media. Because when you got hundreds of thousands of followers, trust me, these women are in your DM. You're in their DM. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the thing is, I think it's best that you stay away from all social media.
And the men always give in, and they always get exposed. And now your marriage is not all what it seems to people. They're realizing that you're relatable. You're no better than the average person who's married, whose husband cheat on them, that may be a banker and a secretary or whatever. Like you're no better. You try to live this perfect life, or they have this perfect marriage on social media. But guess what? Your husband is human, and he cheated on you, and he did it. So you're no better than me. And people like to see that, right? So they live a facade of, I thought you were perfect, and now look at you. See, you're a piece of crap too, because you did this. And people love to see that because they say, they know better than the average regular smegular. They just got celebrity off of social media, or celebrity off of reality show, or because they are a celebrity, but they are the same.
Yeah, I think they have to really, like I said, I think I'll say this: if you're popular, popular, if you have any notoriety to your name and things like that, you like for example, I use this because he ain't black, but notice this: nobody knows nothing about Leonardo DiCaprio. You want to know why that is? Because he don't post shit. He keeps everything separate. His private life, you know nothing about.
I wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, well, he was a pistol.
He
got a reputation. Yeah, he got a reputation of going with a lot of women. Now, Leonardo. Yeah. No, you're right. Now I give you that, but he
can do that. That's fine.
Had his fair share of women. Now, like
yeah. But the thing is, you still don't know anything about him. Like if he's like conniving, none of that. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about him. That's why I kind of respect him more so of what he's doing. But like the thing is, the dude ain't married, so he could do that. That's fine. I guess like as long as it's not like some famous person or anything like that, then it will obviously get out and get around.
Right. He's not
if
married.
It's like a nobody, then
He's
it's just like
married,
yeah, no one's gonna care. Yeah, if she's a nobody, but that's the world we live in now, where it's just become not a chore, but like a hobby to follow the celebs and congratulate them on their marriages, or like just paint this picture that posting a relationship on there is all that, like Tia Murray and all that stuff.
Yeah, and Erica Mena and Safari, like everybody knew Safari's reputation before he got married. When he was with Nicki Minaj, he was cheating, habitual cheat. These women get with these guys thinking that they gonna change them, or they gonna be the one and make them stop cheating, and then they'll wife them. They'll wife them, but the behavior is gonna still continue. If he was cheating on all these other girlfriends, and just because he wifed you think he's gonna stop cheating? No, he's not gonna stop cheating.
Right. Exactly. Like the thing is, like I've always said this before, if you never had the habit for cheating, then you're not going to cheat. If you did, yeah, it's always there. Like I said, depends. I know we've always said people can always change their ways, but I don't know. That's very seldom. Like it's very minute. The fact that you guys went over pastors doing this stuff, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's John.
I wouldn't go to that church.
Gray, Pastor
you have to
John
say.
Gray, like, dude, like for real, he done got caught multiple times. You know, cheating on his wife. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, it's crazy.
If
It's
kids
crazy.
were involved, then I'm sorry. Then you have to get your ass whipped for me when you do that. I'm sorry. I'm of that nature. If their kids weren't involved, but even then, you still mess up. Like, she's jaded now from you doing that, or you cheat on this dude and now he's jaded in the sense like, okay, try to go on to the next one. Trust me, man. People will understand when you you're muted, brother. But people gotta understand when you go to new relationships like this, you gotta, like, what's the word? Flesh this bitch out before going to a new one.
Let me ask you a question. Since you think that Derek Jaxn, you know, like you said, that you know, the dude should get beat down for cheating on his wife, right?
Yeah.
Do you think a female should get beat down for cheating on her husband?
I knew you was gonna ask that. By the ladies, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like the family, like I just.
Well, actually, by the guys too, because the ladies get on the men.
I didn't say that.
The ladies.
Let me mute Patrice. Patrice talking crazy.
Go, OG, go, OG.
Patrice is talking crazy now. Patrice is talking crazy now.
No, I want to hear what she has to say. I want the sister say the man.
I spoke out when you know, when Nia Long's husband got reprimanded, lost his job, all this stuff, but nothing happened to the woman. I'm like, but you know, and you hear, and I get it, you know, women saying, oh, Nia Long didn't deserve that, and I get it. But I was like, but y'all ain't saying nothing about the woman who was married that cheated on her husband with him, with Nia Long's, you know, her husband. So, like, what about her and what she did to Nia? She did something too. You know, so yeah, as a woman, like, yeah, the women, unfortunately, the women don't get the slack.
Sympathizers, my bad. That's the word, sympathizers, I guess.
Okay, now let me ask y'all a question. Okay, so y'all saying y'all did something. Now, what good is going to come out of violently dealing with these people?
Violent? I'm not for violence.
We're not for violence. We just listen, I'm just saying.
I'm a non-violent person.
Right. Okay. Okay. So let me be real. Okay. I don't listen.
Okay, we're gonna pretend that that's true, right? So now we're gonna ask y'all, what would be the gain? Let's take Derek Jaxn, right? Cheated on his wife several times, right? You know, now what we know, what we don't know is if he's been like physically. Now that's a different story for me. For what? Now you got Vaughn coming up here.
Brother Vaughn. I'm curious to what he's gonna say.
All right,
the brother of Denzel Washington. I'm kidding. Well, actually, not brother. I'm sorry. He's Morgan Freeman's cousin. That's what I said. Morgan Freeman's
cousin. Who?
No. Von Bryant, because of his voice.
Oh yeah. All right. So
I always give him that.
But what I'm saying is, y'all, to not to take away responsibility from Derek Jaxn, but at the same time to understand for the brothers, to help the brother don't make this mistake no more. Because if we
I think he can be helped. I don't think he can be helped. Be real. It's one thing when it's listen. I'll be real. It's one thing when you do it one time, but even then, I'm not gonna cheat ever. I don't give a damn who it is. But it's one thing you do it one time. When you do it a second time, I'm sorry, bro. Get the freak out of here, bro.
Well, and sometimes I think it's a deeper problem with men too. Sometimes men need to dig deeper as to see why they are habitual cheaters. Do they have issues with women? You know, like sometimes it's deeper than that. Sometimes it actually could be a sex addiction too. It's issues that men need to deal with as to why they keep continuously being habitual cheaters. You know what I mean?
But I think
RRP said he didn't make no mistake.
You're right. But in my opinion, having talked to lots of different men, in my opinion, the main reason why most men cheat is because they want something that the wife is not able to produce at the house. and there's something that they're looking for that they have the wife, and the wife serves many purposes. She's probably 85% of what he wants. But it's that 15%, it's that 10% that.
Well, bro, I told you what Chris Rock said. He said for the most part, it's because men want something new. They challenge, especially if I done been with this woman for 20, 30 years. No, I'm saying, but that is a point to take into consideration that men, they do think, oh, I've been with one woman for 30 years. I ain't never did nothing else outside of that since before I started dating with her. Here this young, fresh thing coming along. I got a chance to hit this. Maybe if I do it one time, might think, you might get away with it and just chunk it up to, God forgive me, God forgive me. Men reason in their mind for a lot of reasons why they cross that line, right?
It's like Dr. Dre said. It's like Dr. Dre said. Dr. Dre said, all them nights I wanted a woman and I couldn't get one. Now I can have any woman I want. I can have any woman I want.
Just don't get married.
Yeah, don't let them get celebrity, position, power, and money. Oh yes, and they throwing it at them even more then.
Right. So that's what. So this is why I'm telling y'all that anybody could fall over on a banana peel. So, but y'all, let me let Vaughn come in here and drop something because Vaughn, they're not feeling me today, Vaughn. So come
not feeling me.
Yeah.
You've been on for 5 hours.
Well, I get exactly what you're saying, Brother Clarence, and
I get what he's saying.
Listen, why make a vow and renege on it?
Agreed.
Come on. If you're going to be a man of your word, be a man of your word.
Exactly.
And then if there are some deal breakers, if there are some things that makes you feel like you don't want to continue in the relationship, well, be a gentleman about it, and there's a way to exit out of that. You see what I'm saying? But you don't have to be bogus. You don't have to be bogus in your actions. You know what I'm saying? I didn't just make a vow to my wife, but I also made a vow to the Lord when we stood up there. See?
Lord.
Do you promise? Do you promise? Right? So I don't know. I think we get a little sidetracked and me personally, listen, I'm a man. See? The spirit is willing, but the flesh can oftentimes be weak. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
So why would I put myself in a position to fail?
But that's the point, Vaughn. He didn't know. He don't know he's putting himself in a position. He thinks he's putting himself in a position to win.
Listen. We can't just keep covering up. Listen, we are grown men.
Thank you.
We are not children. You see what I'm saying? We know exactly what we're doing and how we're moving. Why are we trying to placate this situation and make it seem like, oh, well, I just didn't know. I slipped and fell on it. No, that doesn't happen.
Y'all not understanding what I'm saying.
Really quick,
you
go ahead.
guys are hearing my words, but not understanding what I'm saying. I am never at one point ever going to excuse his behavior. I'm not excusing.
You didn't excuse it. Yeah, you didn't excuse it.
I'm not saying that you excused it. I'm just speaking on those.
I'm not trying to. All I'm saying is that this is not something that anybody. This is not something that's very. You got to be a certain kind of person to have this happen. This can happen to anybody.
And listen, Brother Clarence, this is what I was saying as well. Okay, because I'm human. I'm fleshy. See what I'm saying? I can't go to the titty bar Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and hang out there. See what I'm saying?
Wait, no, who bar?
I'm just trying to be honest.
Easy, Patrice.
Listen, I'm trying to be honest. I'm setting myself up for failure in my relationship. Do you see what I'm saying? But in all honesty, I'm setting myself up for failure in my relationship.
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying? Now, some people say, well, I use it as stimulus, so that the stimuli, so that when I do come home to my wife, I'm able to do what I need to do with her. No, but you're still setting yourself up for failure. You know, what would make me think that with this fleshly body that I have, and you rub up on me at the titty bar, you see what I'm saying? That there's not going to be any type of reaction.
Boy, you got a lot of information about the titty bar.
With my wife at home, with my wife at home, with my wife sitting at home, and I'm in the titty bar. Come on now. So what we do, so realistically, Brother Clarence, what we do is oftentimes we think that we can withstand some of these temptations because our ego and our head has gotten swollen. You see what I'm saying? So, oh no, I can go and be a part of this and that, and it's not going to deter me from my marital relationship.
That was all I was pointing out. I'm not forgiving the guy, but we have to acknowledge that this can happen so that other guys won't think Derek Jaxn is an exception.
Well, let me tell you, I could slip up and fall too. Let me tell you something. I could slip up and fall too. You know, there was a time when I had a substance abuse issue. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And in order for me to be successful at overcoming that, I had to remove myself from those situations.
Correct.
See what I'm saying? Yes. You can't love crack and then hang out at the crack house.
Right.
Trying to, overcome it.
Right.
And so it is when it comes to our marital relationships. We are human. We are men. We are apt to fall. Listen, the Bible says that we have all sinned and come short of the glory of God. None of us are above slipping and sliding and falling. See, but although we fall, we get up. That's what we're supposed to do. Now, if it's a simple mistake and your wife is willing to acknowledge that, hey, there was an indiscretion and, what are you going to do about it? Is this going to be something that's going to be habitual or, a habit? Am I supposed to sit here and watch you just, go out on me and do all these other things? And I'm supposed to sit here and be wifey? No, come on. And then here's another thing that I wanted to add to the conversation was this. A lot of time, and listen, I'm never the person to get up here, and I've been married 21 years. I'm never the type of person to get up here and try to convey to you that my relationship has been perfect all 21 years. No, I'm not doing that. Let's be realistic.
Sure.
We've had some ups, we had some downs. We've had some happy, we've had some sad. See what I'm saying? But at the same time, we made a vow to each other. You see, and we are diligent in holding that vow. Now, some people, the vow is really not no big deal. It's something that you can, just overlook and haphazardly, discard whenever you want to. And see, that's just not correct. And I'm so tired of these hypocritical people getting up here, calling themselves some type of guru, trying to give everybody relationship advice when your own marriage is failing. See what I'm saying? We can't see inside of your house. But guess what? What you do in the dark, eventually, that shit is going to come to the light.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? You can play with it all you want. But see, God will expose you.
Yeah.
When you're pretending, when you're being pretentious, when you're being hypocritical, And so I have no judgment for this, brother, because see, listen, we can all slip. You know what I'm saying? I believe there's a scripture that talks about, hey, if you find a brother in a fault, those of us who are spiritual, we have to, restore them.
That's what
with love and meekness. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, brother. That's why I want to bring it to light, because I don't want to see what a lot of our younger brothers may do is they may look at this situation and say, "Oh, that could never happen to me. I could do this, and it couldn't happen to me because I'm not a bad guy like Derek Jaxn.
Yeah.
Derek Jaxn, he's an a-hole. Yeah. And see, so that's how come he fell and he slipped and tripped because he's.
But we all have a-hole moments. Come on. You see what I'm saying?
A lot of our younger brothers don't realize it, right?
Yeah, we all have a-hole moments.
Have y'all ever heard him speak? He speaks
like the rules don't apply to him, they apply to everybody else. It's not, don't do what I do, do what I say do. And that's very narcissistic, and that is the problem.
I'm not listening. I'm sorry, I'm not listening to a fool who cheated on his wife. Why do I listen to that?
That is the screams hypocrisy. But the reason why I'm saying this, y'all, is because I want these young guys to understand this can happen to you. So you need to. This can happen to you too.
Right, you're talking about a wife cheating on us. I can understand that.
Well, exactly. And listen.
Out here looking for this.
It could happen to me if I continue to put myself in harm's way. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Even if
let's
you don't
be realistic.
Even if you don't put yourself in harm's way, somebody could come along and if we're not vigilant, and disciplined, man, we can get
and see
that's
down. And see, Brother Clarence, that's exactly what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? I didn't get to where I'm at just by being all willy-nilly.
Right.
I've learned how to have self-discipline. You see what I'm saying?
What I'm saying, you and me, we old soldiers in this war, right? We've been there. We know we can see trouble coming 100 miles away, right?
Right.
But some of these guys, man, they've been in relationships. They don't know.
Exactly.
They don't know how to maneuver, and they trying to maneuver, and they say to themselves, "Oh, that's Derek Jaxn." See, Derek Jaxn is different. He's always been a hole or jerk or whatever, right? He's always been like that. See, that would never happen to me. And that's, in my opinion, that's the wrong attitude.
And see, that's where we. Listen.
I should be prepared when it comes. If and when that comes my way, I'll be prepared on how I'm gonna handle it, as opposed to this will never happen, because it's easy to say when a lot of women ain't. Let's take Jay Takashi for example, right?
Go ahead.
Jay Takashi, right? Jay Takashi gets himself together, man. Now he's rolling in dough. Goes over to Japan, and in Japan they say that black dudes are premium, right? Say he goes, he picks this one Japanese chick to spend most of his time with, right? But her friend wants to get to know him, and her friend's friends want to get to know him, and other women want to get to know him, and they come at Jay, and Jay says no. Year one. The next year, Jay he may start a YouTube page over there, and he gets a following. They all in his DMs. Jay says no, year two, no, year three, no, year four. At what point, with all that pressure, would it break? See, that's what I'm saying. So we are taking a person that has all this pressure on him for this situation and putting him in a situation like we're in, where we got to go. See, we thinking about it like a person that have to chase it. When it's coming at you directly, that's a whole different ballgame. That's all I'm saying, y'all. I'm just saying,
Well, listen. I get what you're saying.
I get what he's
saying. I get what you're saying when it's coming at you and you're not coming at it. But see, listen. Oh, but you know what? And I'm a firm believer in the scriptures, and you know that. And the Bible said that with every temptation, God's not going to put a temptation or put that out there of something that you really can't bear. But with the temptation, He will provide a way of escape. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of times, oftentimes, we don't choose to take that route of escape, because sometimes you literally, and please, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. Sometimes you literally have to remove yourself from the situation.
Yeah, just
because it's coming at you doesn't mean that there's not a way, there's not a route for you to remove yourself. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just throwing that out there. But a lot of times, because the flesh is weak and the way that it comes at you, come on now, we're human. We're going to slip and we're going to fall. You see what I'm saying? We're going to slip and we're going to fall, and it happens. But I regard my relationship with my wife so much till I'm not willing to put myself in any of those positions.
Right.
Even on the job. When I have to converse and deal with females on the job, there's certain jokes I'm not going to do. There's certain ways I'm not going to allow you to speak to me. There's certain, I don't get in your clique. I'm here to do a job. See what I'm saying? Because I know we can all get caught up in the bullshit, right?
That's me. See, this is my point, Vaughn. That's me and you. That's
Yep.
me and you and guys that knows better. We've seen people get walked out, like Patricia, like Rico was saying. We've seen people get walked out, right, of the job because they just did something stupid. We've
Wow.
seen this stuff. We've learned, but there's a lot of these young guys, man, that they
And
don't.
listen. I have watched one lady on the job in the workplace get 4 gentlemen terminated because she said that they were sexually harassing her.
Yeah.
Right.
And she was just as bogus as all get out. You see what I'm saying? And I would tell the newcomers, I wouldn't say her name, but I say beware of these females on here, man, because they'll get you caught up.
Yeah.
No, you gotta tell me which one it is,
And they'll have you thrown out. No, but see, here's the thing.
Hey,
Well, no. Listen. The reason why I don't say names is because when you get familiar with them and get up under their wiles, and you say, "Well, yeah, Vaughn said this and that." No. I'm a little wiser than that. I don't play those kind of games. I'm going to make a general statement. Listen, I'm going to make a general statement, and then you have to figure it out. Come on, you're grown. You're an adult.
Right.
Come on now.
That's true.
I don't have to always spell it out for you.
See, this, in my opinion, this is where we make a mistake. We think out of these dudes, because they're 6'2", they're a grown man, they play football, basketball, they got a college degree, that they're a man. Some of these guys ain't men, man. They still emotionally they're children, and sometimes they need to be educated on how to be. Now, everybody has heard that what you just said, Vaughn, right? If you ask anyway, there's always an old black man at the job say, "Better watch out for these women."
Wait. You calling me an old black man? Wait a minute, what's going on? Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
I mean, a more mature black. How about that? How about that?
I'm seasoned. I'm seasoned, not old.
Right? There's always one of us out there. I remember I used to joke with the dude at my job when we was young, when the old dudes used to tell us that, right? And then about a year or two ago, I was hitting one of them and said, "Hey, well, we're them old men now, man. We out there telling these dudes, stay away from this, stay away from that. Watch out for this, watch out for that."
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. You're right.
But see, we all in I think we all in agreement that was a horrible thing that he did.
Yeah.
I think that we don't have no. I think the only place that we having a little I wouldn't say we having a disagreement, but we have.
But see, Brother Clarence, some of these sisters need to also be, aware that don't allow people to take advantage of you. If they show you who they are once, and if you do, have that proclivity to forgive, you see what I'm saying? But then they step out again. Come on, now you need to re-examine that relationship. Are they really serious about it?
It's hard, Vaughn.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree, Vaughn, because at some point,
listen.
At what point, why are we gonna keep making excuses and even them, using the excuse of their religion to fall back on? Like, at what point are we gonna say, okay, dude, you can't even do that. Like, you can't even blame it on that and all, because at some point when you are habitual with it, you're intentional with it. Let's be real about that. You're intentional with it.
Very true. Very true.
Don't care. You don't care how you affecting everyone else so much that you get messy and sloppy with it, right? At least I'll give it to a guy that tries to at least keep it away from his family and his children. But now it comes out, man, and who's going to be affected the most from all this moving around? Who's going to be affected the most? The children, obviously, right?
Kids, and that's why I say he a fucking clown.
Yeah, and I just want to say to New Growth, you're right. Yeah, I had to find a route, and not just me, but a lot of people need to find the route. What is the route for your success? What is the route that's going to make your relationship work? Now, if you're willing to do the work, then you may have better outcomes.
That's it, man. But you got to be willing.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really trying to get up here to disagree with anyone.
No,
I'm just,
you're giving your point.
I'm just simply stating some things that I've learned in my life.
But do you agree that
you're too wise beyond your years?
One of the major things, a major reason why you are so successful at being able to walk away from the substance situation is because of the desire you had and the drive you had to make sure it was going to happen that way, right? You had to have that desire, right? I could tell you all day, Vaughn, you need to leave this alone, you need to leave that alone, but it ain't going to do nothing until you have that desire to make that change, right?
Exactly.
So that comes with maturity sometimes as well as experience, right? And so this young man, I don't think had the maturity or the experience to understand, hey, you putting yourself in a bad situation here. On top of that, you singing a song that you ain't dancing to. You singing this song, you making everybody else dance to this song.
Yeah, see that part.
So
exactly.
You're gonna really look bad when the balloon pops. You're gonna really look bad, right?
I'm gonna be real.
What's happening now, and now his children gonna pay for it, which is an awful thing, right? His wife, yeah, she's gonna pay for it too, right? Because I think it was a little bit of naivete on her part that he was gonna change. Because I agree with you guys on that. That was a lot of naiveness on her part. Oh, he's still telling me he wants to be he wants his family, he wants this and wants that, but he's gone for a week at a time. He's gone on the weekends. How's that gonna work? How you gonna?
Unless that was
you're supposed to put more time in when you try to put it back together. You're supposed to put more time into the family, right?
I ain't gonna lie. If I'm away from the family, which I never want to be, it's only gonna be for business, and that's it. And then get the hell back, get back to my lady as quick as possible.
It. Exactly.
He was slipping this stuff in on the business.
And that's an intentional effort on men when they care and love their wives, their children, their family, what they built, what they all they have at risk. When they genuinely want it, they do it intentionally, just like the men that cross the line. If they do it habitually, it becomes a point where it's intentional, and they need to get therapy. They need to get counseling, something, because it's something else within them that's making them continuously be a habitual cheater.
And not even just that.
Wow.
I'm good. I'm taking
Okay, let me ask you a question.
and all that other things that come with that.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You too, Jay. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Okay, you're in a long-term relationship with someone, right? Or marriage, right? So you're in a situation, and you say, "Hey, could you wear these wigs for me? I like women that wear these wigs." Whatever. I'm just using a wig as that's just a
domination foreplay.
Whatever the person say, hey, could you do this? I would find this would bump up the arousal between you and I if you started doing X, Y, Z. And what if the woman says, no, that's not, because I'm a Christian, or I'm a this, I'm a Muslim, I'm a this. I can't do that. That's going to be, I'm not a vain person, right? Or that falls outside of my marital duties, right? Okay, so the guy says, okay, I got to accept that, right? Because I got these children, I got these properties with you, I got this business, I got all of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
What should happen then? Now, I'm not saying somebody should cheat, but can we
I feel you're going to go that way, but okay.
Can we understand that these things may happen? Or what should be an option?
Yes, like, of course it may happen, but it's like,
of course, listen, come on now. Of course things can happen. Of course things can happen. Yeah. Especially when you put yourself in the position for them to happen. And especially when the temptation comes to you, as you say, and you don't remove yourself.
Come on. How you gonna remove yourself, Bond? That's your business.
Oh, listen, I have a family sitting right here where I'm at. Believe me, I'm gonna figure out how to remove myself because of my love and my dedication for my family.
Okay.
So what are we talking about? Are we talking about we're just listen? Are we saying that we're just, as men, we're so beguiled to where we don't have any strength or power in God?
No, I'm saying what you're saying to the nth degree. I'm saying you have to recognize first that this is a situation that can happen. If you don't recognize
Brother Clarence, listen.
But I do think,
Brother Clarence, I agree with you that these things could happen. I'm sorry, Patrice.
I'm sorry, Vaughn. Go ahead.
Yeah, listen, I agree with what you're saying, Brother Clarence, where these things could happen. Of course, we need to acknowledge that. I would be a fool not to acknowledge that. I just acknowledged it earlier in the conversation. If I'm at the titty bar Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, leaving my wife at home, I'm apt to be tempted, and I'm putting myself in harm's
Eventually,
way to
it's
fail.
coming. Exactly. Eventually, and I will say too, I've heard a lot of men use the excuse of, men just not built to be monogamous. I think Dr. Hood said it earlier. I think they use all these different things as excuses to say to cheat too. I do
Well,
think men use certain excuses to cheat as well.
Like what, Patrice?
Like what Dr. Hood said, they're like we're not meant to be monogamous, or we're dogs by nature. I mean, you've heard men say all kind of. I think that those are excuses that they want to say sometimes to actually have a reason to cheat.
Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question then. So if we're not apt to be in a monogamous relationship, then why would you stand up before God and everybody else and make that vow to be monogamous?
That part. That's why I say
let's keep it a buck and 100, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why I say be in a marriage that accepts multiple wives.
If it's not for you, then do something else.
Not be monogamous. Thank you. Because they use it as an excuse. They use it as an excuse.
Let me explain that to you guys. Will you guys give me a moment to explain that to you? Why men do that? Let me explain it to you. Because men want that. You follow what I'm saying? They want that. The woman wants that, so the man wants to want that. Even though he doesn't really want that by itself. He wants to have that and his other desires to be fulfilled. But he wants to be with just one woman. He wants to want that. Even though he don't really want that, he wants to want it because she wants that. And he feels like if I want that too, then she's going to be happier if I want it too, or it appears that I want that too.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Or he may feel that if I don't act like I want it, I'm going to lose her.
Well, that's exactly what it is. He don't want to lose her, so he wants to want it. He wants to want it. I want to be what she wants me to be. She wants this. I want to give this to her, but I don't have it in my heart. This is not in my heart. What's in my heart is half of that and half of the street.
Well, then that's a form.
So then why would you put a person in a situation?
That's a form of deception.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
This is why they do that. They think at some point they'll be able to walk off the plantation. They think at some point they're going to be able to say, okay, I'm done. They're going to be able to cash the chips in and say, I'm done with this lifestyle. I'm ready to move on over here. And being with this woman is going to help me get there. Right. But sometimes it works and sometimes it don't work. And this is one of the times where it just didn't work. John Gray, that's the time it just didn't work. Eddie Long, it just didn't work.
Right here?
Right.
It just didn't work because that's not, see, I keep telling y'all, man, people got hidden desires, man. They got desires that they got that are deep in them. And once, and they're not going to come up until
obviously, and they ain't even sharing them with their wives, and that's why they going outside the marriage to do them, because they not sharing that desire with their spouse.
Listen, let me finish this, y'all. They've got desires that only thing that's going to make this desire come up is the opportunity for its extinguishment.
Okay.
You understand? The subconscious is keeping track of this desire. The conscious is not. So when the opportunity to extinguish this desire comes up, the subconscious will push it up so that it can be, because the subconscious knows that you are not happy. You playing like you happy. You playing all this stuff, but you're really not happy. And so the subconscious knows that. And so when an opportunity comes to make you happy or bring ease to you, it's gonna push that. It's gonna push it up to try to meet up with that opportunity.
So bro, Clarence, in other words, you're saying it's a lot of actors and actresses in these marriages that's going on, right? Basically.
Of course.
Okay.
Everybody that signs on the dotted line is ready to go. Some of them people are not ready to go. Some of the people are homosexual and they just say bisexual, and they think if I get into this marriage, it's gonna make my mama happy, it's gonna make my brother happy, it's gonna make my father happy, right? It's gonna make all these people around me happy that I did this, right? I got 2 kids with this lady, and finally, her people are gonna be finally happy with me because I married her. Even though in my heart I want to be married to her, I want that, but I don't really have that all the way in my heart yet. But maybe if I stay in this situation long enough, it'll because they don't know no better how to handle it, right? They just figure, hey, let me do the godly thing. This is what God would want me to do. God would want me to marry this woman. No, God wouldn't. If you don't really feel it, don't do it, right? But they think, hey, man, I've been having sex with this woman, so I want to keep playing with her. I might as well marry her, right? And so they don't understand that, hey, no, the best thing to do is tell the truth. Okay, I don't like this. I do like this. I'm interested in this sexually. What do you think about that? Tell the woman up front. Tell the man up front. So they got a chance to deal with it. He obviously didn't do that, right? But he really didn't have to, because she already knew his proclivities. He's been playing this game with her for a long time, so she already knew, and she was willing to deal with it. I guess she was willing to deal with it. He's the one that wants to.
Well, here's the thing, brother Clarence, and I don't want to say speak too long, because I do want to hear what Brother New Growth has to say. But if I could just say this for a second here,
yes.
My marriage is not based on happiness. Happiness is something that is so temporal and temporary. Now, if I was to be honest, I would have to be honest enough to say that in the 21 years of being married, every day was not a happy day.
You're kidding.
Every day wasn't a sad day. But if the substratum of my relationship is happiness, that's very shallow and it's very shallow.
What did you say? What was that word?
If the foundation substratum.
The substratum.
Yes.
Hey, I'm going to look that up right now. Go ahead. Come on. I'm sorry.
So, in other words, if the foundation of my marriage is built on happiness, come on, that's like a facade. That's very temporal. The foundation of my marriage has to be based on something that has much more strength to it than just happiness, because happiness flees and it fades. You see what I'm saying? Now, if I'm going to use because I'm unhappy to step out on my marriage because I'm unhappy, then see, I wasn't really prepared to meet the challenge.
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying?
And
of a
if
successful marriage.
If you're looking for somebody else to make you happy, you're really in trouble. If you haven't found happiness within yourself,
and
how
it
do
is
you
the
expect
covenant.
somebody else? How can you hold somebody else accountable for your happiness? You have to be happy with you first. They can enhance and increase your life in a marriage, and yeah, they can bring happiness to it, but you don't hold them totally responsible for your happiness. You're responsible for your happiness.
All right, y'all.
And see, and so I can honestly say, in the 21 years, I've never cheated on my wife. You see what I'm saying?
Right on.
Yeah, and I'm not the only person that has that testimony. But how did this occur? How did this take place? How was I able to do it? You see, so I could speak on those things.
You're right,
I kept myself out of harm's way. And when harm came to me, I removed myself from the situation. Because I'm aware of the tactics. I'm aware of the devices. I'm aware of how the enemy moves. I'm aware. This is how I've had come to have longevity in my marriage.
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying? And there's certain things, listen, ladies and gentlemen, there's certain things that Von Bryant just can't do. You see? And going to the titty bar is one of them.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Now that's for me. Now some people can go there, sit, and be fine.
Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for Vaughn.
No, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
We got to get New Growth in here, because I got to get out of here, y'all. We got to get out of here. All right, 10 more minutes and we got to cut it down. All right, New Growth.
Growth. What's up? Peace, y'all.
What's going on, brother? How you
I
doing?
just had to come up here.
How you doing, brother?
What's up, OG? Hey, I just had to come up here. You know, usually I'm disagreeing with Clarence. I agree with you. You on it tonight. You on it tonight. I talked to Farrakhan last night. He said I'm gonna get him in shape for you, new girl, if you've been slipping. So I hear you. So yeah, but I agree with you totally. I mean, not totally, but majority of what you're saying, I feel it because we all have different shortcomings, right? We as a society allow certain shortcomings to be overvalued than other. Well, he's fornicating. He's the worst of the slum. Well, he's out here, can't get rid of his drinking problem, or his doctor told him if he doesn't get rid of that diet that is killing him or lose some weight, he's killing his family the same way. If not, is he a piece of shit? Right? And then we got to look at the people in our society that we love. Martin Luther King was a fornicator, right? Was he a piece of shit? Should we beat him up? Right? I think a lot of times we bring out personal things and like we should always judge on their actions, not them, because we have certain things in our life. Like Vaughn, you were saying you had a drug problem. Thank God, brother, you got over it. But 9 times out of 10, if you sat down and you talked to somebody, it was something deep in your past that got you to that point where you even picked up that. Like in my mind, I never touched no drugs.
Exactly.
But my
You're very right
shortcoming is
about
different
that.
than your shortcoming, right?
Of course.
So my thing might be women, right? Because I had a bad situation. I didn't get enough love from my mother or something like that. So that thing roused up in something me that drugs can never do, right? And we all gonna be tested. You don't have to be in the titty bar, because like Jesus, like Moses.
Well, that was an example. Example.
But I'm just saying, like, allegedly, even if you stay away from there, you're gonna get tested. You're gonna be in the ER, and somebody gonna bend over and fall back on it, and it feels so. Now I'm just gonna let me stop my blood pressure.
but it's everywhere you go. You're right. It's everywhere you go.
It could be the mall, the grocery store.
It's
It don't
everywhere
matter.
you go. It's everywhere you go.
Because Jesus had 40 days and 40 nights. Satan said, "Let's go get him," right? So everybody's gonna be tested in their moment, and we stand on what we know and what we are. And your test might not be the same test as mine. He said, I can't get Vaughn Brown with the girls, but hey, I got this over here for him. I might not can get such and such with this, but I know he like that fried chicken. He can't let go of that pizza or that high blood pressure. So we're gonna be tested. Let's not get to a point where we're judging one sin worse than another. Or
and you know what?
I agree, but I'm saying,
I definitely agree with what he just said, because
I agree.
And recently we had a conversation and I was able to bring that up too. I believe it was on Brother Bolo's channel, and you know, people are talking about this sin is worse than this and that's worse than that, and you know, people are given the degrees of different sins. No, all of it stinks in the nostrils of God. You see what I'm saying? All sin stinks. All things that we do that are contrary to the standards that the Creator has set for us stinks in his nostrils. See what I'm saying? So the wages of these deeds that we do is death. That's what the Bible says. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. You see what I'm saying? And so we do have to understand that you know, we can't categorize sin. Oh, because you smoke crack, you're worse than the person that was a pedophile, or because you did this. We can't do that. That's not how God is looking at it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I do believe that there are different degrees of sin, because the Bible talks about the ones that are of death, and then it talks about the ones that, yeah, you could commit the sin and ask for forgiveness and God's grace and mercy, but then there are sins you could commit in the Bible that says it is without a doubt it's death. It's death.
Yeah.
So I do believe that there are different levels of sin. Like if I'm going to steal because I'm hungry, yeah, I committed a sin, but I don't believe that the God I serve is going to put me to death because I stole because I'm hungry, as opposed to if I break into somebody's house and stealing their property and their home, and then I commit murder. That's different.
Right.
So I do absolutely believe that there's different levels. I do.
Okay. And so see, the deterrent to that is, you know, when we commit these sins and these these contrary or inordinate acts that we commit as human beings, because we're apt to do it. It says we have all sinned and come short. So let's not pretend. And if we say that we have no sin, then we're lying and the truth is not in us. So let's not pretend like we're all perfect.
Right,
See what
and
I'm
I
saying?
agree with
I
that. But
still
then,
have to spray behind the shit that I make in the
right,
bathroom,
and I
because
agree.
that's the
But at what
humanistic side
point?
of me.
But at what point, when we keep when it's habitual, and then we want to use the excuse, and this is what a lot of this is what a lot of people, religious people, do to get away with the selfishness and the self-centered and the loathingness of what they're doing is wrong. Well, God forgive me. He said it in the Bible 7 times 70. See, I hear they use all kind of excuses because they want to continue to commit the sin. So, but
Right.
also it says that if you truly mean it and stop it and don't do it again, God shall forgive.
Exactly. And I was getting ready to say that.
But if you
I
are
was just getting ready to say
habitual,
that.
and I'm intentionally doing it habitually, and then I'm always saying,
Exactly.
well, God forgive me, because after I commit you can't keep committing the crime and say, well, God gonna forgive me, He gonna give me grace, and then I commit it again tomorrow. Well, God forgive me, and I say that to me is it's a it's
And
a
you know what?
and
And I agree,
a lot of
Patrice.
people in the faith, they do that. They first thing they say,
You're
well, God
right.
say how 7 times 70. I'm sorry, but that's
Yeah.
not an excuse to continuously habitual be a liar or a cheater or like, come on.
Exactly. And just like the scripture says, shall we continue in the sin, that grace may abound? No. God forbid. God forbid that. You see what I'm saying? But the deterrent is this. Even with the sin that we commit, we have this creator who loves us and who is apt to forgive us. Just like it says, hey, listen, if you confess your sin, you see what I'm saying? If you confess, excuse me, your sin, He is faithful and just to forgive you of your sin and cleanse you from all unrighteousness.
Yes,
But then
but
we have to,
Ron, didn't Christ also say, "Go and sin no more"? That means ever again. Period. Point blank. Period. So when you got a person that,
well, He says, go and sin no more.
right? But then I'm like, well, dude, but this is your 5th time, but you gonna say, well, he without sin first to cast the first stone. See, that is the hypocrisy for me. Like, nah, dude, because you're using that now as an excuse when you want to throw that whole 7 times 70 and those without sin
Right.
first cast.
Yeah, and
You on number 10 of cheating on your wife.
yeah,
Like, stop.
yeah. Listen, I'm with you on that, Sister Patrice.
But at
I'm
what point?
with
At
you
what
on
point
that.
does that become an addiction, though? When a person feels when they sin and they do it again and they do it again, that means it's an addiction. We all have family members
and
who
the
went to
term
the
for it is
church
called iniquity. It's called iniquity. That's another term for that.
Yes.
You
Not
can
always
say,
addiction. Sometimes it's just your intentions. Like, you intend to do wrong. Let's keep it a beam here. Like, sometimes people intentionally intend to do wrong, intend to hurt people. Intentions. It's intentional. You intended to do it, dude. At some point, it becomes that, and it's like you can't even blame the devil. Like, you just did that. That's all you right there. That's all you.
yeah.
That's who you
And see,
are.
that's why I'm saying we have to be accountable for what we do. You see what I'm saying? And responsible,
But
but
he
then
was.
at the
I'm
same
sorry,
time,
bro. Go ahead,
I'm
bro.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm
No,
just
go
saying
ahead. Go ahead, Negro.
he was so obviously wanting attention. Like, I see a lot of things that we just fall back and not get so into a match against. Okay, what he just look at how he was on there and he was just doing things contrary. My grandma used to tell me, anybody that talks so bad about something, that's them. Right?
Exactly.
We knew that was him if we'd have paid attention, right? But
Yeah.
we were so
Yeah.
busy trying to stand up for the men, or he a simp, and that's right,
Yeah.
sisters. The sisters was hurt so much they wanted to tag on to anything that made them feel good. He was obvious, and now he's coming to a shortcoming. I mean, it is what it is, but I feel bad for the brother because he can't stand. He's not a man in the sense of it. He can't
My
stand on
God.
what he really believes in. He can't do, and that's a horrible feeling as a man.
Yeah.
I'm
And
telling
you
you,
know
it
what?
was
And I would just want to say this, just to be perfectly clear, because I know this is going across the waves, but I have no judgment for this brother. You see what I'm saying? He made a mistake. He fell. And maybe he is fallen. See, that's what I'm saying. Those of us that are spiritual should be able to restore this brother or try to bring him to some type of restoration. Now, at the same time,
I don't know why the
I
same
can't
men
really.
that he passed judgment on ain't they passed
Well,
it's rightly so. He passed
but you
judgment on a certain
and you're
type of
right.
man,
I
and he
agree with
deserves
you.
the
I agree
same
with
thing.
you. But listen to where I'm coming from with this, just for a second. I agree with you. Listen, you reap what you sow. We all of us have grown up with that phrase and statement. We all know what it means. You see what I'm saying? Some people call it karma. Say, hey, what you put out in the atmosphere is going to come back to you. You see what I'm saying? So you don't get away scot-free just because you committed some type of indiscretion. You don't get away scot-free all the time. Sometimes you have to pay for your mistakes. And how do we pay for them? Well, that's according to what measure that God wants you to pay for it. That's not up to me. You see what I'm saying? Now, was the brother wrong? Yes, he was wrong. Have I ever been wrong? Yes, I have been wrong. Is there an excuse for it? No, there is no excuse for it other than I didn't know how to do any better. Now, this brother apparently, and I don't know the whole story, but it would seem to me that he did know better because he was up here broadcasting on how to be and how to do and how to walk and how to talk. Seemed like you had the good answers, but you just didn't live by what you were talking about. And see, that's where the hypocrisy comes in right there. But to be honest, I can't sit here and honestly throw a stone at this brother. You see what I'm saying? And judge him. You see, but for the grace of God, there go I. You see what I'm saying?
I get
Think it. Listen. Even the scripture says, "Hey, for those of you who think you're in well standing and you're standing and you're strong and you're upright, see what I'm saying? You're standing. Be careful lest you fall."
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, but let's be real. We all judge to some extent. We
Yeah,
all
well,
judge each other,
exactly.
other people.
I'm
People,
judging to say that I'm
and that's
judging to
why
say
we
that his
actually
acts are wrong. His
right,
acts
but
are wrong.
that's why we actually have judges in the
Yeah,
real world, because
right.
there is men that need to pass judgment to punish other men. Now, when he go before that divorce attorneys and that judge that
Mm,
giving him and his wife the divorce, that judge is going to judge him off of his actions. That judge is going to judge him.
right. And I
So
don't think OG Patrice. I don't think it. I don't know any. Maybe you could tell me in the Bible, but I don't know anywhere in the Bible where it says doesn't judge their actions. Actually, the Bible says judge them by the fruit they bear. Right. So,
exactly.
hey, actions. Of
And that's
course,
why I
we
said he's
judge.
wrong. He's
We
wrong.
okay,
gotta judge.
Yeah,
right,
you have to.
and he bared false fruit, because what he was judging
Exactly.
other men off of was who he is.
Yeah.
Right.
That's you know what I'm saying? So yes.
Right.
Well, I want to say this, it's him today, and it could be me tomorrow. And that's why I want to humble myself before God and say, God, help me where I'm short, where my shortcoming is. Help me. Help me. I still have a family. I still have a wife. I still have a job to do. You see what I'm saying? And as I humble myself before you, God, help me not to fall into some of these situations that I'm seeing. Help me to be a better person. You see, because I could point the finger. I could point that one finger, but then I have all four of these other fingers pointing back at me. Help me to be right, God, because I see my brother fail. And oh my God, how quickly that could have been me.
Well,
And
the
sometimes when we
difference
see
is
people,
he's in the
sometimes when we
public
see,
eye. Him
yeah,
and his
right,
situations is in the public eye.
right,
So that's why he is getting the scrutiny and the judgment that he's
right,
getting. It's
exactly,
unfortunate
exactly.
that his wife, again, like I said,
Yeah.
is collateral damage in that.
Now I will say this. Now I don't know about the shit the shit. Sound like she was saying shit to me. I'm like, what kind of
What
tongue
about
is
this?
that?
What about this? What about this?
It's
What about
definitely an
her?
unknown tongue.
What about her wishing death on the people that's coming at her?
I
Yeah,
didn't see the
yeah,
whole thing. Now
yeah.
listen,
Oh yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
see the whole thing, Brother Clarence, but I did see the little clip you did of whatever type of
Yeah.
unknown, you know,
She also wished death
language
on
that was.
people that's coming against her and her family, right?
Wow, wow, wow,
Right.
wow.
And
It's a
in
lot. Listen, it's
particular,
a lot
her.
going on, man. You,
In
listen, I pray
particular,
that
her.
God covers everybody in the sound of my voice and on this panel. See what I'm saying? Because the devil is so busy, man. He wants to come and cause division. And he doesn't appreciate the family structure. And he has been consistent about trying to destroy it. That family unit. Man, we need to pray, y'all. We need to pray.
Yes.
Okay, so my thing was that yeah, the guy is wrong, 100%, 100% wrong. But we need to learn from this and say, okay, there's some extenuating circumstances here. Well, they ain't even extenuating. They're just regular circumstances that anybody can get caught up in. Don't run out here thinking, oh, I'm Derek. See, Derek Jaxn, he's a sucker, and he's the one that fell for that situation. Oh, it's easy to say when women ain't running at you every day. That's easy to say. But see, we don't. There's a lot of us that can say, oh, "I'll never do something like that," right? What did Peter say? What you mean, God? I ain't never gonna leave your side. He said, "You
I
gonna
ain't
leave?
never gonna deny you.
I'm never gonna deny you," right? He said, "You gonna be the one that deny me the most," right? Right?
I wonder
You,
how he felt when he heard that. Damn.
because he was like, man, he was like, what? No, because Peter was the G, right? No, man, what? I'm with this, man. I'm with this, right? He felt the same way. Hey, I'm with this. Ain't never gonna be a time where I ain't gonna be, rocking.
Mm.
And he said, man, you gonna do this before the clock crows 3 times, right? When does the clock crow? The clock crows in the morning. I mean, before the whole thing even got rolling, Peter
About
was
this
already
time
in trouble,
tomorrow,
right?
yeah.
Before the whole day got rolling. They go, hey, ain't you one of them guys that was with this dude? Who beat? No, never heard of. Remember South Central? Never heard of him. Don't you know right? I never heard of him. Right. So that's Peter. I never heard of him. Right.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
my point? My point is,
And people will throw you under the bus just like that. Some people
not
you
only
call
will they throw you
friends.
under the bus, not only will
They
they throw
sure
you
will
under
do
the
it.
bus, brother, but pressure is a mofo. Pressure is
Yeah.
a mofo. And if
Yeah.
we get under
Yeah.
a certain amount of pressure, who knows? We pray and ask God to give us the strength to withstand, right? To withstand all of that pressure that they put on you, right? Because the devil put all that pressure on Jesus, right? Here, you can have all this, you can have all that. You ain't got to be starving for 40 days. You ain't got to be fasting. Here, I got a whole bunch of food right here, right? So, you ain't got to fast, you got to do all that, right?
And
But
then he says that man shall not live by bread alone,
exactly, right?
but out of every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. See that when you have that type of comeback, man, what can you
But
do with
Vaughn,
that?
but what you said is so important about that, Vaughn. I'm sorry, Clarence. He always never went away from his source of power, right? He never went and deviated. Peter didn't say, hey, with you by my side, as long as I believe in you, it was. So when we separate ourselves, I think Derek Jaxn was starting to separate himself. You start feeling yourself, and
There
all
you
of a
go.
sudden that you lonely and you hey man, vanity.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
that's it.
Clarence. I'm sorry, brother.
And if
The
you
pride
have,
of life.
I mean, you got, and see,
Y'all must ain't never heard him talk, because he talks strictly about don't do as I say, not as I do, and
he's the guy he's
really
describing.
deflecting, and that's a sense of selfishness, of self-loathing, of
Wait.
self-absorbed.
Patrice, he describes this horrible guy, right? But he's that guy, right?
Exactly.
Hey, you stay away from this guy. Stay away from this guy. This is a guy you don't want to try to get a relationship with. You don't want to, and he's that guy. right?
And what does that say, Clarence? That he's a master manipulator. Maybe he learned that in his youth, right?
Absolutely.
That may be his way of surviving, right? Everybody has their thing, and manipulate it and seeing somebody do this and do another thing. We just don't know. Sometimes we just like to say that person bad person, but sometimes we just don't know what they're made of. We need to make them a better person if we can. But
Well, I think it's a form of mental illness. Honestly, I mean,
I
I'm not a
agree.
therapist or a counselor or doctor, but honestly, I've heard him talk. That whole
Yes.
thing after the incident happened, just listening to him, not, and he talked like in the third person about himself. I'm like, oh God, he is so far removed from this situation and detaching himself and deflecting. He was a pro at that, and it was just all coming to me like, oh yeah, this dude is a total narc, and he got an
Wow.
issue. It's mental with him. And then
Wow.
with the power and the celebrity and the money that came with it, it just only shedded him in a bigger light of who he truly already was. He was that man when he didn't have anything. Listen, when you are who you are, and when you get money and fame and all, it just enhances of who you truly are inside.
Now, Patrice, I agree with you. It enhances who you are inside. Now, all of this stuff may not have been may not have been apparent earlier, right? Because the opportunities to capitalize on these desires wasn't there. See, so some of this stuff may have come to the surface, just like John Gray. You think John Gray was running around with all these different women when he was just a pastor? No. But when the opportunity presented itself to start satisfying some of these desires that were being repressed or hidden, that's when the ball bounced. Because when the opportunity and desire meet with each other, that's when stuff starts going to start happening, right? You got women. See, Patrice, you're a girl. You don't realize, man. When there's girls running at you saying, "Clarence, I will do anything you ask." I mean, anything. All you got to do is just say it. I'm on my knees. All you got to do is just say it. I'm on my knees. Bam, boom, right? Or I'm whatever you want, man. I will fix you a 7-course dinner. All you got to do is say, pick up the phone, hit me up. I'll bring it to your house. Whatever, right? When you start having stuff like that happen after you've been a man who you always had to chase what you want, and now what you want is chasing you, it's a whole different ball game. That's a whole different ball game. That's why the situation with Jesus and the devil was presented to us, because Jesus didn't have to go chasing the devil. The devil was right there. Hey, I got everything you need. You want the girly girls? I got them. Right? You want to be like Vaughn, being in a titty bar? I got it. I got what you need right here. Right?
Allegedly.
Monday with Friday. Vaughn Bryant will be in the house. Ladies, let me hear you loud.
They hit the alarm backstage. Girl, there's money on the floor now.
Y'all crazy.
Vaughn Bryant, everybody.
Y'all crazy. Right. He about to make it rain.
Well, praise God, I definitely have a past.
And we're just kidding, y'all. Vaughn Bryant does not go to the big part. All right, so
absolutely not.
But God put that in there for us to realize that there is a way to get out of that situation. If it comes your way, there is a way to get out of that situation. You do have a way. It's not just hard fast rule, right? Or, oh, I'm just gone. Here I am. I'm being offered this stuff. I got to take it. You don't have to take it. There's other, but you ain't. How are you gonna be looked at? See, that's the question. What the people gonna look? What the people gonna say? Right? The people said, "This is the Son of God riding on a donkey." He begging, he asking the people to give him money to get something to eat. This is the Son of God.
Yeah, riding here on a Prius. In a Prius.
They say the same thing about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This is your prophet? This dude riding his old dusty, broke down camel? This is your prophet? How come?
It was a donkey. Get it right. It was a donkey. Get it right.
Okay.
Oh, I know. I just said Prius because you know they.
No, I'm talking to Brooklyn. I'm messing
Oh,
with
okay.
Brooklyn. He said a cow. I said it was a donkey. Get it right.
They said how come? They said how come apples and oranges ain't falling out the sky at his feet? How come it's not like that? If he's supposed to be the prophet of God, right? So my point is, it's the perception of the people are going to look at you one way if you not, for example, I'm not gonna say the name of the platform, but there's a platform with two guys, and they always got all these girls sitting around them, right? And the whole platform is them insulting and putting the girls down. That's the whole platform, and they got almost 1 million subscribers doing that, but they don't have no information that you can't just go up to your father or any older fella and just a gentleman and just get the game off of.
Oh, you talking about freaking frat?
Yes. And so I'm just saying that the people perception is that this person is more valuable because they got more trinkets. They got more trinkets, so they're more valuable. So I don't want to look like a man that say he's of God, but he got a donkey, right? He riding a donkey. Or he riding, he walking, right? He trying to get somebody to give him water out of the well, right? so that's what the people are looking at, right? They saying if that's the image of God, then I'd rather have the image of success. And so they get crossed up. You don't realize what comes with success in the wicked world is a lot of bending of your will. You got to bend your will a lot, right? I don't think Kyrie Irving wanted to apologize, right? Because he felt that he didn't do anything wrong. But guess what? When you in a wicked world like this, man, and you get millions of dollars, they funding your lifestyle, you're gonna have to bend your knee. You're gonna have to bend your knee to get plugged back into the matrix. Now, our friend Kyrie Irving ain't been in it. I mean, our friend Kanye West, he's all over the road. One minute you think he's gonna bend his knee, the next minute he's like, nah, slap him in the face, pow, right? But the point is,
he be like, and here's another one, and another one. Listen, he was on what is that other platform called? Twitch. Man, he was no Clubhouse. He was on Clubhouse with Whack 100. Oh my God, they cut it short. They cut it short. It was crazy, but he was saying he's still going in.
Well, hey, the point. Look, y'all, this is it. Don't put yourself in bad situations. And Derek Jackson made a mistake. John Gray made mistakes. Eddie Long made mistakes. They all did stuff that they shouldn't have did. It probably would have been better if they would have sat their wife down and said, hey, look, I'm having these feelings about this and that. I don't want to be having these feelings, but I'm having them. So why don't
bro, Clarence, I'm gonna have to cut you because at some point, if it's habitual, at some point it's not a mistake no more. It's intentional. I'm sorry.
Before it became habitual, when it was just a thought, when it was a thought in the head, right? When it first presented itself that the interest was there to follow after that desire, that's when they should have sat the other person down and said, I'm having these feelings. Now, we don't know if they did or didn't, but I'm assuming they did not. I'm assuming they sold the other person a dream, or the other person said, no, that's okay. Don't worry. We'll just pray and pray and God will heal you of it. Right?
Why do you, Currents, I don't mean to say this, but why do you think a lot of these guys, I know you said that it was the opportunity and being in a position of power and stuff like that, but you saying that, like OG Patrice said, the money makes you it just exploits who you already are, right? So
why?
It's something that, what do you mean? Why?
Why does the money do that? Why does money do that?
Because it gives you the opportunity to be less judged. But what I'm saying is, how do we expect? Like, I'm not gonna get that analogy. Let's say Kendrick Lamar has a very good album out now, that a lot of people haven't been paying attention to. But he talks about his addiction with sex. Like when he went through the gangbang and all of these things, and things that he became successful. He loved his girl. He had 2 kids, but he became almost the way he filled his void for people dying was an insatiable urge to sleep with a lot of women. It was just undeniable urge, and it's like that just doesn't pop in you. Something comes that comes from somewhere. Our DNA, our genetic, everything. The way we've been taught a certain thing, like if a child had been touched when they were a child, it manifests itself in a different way when you get older. And like you said, with money, it can balloon into outer space, like a R. Kelly. So,
brother,
how do you fix somebody like that?
brother. Well, first of all, we see everybody is not going to do that. If they get money, everybody's not going to do something like that, right? Only the people that's going to do something like that is the people that allow opportunities to come their way. See, the money comes and they keep. What happens is when you starting out, you got a small circle. But when you start making some waves, your circle gets bigger, and then your circle gets bigger, and your circle gets bigger, and your circle gets bigger, and then you got all these people that you are coming in contact with, right? And then some of them have motivations that are not, let's just say, on the up and up, right? Men and women, right? And so if you and then when you throw money into the situation, you throw the fact that you have money, people will see you as a lick, and they will say, or they'll see you as a resource. Hey, if I have a baby with this dude, I'm taken care of. I don't have to work no more. That's it. I'm done, right? Or at least I got 18 years. I can invest some of that money. I can do something, right? But the point is, they see you like that, and your circle starts getting bigger. So now you got to keep your eyes open. But see, these young dudes, because they're so caught up, and like I said, it's easy for us because there ain't no person running at you. Hey, new growth, let me do this. Hey, new growth, let me do that. Hey, new growth, all in your DMs, all in your email, all in your calling you, texting you.
That's kind of not fair, Clarence, because it's guys out here with 15 kids. They ain't celebrities, right? So it's guys, it's always going to be women that are attracted to certain men. We're seeing certain manifestations of it through these bigger guys. But I'm telling you, we all know in high school, it was the pretty Rico. It was this dude, right, the star quarterback player. So always going to be that element in there. It doesn't have to be a celebrity.
Let me explain this. We all of us, men and women, we all have a desire to be wanted.
Yes.
We all have a desire to be wanted. And
yes.
we want somebody to want us for no reason. We want people to want us without us having to do anything for it. We don't want to work for that. That's a lot of people are like that. We don't want that, right? But then we realize the reality of the situation is, hey, why would another person want me if I'm not doing something that can create that desire, right? So, but some people are so self-absorbed, brother, that they willing to create desire in someone else and sell them something to get what they looking for from it. So if you out there, you just regular Joe Schmo out there, and you got 15 kids, you able to sell a dream to all these women. Hey, you know what? You gonna be the one.
I don't know, brother Clarence. I'm gonna keep it real with you because I had partners, and I'm not saying I'm excluding myself. This it ain't got nothing to do with me. But let's say if it was somebody like me, guys in school, like the girls just like this guy because he was just it. He just, we understand that a girl can be beautiful and she just it. She doesn't do anything for the men at all. She's just pretty, right? So it's people that's going to flock to her. And once women, and I know you know this, once women see another woman like this man, they like him. Most women like the same guy. This guy's he's not having to sell them any type of dreams. But that's where it starts though.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, we talking about men that have actually, they're men, right? We talking about men. Because in high school, most of these guys that's getting these girls now, they wasn't getting them in high school. That's how come they all out of control.
True.
They don't know what to do.
True.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know what to do with these. How do you handle, brother, women coming at you in your DMs? They're sending you naked pictures. They telling you, they whispering in your ear. No, bro, not do anything you say.
Let me give you an example, brother Clarence. Remember the guy,
Isn't there a thing called blocking them? Or does that
right.
work?
There you go, Vaughn. But remember the guy who got arrested? It was a, and the women were going crazy. He had his mug shot. All the women in the chat, y'all know who, y'all put his
Yeah,
name
he's
in
a
there.
supermodel. He's a supermodel now.
He was when he got arrested?
I know who you're talking about.
No, he
I've seen
wasn't
that
when he
story.
got arrested.
Exactly. That's
but,
my perfect example of
right,
he
but
did
he is
nothing.
now.
He did nothing, and women went crazy over him.
Yeah,
so
I was so shocked by that. Yeah,
It's not
I
a
know what you're
need
talking
to
about, brother.
sell a woman a dream, brother Clarence. That's not everybody. Maybe that's in Cali, but some of these women down south, they thirsty. You look good. You wear size 15. You got some gray sweatpants on.
And this look, this was based off the brother's mugshot. Now,
yes,
the women went crazy.
And he's a handsome man. He's a handsome man. As soon as he got out of jail, them agencies and them and the managers and stuff came at him, and he is now a supermodel.
He's got an acting career too, right?
Yep, acting and all. Yep, that is true.
Wow, that's crazy.
Situation like that is rare. Most of the time, the women are flocking to men that have some type of status. They have some type of means. They have some type of what do you call that?
Panache.
Resources. And then there's another category of guys that just had a gift of gab. They have some type of gimmick. They have some type of gimmick. Either they're a pretty boy, or they have some type of gimmick, or they
But that's not his gimmick. If he's a pretty boy, is that a gimmick, or is that just who he is?
Brother, because
or is that just who he is?
A gimmick is something you use that will attract people to you, and they don't know you. They don't really know you. That's a gimmick. Like that. In other words, like for example, I'm always making the girls laugh, right? That's my gimmick. That's my what do you call it? My shtick, right? That's what gets girls coming at me, me coming at the girls, because girls coming my way because they know they're gonna laugh, they're gonna have a good time with
But
me.
I'm with Negro. I don't think it's a gimmick. If you're genuinely funny, it's not a gimmick. You just genuinely.
Well, I'm not saying
like he's genuinely handsome, so it's not a gimmick.
But I'm saying, Patrice, what I mean by the gimmick is that's something that you can use to draw. For example, musicians, right? They play music, right?
Right.
I'm not saying you're a bad person because you got a gimmick. You got something that you can use to attract people, right? It's just something you use, right? That's what gives you open your door, right? Open your the pathway into the women, right? And then there's other guys, their gimmick is resources, selling that dream.
Right.
That dream. Oh, you know what? You want to be married, right? You want to be married, had a 2.5 kids, right? The house with the white picket fence. I'm on my way. Meet me at the finish line. I'll be there, right?
Well, he pandered. He pandered
right.
to the women that want that. He pandered to
Yeah.
the women that needed that have a need to hear that, and and even though they already knew a lot of the things that they were saying, they need to hear it from somebody else. It's a psychological thing, and to hear it from a man, just like when you guys hear things that we tell you all what to watch out for with women. You all ears, because it's a lot of things you may not know and sleep on that a woman can tell you. So he did the same thing with the women.
I never seen anything like that. Oh my God. First time I ever seen anything like that, right? They much better at it than we are, brother. They way better at it than we are, right? But my point is, bro, that there's some guys that have that early on they don't have to come, they don't have to go and try to attract women. Women are already gonna be attracted to them for whatever reason, right? The rest of us, the 85% of us, we're going to have to create desire in that woman. We have to meet this woman because we already desire her. but she may not desire us in the way. Why? Because she may be already dealing with somebody. She got a lot of options. She got a lot of options. So especially the younger they are, they got a lot more options. Very confusing time. So we're gonna have to separate ourselves and show that we're a better choice than what she's dealing with, right? Now, it depends on her value system at the time. See, at this age, at 18, 19, 20, her value system might be different than it is at 29, 30, 31. Might be different, the whole different value system at the time. Maybe
and her options are dwindled by them the age time too.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, that's going to determine the options, right? And it may not be that she's like bad looking or beat up or anything like that. It's just it's the marketplace.
Right.
The competition is always out there. It's always more women get put on the market, right? More women outnumber us in America. So it's just more women out there. It's more women. So they have more competition every day hitting the marketplace, right? But when they're younger, they have a lot more options. When we're younger,
I don't know the way they fighting over I guess because it's more of them than it is successful men that's wealthy with power and money. So they literally fighting over with each other to get those type of men.
That's what I'm saying. So they all want these successful men, but the successful men are like 10 to 20%.
Financially, hold on. I always love to classify this though. Financially successful men.
What I mean by
that part
successful. Let me rephrase that. What's the word I'm looking for? Well-to-do. They're well-to-do men, right? When I say well-to-do, meaning that they're not like most of us in America are living paycheck to paycheck, right? These people are living. They're about 6 or 7 or even maybe a year worth of paychecks away from even having to touch a paycheck, right? They got that kind of money coming in.
So that's all it takes to be successful?
I'm saying in the mind of most women,
okay.
Yes.
I'm just making sure.
Women, when you look at a woman, you're looking at her physical appearance. When a woman looks at you, the first thing she's probably going to check out is your resources, the level of resources you got. Then your physical appearance may come into play after that. But if you ain't got the money to even take her out to eat, or you ain't got the money to do anything that she might want to do, even if she liked you, what good is that gonna be?
Let's ask the queen in the house. Is that true? I'm thinking, Sister Patrice, I'm thinking you checking out the physical appearance first. You see a joker in the gym, you ain't saying, can he take me out? You say he ain't looking good in them gray sweatpants. You know how y'all do it.
Well, contrary to popular belief, yes, women are physical as well. I mean, a nice tall drink of water, tall, dark, and handsome. The whole thing, of course, that's appealing to the woman. That's a major part of the attraction for the most part. But he's right, and I think especially for the younger women, they're definitely looking at, is he a boss? Is he got resources? Do he got finances that, he got businesses? He got, where he could take care of me because, I'm high maintenance. I require this, that, and the other. So I think that's the way that a lot of the younger girls are looking at it. Even if she got a little something going on for herself,
right?
She still want him to be that man.
But do you think that they look at physical appearance like us for men? We say physical appearance, that's it, boom. But women, I think they say physical appearance. Wow, he fine. What kind of car he drive? What his money look like? I still think they first physical
what kind of
too,
shoes he got
but they
on.
gotta have the back. They gotta have that foundation of money, that financial
Yeah,
stability.
the physical is there because that's the first thing you see before you see the car, the money, the house, the business. So yes, it's a part
That's
of
all
that.
I was
That is
trying to say,
definitely
because
there.
a lot of people make it seem like women aren't looking at. I seen them. I know they do, and it's okay. That's how we built as humans. I think we're starting to think that a lot of men should say, "Let me get this bag." Okay, let's say you get a bag, you get $1 million, you become a millionaire, and you ain't the most attractive guy when you didn't have $1 million. And this guy who they consider fine has $1 million. You still gonna be at the bottom. You ain't gonna get that girl. 9 times out of 10, right? Because he has the money too, but he has the looks. So she would pick him 9 times out of 10. No.
Yeah, it's definitely some truth to that. I believe that priorities shift and change as you get older. for women,
True.
you know,
And
but
men
for
as well.
men,
Men as well.
yeah, but for men, for the most part, though, they still, even if they older, they still looking at the physical. They looking at the face. They looking at the body. I still believe that that's at a higher standard for men than it is for women when you get older.
I can agree with you. I agree. But I don't know. It's a lot of expectations we carry into. I think the best reason that me and my wife making it is because I came in there with very little expectation. This is my partner. You know what they say? I mess with you. I rocks with you. I love you. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't get along all the time, but if I had these expectations of her, or she had the same for me, because I want to just give an example of my shortcomings. Like when I grew up, it was always scarcity. I was an only child, single parent, so my mom wasn't good with finance. Dad in and out of jail, drug addiction. All in the 80s, the late 80s, when the crack hit, everybody in my family went from regular people to crack addicts or dealers. So I
Wow.
was very
Wow.
scared, as opposed to my
Mm.
wife, who grew up with a father and a mother in a stable household. Father stayed
Mm.
in the house the whole time, 2 jobs, they was okay, went to college. So when I
Different
got with her,
backgrounds. Yeah.
right,
Wow.
so mine didn't manifest in being promiscuous. Mine was not taking risks. When she was ready to say, okay, it's time to do this, I was like, well, maybe not, maybe not. And I wasn't being a great husband. I wasn't being a great husband at all,
Mm.
because I was having shortcomings in our growth, right? Because I was just thinking, well, this is it. I can pay the light bill. We in an apartment. We got 2 kids now, but no, we still good. It was so much fear that was guiding me, and a lot
Wow.
of times that fornication is a fear too. It's a fear, because most men that I talk to when they be with women, a lot of guys like the power of being able to be with another woman. It's a certain type of thing that a lot of us didn't get growing up. My mother didn't say I love you. I don't. She just was very distant, right? And it was just like I never had a real connection with women like that. So it could have
Wow.
manifested in that same way too. Like if this
And it,
girl,
and it, and I'm sure it has something to do with the way she was brought up, and what if
exactly,
she wasn't
exactly,
shown love, she didn't know how to give love or say I love you or
right,
anything like that. Like our childhood and the way we were grew up by
Yeah.
our parents and their parents has a lot to do
Exactly.
with that.
right.
And
And I had
I'm
to,
the only child. I'm the only child, and same thing.
yeah.
Like brother New Growth is saying. My mom didn't say that to me quite often. Growing up.
And I had a
Of course,
problem with my
we have
wife.
a better relationship now, but
Yeah,
I can
it was.
recall. Yeah,
But and
those words
did
were
your mom
missing a
tell you?
lot.
Did she tell you, like, well, my thing to my wife, I never said it a lot. I said, well, like Brother Clarence saying, and I agree with that, but it's still more to it, because I was yearning it as a youngster. My mom took care of me. She did everything, but I'm proud of you, baby. I love you. You're doing good, right? I yearned that, even though I did it and she took care of me. And that was her way of saying I love you. And that's how I transformed into my
Mm.
wife and my kids. And it was a
Ah.
neglect, because my wife was
Mm.
used to hearing, baby, I love you. You look good today. Affirmations of this stuff. And I miss you. And it's like things I couldn't do. And it's like I had to get over that, because I was neglecting that side of my wife that needed to be taken care of. Or she might have went out there, what they say, creeped. Right?
Wow. Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
like
And
we
see,
just
that's
got to
part
be fair. Yeah, go ahead.
that's all part of a relationship. You know what I'm saying? I haven't always been a good husband. you know, but I strive to be one, but I haven't always been one. Now, just because I didn't go out and cheat doesn't mean that there were times where I may not have been as attentive as I could have been.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Or more of this or more of that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Caught up in working and trying to, get to work, get back and the bills. And you know what I'm saying? You get
Right.
preoccupied with things. And sometimes you become neglectful. You
Right.
see?
That's the
So
big one for
so
me.
so so
Right.
people who have been married a long time, come on, we would all have to admit there were times when we weren't good husbands or there, you know what I'm saying? We're,
Oh,
we're
absolutely. Good
you,
wives
you
either.
you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I really appreciate Brother New Growth for even saying that, admitting that, and bringing that out, because we get on these platforms and we try to make everything look so perfect, just like the brother we're talking about. and it comes to bite us in the ass later.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just so many hidden issues that we have as a people. Like, I had to observe a lot as an only child. I observed a lot, and I seen my dad develop a heroin addict. Well, you know, first time I met my dad, he was in prison. So he already had a heroin. He went in jail for federal crime or writing false checks. So this is for the first 7 years of my life. My pops was in prison. He came out, same addiction. And I seen him when he wasn't on the drugs, and I seen him when he was on the drugs. And I started to hear, and he would talk to me. And his father died. I never met my grandfather. He died when he was 13, so he was alone in DC at this time when it was really bad. And he was just, he felt trapped. And he said, and he told me this when I was older, I would use drugs as an escape. It was a place that I could go where I could just escape. And then he said, as he grew older, it made him paranoid, more and more. So it was like, we have to understand that a lot of people, not all people, but a lot of people do a lot of things as an escapism, not as something like I've been dedicated.
Well, absolutely. I agree with that. And that's why I constantly say it's so important for our culture and our people to heal. We need to really realize that we have been affected by so many different things in our life, trauma, dysfunction, toxicity in growing up, our relationships, the lack thereof from the parent, the siblings, or whatever your situation was, right? We all got a story. But if you don't get that help, that's why I say, at what point are we, we have to face that part of us, that knowing that we need to get the help for whatever it is to deal with it, therapy, counseling, whatever it is, you have to do the work, because we can't keep making excuses for grown people that know right from wrong, that won't get the help, but they want to ride on every other excuse for their action. It's like, no, now I'm gonna need you to put your big girl panties on, or your big boy drawers, and I'm gonna need you to go get some help, brother. I'm gonna need you to get some counseling, because you keep using this as an excuse, and we can't keep doing that. We can't keep saying it's because of this happened to me or that happened to me. That's a cop out at some point, especially when we are of sound minds as adults. And I know that's hard pill to swallow. I had to deal with it even in my own life. And I tell you, therapy was the best thing, one of the best things that ever happened to me. I had to get it because I had to let go of some things that I was feeling towards my mother. I had to let go a lot of shit, and it was like, wow, I wish I'd have done this 30 years ago. I wouldn't have been doing some of the things I was doing when I was in my 20s. You know what I mean? So, but it takes us a long time to get it. But it's like, we need to get it, and we need to be hold that honest and accountability to say, okay, I keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. That's insanity, right? How long are you going to continue to wallow and make excuses in your insanity? We can, at some point, we got to stop saying it's mama to blame, daddy to blame. This happened to me, that happened to me. Okay, so what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? And somebody had to tell me that. Like, what are you gonna do about it? So this is why I say we need healing, and until grown men and women take accountability and say, I need to go get help because I can't do this by myself. I can't deal with this by myself. I need help. And whatever that help looks like for you, get it.
Yeah. That was right on point.
Yeah, whatever you was talking about, Patrice, that was right on point.
No, I was just talking about the. Listen, we need counseling. We need therapy. We need mental health. We dealing with a lot of issues in our culture and community that we have not dealt with, childhood traumas and so forth. That's all I was saying. Like, we need to deal with it because it's destroying relationships, it's destroying marriages, it's destroying what we want or say we want in the Black nuclear family. It's destroying all that. It's destroying manhood. It's destroying womanhood. It's destroying and we're making it harder for our children. when they have to look at this and grow up in the same dysfunction that we did. We're repeating the cycle. So at what point are we going to stop the madness? That's all I'm saying.
Okay, y'all. I think we did enough today. I think we covered a lot. I mean, I think we pushed out the program. We put out some different ideas about. I think most of y'all, yeah, y'all say bring the sledgehammer down on Derek Jaxn, right? But I say, we could bring the sledgehammer down on him, for his punitively. But we got to understand, for the rest of us, anybody could get caught up in this kind of situation if you put yourself in that situation. You know what I'm saying? So, because a lot of these young guys, like you said, Vaughn, they think they just superhuman, and it ain't gonna affect them. They're not gonna have an issue. But if you put yourself around, if you hungry and you keep putting yourself around, food, right? I mean, eventually you're gonna crack, right? How many of you guys saw the movie Sounder? You guys see the movie Sounder?
I remember Sounder.
Of course, many times.
Okay.
Okay,
what happened?
Sounder.
What was the whole point of the movie, man? The man just said, you know what, God damn it, my family's gonna have this. My family's not gonna walk by and see a big old turkey in the window and they gotta starve. They're gonna have this, they are going to have a turkey dinner in their life. If I gotta steal it to make it happen, that's what's gonna happen. Right? Because you're around and walking, man, his desire for his family to have that situation. Now, how his mechanism for making it happen? No, he shouldn't have stole, right? But
so many lessons to learn in that movie Sounder.
In his mind,
so many different ones.
How else was I gonna get it? I'm uneducated. I don't have the training. I don't have the training to get a job where I'm going to be paid. And even if they do pay me, the Jim Crow laws out here. So how else am I going to get this? I don't have money to move. I don't have money to travel. I don't have money to do anything except stay here and watch them starve to death. So it's not going to happen this time. They're going to have this, right? So my point is, if you're around, you hear me, Jill, right? If you're around enough, if you in the vicinity of what you want and your desire overtake you, you can get caught up. Anyway, let's get some last words, y'all. Let's get some last words in so we can, I think 7 hours and 15 minutes for Brother Clarence that's enough, right?
Wow, has it been that long? Man.
It's been that long for myself, yes.
You probably been around, man.
On, right? Yeah, so
I
7 hours.
came in a little bit later, but wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah, 7 hours, 15 minutes. That's where we're at right now. Right? So let's get some closing remarks, y'all.
Well, ladies first.
All right.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I always like to honor the ladies. So
thank you. I appreciate that. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime. The bottom line is the moral to this story is Brother Derek Jaxn needs to be held accountable, right?
Agreed.
Like it's men and women need to say, brother, you can't make these same excuses now. If you need help, you got issues, go get that help. But he is on a major platform in social media. So as he so judged others, you reap what you sow, what goes around come around. Ye shall stand before the very people that you judged for your judgment. And I just leave it at that. I digress.
Wow.
All right. Do we need to talk, Patrice, or you good?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. You coming on next week?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know who you're gonna have as a guest, or are you still working on it?
I'm still working on this guest.
By the way, Patrice, that interview you did with Jaguar was excellent. Oh my God, man.
Definitely.
You did such a good job with that interview.
I didn't even know who she was.
And I was so glad that I know who she was, but I'm just so glad that you were able to get someone of her caliber and interview, man. And you did such a wonderful job, man. I'm so glad I'm able to tell you that now. I would have been remiss if I didn't say that to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that coming from you. That means a lot. And I can get people of certain caliber. Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, man, that was a good interview. Good interview.
Thank you, bro, Clarence. Appreciate it.
Yeah. She gave us a look at her as a person, man. You know what I mean? That was real good interview. Okay, that's it, Patrice.
That's it. I digress. Y'all have a good night, brothers and sisters.
Okay, all right, sis. I'll put you down.
All right.
Right,
Thank you.
Patrice.
All right.
If you haven't already subscribed to Patrice, by the way, OG Patrice, man, if you like covers, OG Patrice covers so many different songs on her. She has her own webpage, by the way. She has her own YouTube page, just OG Patrice. By the way, just put OG Patrice and look her up, right? But if you say, I need more Patrice, I need more, this is not enough, going over to Knowledge and Relationships. She has a show on Knowledge and Relationships called Straight No Chaser, OG Patrice, Straight No Chaser. Man, she did the bomb interview last week with what's her name? Jaguar.
Wright, I believe.
Jaguar Wright. Yeah, I didn't even know who that chick was, man. Now I'm noticing her in my feed. Now I'm like, who is this chick?
Oh yeah, she's made a contribution definitely to the music industry. You know,
had no clue who she was, man. No clue before that interview. Okay. And that was Patrice, and you can find her on Knowledge and Relationships. Go check out Knowledge and Relationships. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, what are you doing? Get your butt over to Knowledge and Relationships and subscribe. If you haven't already subscribed to JP the Aspiring Matriarch, what are you doing? Get over there. What are you doing? Man, what's going on, man? What are you trying to do with yourself, right? All right. Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Vaughn. What's your closing remarks, man? What
well, I'll just try to keep it very brief. It's always a pleasure to get up here, man. And
it's always a pleasure.
I came in on the tidbit of the end of the conversation, but I'm really not too familiar with this brother that we're talking about today, but I am familiar with the subject, and so that's why I could make certain statements and stuff. Basically not just based on this particular brother, but this is a situation that is ongoing. Am I right?
Yes.
People are getting caught up in situations just like this brother. You know what I'm saying? And I really have no condemnation for him because I can't condemn him. That's God's job. But I can't determine whether or not his actions are correct or incorrect. You see what I'm saying? I can judge him by the fruit that he bears. And so whenever you're on a platform and you have become some type of celebrity in whatever it is that you're presenting to the people, and you are portraying to be this, that, and the other, but you're really not living it. See, you're trying to, it's like you're pulling the wool over our eyes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And that's an old term. You're pulling the wool over our eyes. It's like you're trying to trick us, and it's very hypocritical. And when these things come to light, by all means, we should address them. And we should learn from them. What can we learn from this brother's mistake? What can we learn from this brother's character?
Yes.
How can we look at his character and versus ours and figure out how we could be a better person, better version of ourselves? You know what I'm saying? So when I say I don't have any stones to throw, because we have all sinned and come short, of the glory of God. You see what I'm saying? And if we say we don't have any sin, then we're a lie, and the truth is not in us. So, but man, listen. Very, very interesting conversation. The panelists were excellent tonight. And Brother Clarence, hey man, like I said, keep doing what you're doing, man. You're bringing a light to a lot of dark situations, and that's a good thing, man. So I admire you for that, brother. And that's pretty much all I have to say, And Yeah, humble yourself. You know, don't just scoff at the calamity of others. Now, this is very
Right.
important.
Right.
Don't sit around and start scoffing at the calamity of another brother or sister.
Right.
Because but for the grace of God, there go you. That could be you. See what I'm saying? So you ask God to continue to have mercy and show grace unto you. And that's what I decide to do. So that's my closing remark.
Okay. All right. If it wasn't for Marcus, man, if you wasn't anybody but you, man, I wouldn't have let you up here,
Oh
man.
I
man.
never get to speak to my brother. I'm glad he joined for a quick
What's up,
second.
Vaughn? How you been?
What's going on, man? I see you in these streets. I see you.
Yeah, shout out to Bro Clarence.
Black people are one that usually come late to the party, man.
Nope, no sir. No sir. Us Latinos are taking that title soon. We're taking that title.
Yeah, he definitely pulled a Von Bryant right there.
Well, I know you got something very important to tell us, Brother Marcus. So come on and tell us real quick.
And I think it was just kind of like interesting how if you've been in these spaces and in business where there's scam artists and people who are frauds, nowadays it doesn't surprise me anymore because you had a person who his money was based on pandering towards women and at the same time bashing men, right? Or villainizing men. And I think, yeah, so like, especially if a guy is built like Mako Jai White and Wesley Snipes had a baby in a Marvel movie, you know, of course he's going to have his options. Not saying you should act on those options, and I'm not saying if it goes against what your agreement and your vows, those vows and those agreement what you agreed on, you shouldn't break that. Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying it was a monogamous agreement. I'm not saying if it was polygamous or polyamorous, but if you're going to sell a product, shouldn't you live by that product? If you're going to be preaching it, you know, in my opinion, when it comes to Derek Jaxn. So
Yeah.
you know,
it's not gonna be a good look that you're not. Let's put it like that.
yeah, and it's like I'm not trying to like crucify the guy. I'm not trying to crucify the woman. But at the same time, when I'm looking at from hindsight 2020, of course, was she benefiting it from the business that maybe she helped him build? Because I do think she helped him build from the ground up. I think it took two. And now here's the thing: it could be a PR statement. It could be like something to save face. I'm getting reports that it's either she filed or he filed. We don't. You know, maybe later when we find out more of the truth, maybe.
I heard that he.
Yeah, see, exactly. So right now I'm confused because, you know, I've seen both sides. I've seen streams where people are saying she filed or he filed. So, I do, you know, whatever happens, I hope whatever works out, as long as the kids, you know, it works out for the kids too, right? Because there's kids involved. And you know, she's not a bad-looking woman. She's attractive, so I'm pretty sure if when she dresses nice and because she does have posts where she looks really good. I don't think she'll have. What's up?
The same thing's gonna happen to her again if she doesn't know how to communicate with the man and try to find out if he has any if he has a desire that he's aware of that she needs to attend to. If she doesn't do that, same thing's gonna happen with the next relationship.
Probably. I'm not. You got no pushback from me there. Probably. And you know, I hope they can work it out amicably. You know, and if they decide to get back together, who knows? Because from what I heard, even back in the day before he blew up on social media, I heard back then he cheated on her. They still decided to jump the broom together.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And I mean, think about it too. Like, you know, she looks like she'll have some options, but like you said too, it's like as long as she knows how to vet properly and ask the right questions and pay attention to the signs, just like the guy will, hopefully. Because sometimes hurt people will hurt people, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, but other than that, you know, you had a long stream, so I know you got to get some rest and you got a lot of other work to do. But I wanted to come by and show you some support. You know, congratulations again on meeting your milestone for the kids and all that. And you know, I see you're active on the streets too over there, man. So keep doing your thing.
Trying, brother. Trying. I'm trying to be a real person, man. Because see, people look at you and you just you just a head and the neck talking on the internet, right? And so the people think that you just a persona, but I don't want to be a persona. I want that if I want you guys to see me. And of course, I can't show you everything. I can't bring my bank accounts here. Can't bring my granddaughter up here, right? I can't bring everything of my life over here. But I show you as much of me as possible. Then you guys will not be afraid to show more of yourselves, and then we will be able to connect with each other better when we can see who is who, and we won't have stuff like this Derek Jackson situation come up where you got a person playing a persona. And then on the other end, they doing this, right? When they offline, they doing this. When they online, they doing this, right? And so I want to say, okay, look, this is a part of me. This is a part of me. What's the part of you? What's the part of you? What's the part of Marcus? What's the part of what did Marcus do on his free time? What did Marcus do on his day off? And so you'll feel freer to we'll feel free to connect with each other, man. That's all I'm really trying to do, brother. So that we can talk to each other freely, and we can talk, and we can help each other solve some of these problems that we all are experiencing, right?
Yeah, 1,000%.
But I appreciate your support. It means a hell of a lot to me, man, that you support me as well, man. So I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, man, you gave me a blue wrench, so I take the responsibility, real respectfully. So I got to make sure I put the link, share you, make sure your word gets passed around and it gets spread and shared, because there's people that use clout for good, others for evil.
Yeah, man. And I'm just trying to be your little brother that's trying to push a good program. Marcus, I know our people, they want to be able to. They want to see a good fight. They want to see some drama every now and then. I understand that, but I just want to be that place where you can land when you tired of all the drama, you tired of all the bull, and you want some place where they talking straight. That's where we are. That's where we are, and that means a lot to have a cat like you, a straight shooting dude like you, supporting us, man. We appreciate you, man.
Anytime, man. And also shout out to the chat, because I see y'all, so I rock with y'all too in the chat. And I don't like to call them fans. I like to call them subscribers and supporters. So I appreciate y'all.
Definitely.
And I call them whatever channel your channel is, the name of it. If it's Brother Clarence Army or Brother Clarence Nation, it don't matter. It's just people that have rocked with you from day one. It shows a lot. It shows that your consistency is there. You stay who you are. It could be controversial, or it could be opposite opinions. It could be a difference of perspective. But I don't think people should be attacked just for the difference of a perspective or opinion. I think you should try to come at it respectfully, which you have, and from what I've seen. So if you weren't that, I wouldn't be here. But that's the reason why I'm still here with y'all. So
thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate
with that, have a good night, though. Be safe.
You too, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, man. That was Brother Marcus, man. Oh, man. Ay. We got heavy hitters that come over here, man. We got heavy hitters that come over here. OG Patrice, Vaughn Bryant, Rico, all these heavy hitters, Ugro, all these heavy hitters, man. Jay Takashi, Dr. Hood, all these, man, dude, we got heavy hitters that come over here, man. You know what I mean? And this is where y'all could come, man, when y'all get tired of just the regular mundane drama that's on the internet. Yeah, place where we talk about some real issues. We're not the Dr. Phil show. This is a good place where you can talk about issues. It's a safe place to talk about issues. It's a safe place you can talk about just about everything, right? We talk about things. Some things we talk about, Dr. Phil can't talk about, right? But we talking about it. Why? Because we're trying to be a channel where when the people get tired of the drama and the game plan that's out there, and they want to know, they want to have a what do you call that? They want to have a serious conversation. This is a place where they can tap in if they want to. They can tap in. They can sit in the chat and listen to us, or they can just check us out on the replay, whatever, right? All right, y'all, we got to get out of here, man. Y'all hear that beep beep beep? That's that turkey spaghetti my wife made for me. And I cut half of it. She gave me this whole big old container full of it. I said, I can't go eat all this. She said, just eat what you can. I said, okay. So I took the whole container of it, but I said I only gonna cook half of it, put half of it in the microwave so I could eat something, right? But you know what? That's that's love. People try to do things for you because they care about you. They want to see you, and that's what you're looking for in your life, man. There's people that care about you, man. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna try to help you if they see you get caught in the jam, right? Unfortunately, thank you, Jill. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, and as well am I blessed to have each and every one of you coming over here. I'm truly blessed. Y'all think y'all the blessed one. I'm the blessed one. I am. I'm really, man. I am the blessed one, man. Just all of the money that y'all gave, man. I mean, man. I was telling Vaughn so many times, man. I told Vaughn so many times. I said, Vaughn, they ain't gonna give me no money. They don't give us no money. What you talking about? Vaughn's like, Clarence, I'm telling you, man. These people are different, man. They're gonna do it. We just stay here until we get it. I said, Vaughn, man, these people don't know me like that. Because I'm used to the nation, right? It was pulling teeth trying to get money out of them, dude. Hey, brother, you got to pay for your final cost. What? What? Hey, brother, so-and-so is in jail. We need to raise some money. We got to get $500 together real quick. Can you help us? What? Right? So I was used to that. I wasn't used to like, oh, it's a good cause. Here you go. Boom. Right? Because most of my people, they was when I was in the nation, most of them weren't they was really just trying to survive, man. They were walking away from living these crazy lifestyles, and they just really trying to put their lives back together, right? Now I'm coming to them saying, oh, you need to give some money for this, right? Not you need to. I never said that to anybody. But when I said to you, hey, can you help us? Can you help us with this? Some of them got offended just being approached. But I've got this all going. What do you mean you asked me for money? Just gave money on Sunday. Now you ask me for more money? No, I'm not asking you. Your nation is asking you, man. I'm just the spokesperson. You know what I'm saying? But Von Bryant said, no, brother, these people are different. These people are different. They are going to give you money. They're going to give us money because they're not giving it to you, Clarence. They're giving it to this court. They're giving it to the cause. But they're entrusting you with this money. And so I'm like, oh, okay. So Vaughn said, yeah, let's do it. Let's spend the whole day Saturday asking for money. I said, Vaughn, you crazy. He said, no, it's okay. You ain't got to look dumb. I'll look dumb with you. Shout out to Bob Bryant. He said, I'll look dumb with you on Saturday. Don't worry about it. And, yeah, Jill, it is. And then you got people, man, it's still pulling teeth, but they understand what's going on. They understand the complexity of the situation. And they say, okay, well, I can't do it today, Clarence, but I can do it like a lot of y'all. I can't do it today, but let me see what I can do when I get the next pay period. Let me see what I can do this or this. You know what I'm saying? So it's all of us, man. All of us played our position. And, we still got a little bit more to go, Jill. But just the fact that we raised the money for a good cause, right? We spent about $600 of it. We still got about $2,500 left, right? We still got a lot of stuff. We still got a lot of stuff to pay for, right? But we still got a lot more money, right? Vaughn saved us about $500 just directing us to Amazon, right? And we wasn't gonna get computers. We wasn't gonna get calculators. We got calculators now, right? And still saved a bunch of money. So, but we wouldn't have been able to do it without all of you guys giving all that money, man, all that money, and you guys' participation. I wouldn't be able to direct the show, and y'all, because y'all out there telling me, I value all of y'all input. So if y'all say, Clarence, I think you're going off, right? The Sister Innie or Sister Inya, either one of those two, or a lot of y'all, Jill, or a lot of y'all, right? Risa, a lot of y'all will just hit me up in the email, or Negro, they hit me up and say, especially Sim Simma, especially Brother Sim, Brother Silver hit me up in a minute, man. Hey, Clarence, you was off on this one, man. Right? And because I respect y'all, I would try to listen and try to understand where you're coming from and see if maybe I'm off. Right? But we got to have the humility to be able to do that, man. And y'all do the same for me, right? Well, that's the way Brother C see it. He could be right, right? But that's the thing. We got enough respect between each other that we don't have to be the same religion. We don't have to be the same, live on the same neighborhood. We don't have to make the same money. We don't have to have the same friends. But we have a common goal of wanting to see our people do better, right? We have a common goal. We want our people to do better. However we can get that accomplished, however we can contribute to that. We may not see the day where they're going to always be a whole lot better, but we want to at least be able to contribute to that, right? Risa Neal said, and some people just don't have it to give. Not everyone makes six figures. Risa, believe me, I've been that person that wanted to get a good cause came my way, right? I was like, man, that's a great cause. Looking in my pocket, I was like, oh, I don't even have no money. Give it. I don't even have no money to participate. I wish I could, but you know what that did for me, Risa? That put me in a position where I said, okay, I got to straighten this out. I got to stop living like this. I got to start living where, things are taken care of, right? And it put me in a position where I was able to do a lot better, right? And recently I said, and some people just don't have to get. Yeah, nobody makes, everybody don't have it. That's why I always said the most important person is the person that wants to give, but they don't have it. That's the most important person, right? Because that's the person that you're really going to change, make that change when they get a chance. Because I've been that person, and I had to really change everything around that I was doing, so that I could finally give, right? All right, y'all. Let's get on out of here. The Love Fest. We could have the Love Fest go on and on and on, right? But we got to get out of here, right? I got to go eat this spaghetti so that I could throw something in my stomach. So when my wife starts bugging me, calling me, saying, "Did you eat? Did you eat?" Because people that love you gonna want you to eat something, right? So did you eat something? I said, yes, I ate something. I ate half of that spaghetti, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, support trans. You're right, Vaughn. Support does trans. And you're right, Jill. The Love Fest is real, man. The Love Fest is real, man. But we gonna show them, y'all. We gonna show these people that's over here that's talking. Hey, yeah, you look on the website. I'm on the website. We gave away computers for $1.25. We gave away computers for $1.25 on the website. You see me on the website giving away the computers. Rico, you rogue. You rogue, Rico. You rogue. You rogue. Right? Let's show them how to do it. Hopefully we inspired the other people, man, and then maybe we can all do something together, man, and feed 100,000 people or something. Who knows, right? Who knows? Anyway, y'all, got to do the rundown, y'all. We got to get out of here, y'all. I got to let y'all go too, man. I had y'all for 7 hours, man. Holy smokes. Sister Annie already said the timer is off. Timer's off. Come on, man. Clarence, come on. Yikes. Just because Patrice ain't on, I mean you can go all day long. I'm going to do better, y'all. We're going to do better. We're going to get in and out of here, y'all. It's just when people come up the last minute, man, and they have interesting takes, I still want to hear what they got to say. So that's my fault, y'all. I'm going to work on that, man. I'm going to start telling them, hey, we about to walk out the door. What you doing? All right, y'all. Who did what? Who did what? All right, the chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Y'all held it down today. I think we had one bot. That slipped in here, and the bot came through, and I think the bot slipped in, but we got it, man. We knocked it out, and we made a way so that we could do what we do, right? So without y'all in the chat, man, I'm telling y'all, man, I was thinking this morning. I was like, who cares about the Black History Minute? Who cares? These people, does anybody really care? Here I am talking about Ralph Bunch and PBS. Who's the brother I've talked about? Let me look back and see who the brother I was talking about. Who's the brother? The first governor, right? The first African American governor, right? Of course he wasn't elected. He took over, right? PBS Pinchback. Who cares, right? Sometimes I'll be thinking that, man. I'm like, what? Does anybody care, right? And then when we do the news, does anybody care that we doing the news, right? Thank you, Patrice. I appreciate it. I mean, I know y'all do, but I'm just talking about are we having a positive effect, right? Are we having a positive effect on people, or are we just spinning our wheels, right? I know y'all do, Jill. I know y'all do, but you know what happens when y'all say it, when y'all show up, when I see y'all show up for these what you call live streams, I know y'all care because y'all here, right? I know y'all care, but I be thinking sometimes, man, do the public really care about us, man? Or some type of way we be getting over 100 views on the replay, right? So somebody's watching this stuff, but I'm like, man, who does anybody really care, right? You know what I mean? So in other words, when I see y'all, when I see all of y'all in the chat, man, it makes me go, okay, yeah, man, it's worth it. It's worth, even if I'm just educating the people in the chat, it's worth it, man. Even if I'm telling y'all about a Black person that did this or did that, and y'all can say, oh, okay, I know that. Oh, okay, I didn't know that about that situation. Okay, that makes it all worth it, man. That makes it all worth it. But yeah, man, shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at. Very strong performance from the chat. Very solid. Very strong performance, man. I saw we had a little tension in there today, but you know what? That's okay, man. Everything got handled. I appreciate it. I don't know if somebody got time. I don't know if somebody got put out, but if they did, let them come to me and ask me. I'm always gonna ride with my people first, right? So you know what I'm saying? You had to put somebody out. You had to put them out, right? You had to put them out. You had to put them out. You had to do what you had to do, right? So it is what it is. It is what it is. Let them come. Let them come to me, right? Go ahead. If you feel like you got to put them out, put them out. I've had a bunch of them come to me and say, "Hey, why did I get put out?" I'm like, I don't know. I'm over here on the panel, right? I don't know what's going on, man. But I told you, if you move funny, they're gonna put you out. Told you. We reserve the right to bounce you, right? Oh man, I don't have that no more. I got to put that back out there because we reserve the right to bounce you. Definitely, right? All right, y'all. But the chat, y'all took care of business, man. Shout out to y'all, man. All right, y'all. Let's go down. Let's deal with everybody on the who came on the panel. Jay Takashi came on the panel. What do y'all think about Jay Takashi? The young fella came up, man. The young fella came up, and he hit his marks, right? And he has you know what I mean? He has his own channel. Shout out to Jay Takashi. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, what are you doing? Get on over there and subscribe to it. Will you like it? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But at least give a brother a shot, right? Talks about a lot of different stuff. So get on over there, man, and get some heavy hitters come over there as well. But Jay Takashi came up, man. He held his own, as always. Very smart, very intelligent brother. Very intelligent brother, man. Lot of and one of the things I like about Jay is Jay brings that young man's energy to the party, right? And so Jay was you're right, Juan, very, very solid, very strong, very solid, man, very solid performance. All right, I'm gonna have to speed up, man, because I'm trying to get out here before Sister Annie comes and kicks me, pulls the plug on me. But shout out to Jay, man. What about Patrice? What about OG Patrice? OG Patrice came up here today. What about OG Patrice? I thought she was going. This is what I thought Patrice was going to do. I thought Patrice was, if I don't hear from Patrice by a certain time, I figured, well, she wants to start cooking, or she must have gotten involved in something else. She's not coming up here. But every time Patrice would do a pump fake on us, and you know what I mean, just when we're about to close out. Oh, by the way, let me come on the stage. I know you're about to close out, but let me come on the stage, right? We'll start a whole nother conversation, right? But Patrice came on, man, and as always, very strong, very knowledgeable lady. You know what I'm saying? And that's usually smart people are, right? They're very ambidextrous in a lot of different things, right? She could sing, she could. I don't know if she could dance. I ain't never seen her dance, but maybe she could dance. She could sing, definitely communicate, and definitely a fighter, right? Goes out there on the front lines all the time. Is out there on the front lines, fighting for us, fighting, you know, just to have things right. So shout out to Patrice. But how'd she do today? Very solid, as always, right? Very solid, very strong performance. Very strong performance, man. Very strong performance, Patrice. Right? She gonna be getting all them good guests going over to her platform. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge Relationships, but get on over there, subscribe to Knowledge Relationship. That's where you're gonna catch Patrice's show on every other Sunday, right? Gotta catch up to Patrice, man. She's the hottest show. It's between her and Easily Rigged, in my opinion. But then you got Lola too. So, and you got M3. So you got a lot of different things going on over there, man. But it's a powerhouse. They're building a powerhouse over there, man. Powerhouse. They're gonna be like the new CNN of the black world, man, because they black people, because man, they're gonna be able to build their channel into a 24-hour running situation, man. All right, that's Patrice, and I think she did a solid performance. Solid performance as always. Sister Eddie, I know you care. I know you guys care. It's just like I said, when I'm doing something and we only have we got only like a small number of people here. I'm like, man, we giving out such good information, but ain't nobody in here, man. And it's sad that we giving it away for free, and nobody wants to come and soak up this game. And we got good game for you. Between me, Rico, Patrice, Vaughn, all the other people that come up on the stage, man, we got good game for these people, man. But it's yourself, Sister Annie, Jill. I mean, we got good game for these people, man. But they don't really want to come up here and get it, man. And sometimes that's annoying to me, right? Because I feel like, man, all of us are giving, not just me, y'all too, right? Y'all support me. We all giving what we can, right, to help out, right? And then, here we go. Okay, maybe if I can, Patrice, if my schedule allows it, man, I'll come see you, definitely, for sure. I thought Patrice was gonna give us a reason why she, can't start at 3 like she said, but oh no, she talking about her schedule. She got some stage plays coming to LA. Okay, if I can schedule it, I will, Patrice. I will come and see you if I can schedule it. Okay. Let's see. What were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about Patrice, right? Shout out to Patrice. Excellent job, as always. Always brings a feminine point of view. Even she don't always agree with me. But at least what I like about that, and that's one of the things I like, is that she don't always agree with me, but she always does, tells the truth and her feeling, and she does it in a way where, we can see how intelligent she is. So shout out to Patrice for that. But don't get it twisted. She can be silly when she want to be. She could definitely be silly when she want to be. All right. Yeah, man. All right. But shout out to Patrice. All right. What about Dr. Hood? Dr. Hood, y'all. And a good doctor came in, stepped his toe in real quick. You know what I mean? Showed us how he felt about the whole little situation. And then, I see where he was coming from, man. He's like, men ain't supposed to be monogamous. Really, when none of us are born monogamous. we had to learn that as a social construct, right? Monogamy is a social construct, right? Civility is a social construct for most of us, right? Patrice, I hear you. Well, it's true. It's true, man. See, y'all got to talk to Patrice behind the scenes, man. Patrice is all smart and everything, but you push her, she could be silly, man. She could really be silly. So, all right, so, but that's my sister, man. All right, and if you really want some, I'll tell you something. If you really want to treat, go to Patrice's. Not knowledge relationship. I mean, go there too, but if you want to hear some really good songs, man, go on over to Patrice's. Go to Patrice's page, and you hear her really knock out a lot of these covers. She covers a lot of nice songs, man. Really well, man. Really well. Get on over there. Get on over there now. But now, brother, as you saying that Patrice could sing, yeah, I said she could sing, but don't get it twisted. I'm telling you, she could be silly when she want to be. I'm telling you that. But then we all can, right? We all can be. All right, that's Dr. Hood, man. Shout out to Dr. Hood, man. Strong performance, solid, very solid from the doc. What about Brother Rico? Rico had already told me in the beginning. Rico already had said, "Hey, man, you got 3 hours out of me, and once you get past 3 hours, that's I'm probably gonna fall off, right?" Which he did, right? Why, Rico? Why fall off, right? Why did Rico fall off? Well, because like I said, man, Rico, man, has some family time that he has to give his wife, man, and his family, right? Just like me, I got family time I got to give them, right? So I gotta go. That's why you don't see me sometimes on the Mondays, on the Wednesdays, and stuff like that. Right? Because I try to give them some of my time, right? I try to give them some of my time, man, to make up for all this time I spent with my other family. I try to make up some of that time with them as well, right? Man. And then sometimes you think, man, am I really making a positive effect on people, right? Am I making a positive effect, right? Because your sons are just crazy, man. Sometimes they don't listen, right? So I'm talking to my granddaughter. My granddaughter said, I said, when's your birthday? She said, oh, my birthday is on February 14th. I said, oh, hey, that's Valentine's Day. That's the day of love. She said, yes, I know. I was born on that day because I have love in my heart. I said, man, hey, whatever I'm doing, man, I got to make time for this baby, man. Shout out to Rico, man. Shout out to Rico, man. Remember, y'all, family is important, man. So take your time. Give yourself, your first family member, give yourself the time you need to get yourself together, and then give the people around you that need your support time for you, and then extend out to whoever is willing to take your advice, whoever is willing to meet you halfway, right? They ain't willing to meet you halfway. That's a judgment call on you. That's a judgment call on you, right? Some people ain't willing to meet you halfway because they feel like your information ain't good enough for them. And some people ain't gonna meet you halfway because they so down, they so downtrodden. You might have to go there further over to them, right? What they say, you might have to. They take one step, you might have to take two to them, right? Because they're so down on themselves, right? Prodigal son was down on himself. He was like, man, these people ain't gonna want me. After I've been sitting there with these hogs, I'm sitting in the hog trough. Y'all know what a hog trough is? Y'all know what hogs, they're some of the most, I ain't gonna get into it because some of y'all probably still eating that food, so I ain't gonna get into it, man. But the point is, man, he was sitting among people that sitting in a situation where he had no business being. And his father could have looked at him and said, because you have got to the point where you so low, you sitting with these hogs, I'm done with you. But no, the father took one look at him and said, That's a different cat right there. He finally understands. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't be back here. All right, he'd be still sitting with the pigs. So sometimes we're gonna have to take that extra step. I understand that, but for the most part, especially somebody that you don't know well, if you extend a hand out to help them, extend it halfway, let them come the other half. Otherwise, that's risky business right there. Risky business right there. Risky business. Shout out to G France, by the way. Okay. What are we doing? We're still going down doing the rundown, right? We did Rico, man. Shout out to Rico. Very strong performance from Rico. What about Von Bryant? What about Von Bryant, y'all? Y'all remember when Von Bryant was a nice guy? Remember that back then? Remember back in those days? I don't want to overtalk anyone, you know. Now Von's like, man, what? I'm talking. Shut up, Patrice. Shut up, Clarence. I'm talking. Okay, Vaughn. But I told Vaughn, I said, you got to do that to me and Patrice and Rico, man, because we're just going to keep on talking. I said, you got to do that to us, right? We will eventually let you talk, but sometimes we get so passionate about what we're talking about, it's hard for us to stop, right? Especially Patrice, right? Patrice gets very passionate about certain things, right? So, you know, so sometimes you might have to overtalk us, man, and then we get it. G. Friend said God called men to be watchmen, but unfortunately we're decreasing. That's why we lack awareness. Well, we lack awareness on a lot of stuff, man. Awareness on a lot of stuff. But we got that's why we're here, brother. We're here. You know what I'm saying? if yeah, man, my right hand man, right, Jill, right hand man. That's why we're here, G Friends. We're trying to put something together so that we can inspire others to do the same, man. We're not perfect. None of us are perfect, but we're just trying to be inspirational to other people. And if enough of us get inspired to make a move to do something, who knows, man? We might change the world, right? All right, that was Von Bryant, man. Von Bryant, very, 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 very valuable helper, brother. Man, if any of y'all trying to raise money, Von Bryant is the person you need to go and hook up with, man, because this brother, that brother, man, whoa. I mean, Von Bryant put in the time on this, man, put in the time, and he stayed in my head. Clarence, we can do it. Clarence is gonna work. We can do this, Clarence. We can do it. I thank the brother Vaughn, man. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate you, man, for all the work you do, everything you do, man. Not only just for the backpacks, a lot of the stuff in the chat, a lot of stuff you do behind the scenes where Vaughn will just call me and check on me and stuff. And I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you, Vaughn. Vaughn is a good dude, man. You know, he reminds me a lot of a good friend of mine, Chadwick Boseman. Very good friend of mine, man. And with this dude, man, I used to counsel this young man so much, man. I used to talk to this man so much. Young man was very astute, very bright. Had no idea he had went to Howard, been to Howard University, and all. Had no clue because he didn't speak about himself. He was the kind of guy that would listen more. He wanted to know about you. He really didn't think that he was all that great. He was like, I'm just a regular guy. I've been to Howard, did all this acting, did all these videos. I did all this stuff. He really didn't think it was like something that he should be separated from the common man. You know what I mean? That was a good dude, man. That was a good dude. That was my homeboy. That was a good dude, man. Good dude. Anyway, what we say about Vaughn? Oh, Vaughn, yeah, man. Vaughn. Shout out to Vaughn, man. Thank you, Vaughn, so much. Excellent job today. Very strong performance. Very strong. Very, very solid. What about new growth? New growth. Very strong. Very strong performance as always. The young fella, very strong. I forgot to encourage him to open up his channel, man. Keep pushing him to open up his channel, man. That dude got a lot of good takes, He needs to go have his own channel, man. I think he would attract a lot of younger cats, and they would, he would be able to start a little movement over there, man. If he opened up his channel, man. But shout out to New Growth, man. Did an excellent job today. Very strong performance. Very strong performance. Last but not least, was Brother Marcus. Very, very strong performance. Very, very strong performance from Brother Marcus. Came in, shot a shot. You know what I'm saying? And one other thing I like about Marcus, man, he tries to be a straight shooter, man. He don't play no games, man. And I hopefully he feels comfortable enough over here to speak his mind, because he usually does. But just another good brother, man, young brother, man. These young guys, man. Hopefully we're getting through, and then at a certain point, obviously they will see it our way if they ever get to if they ever get to that age, right? That age group, right? They will obviously see it our way at some point, but right now they definitely got the ears open to at least listen, man. So shout out to Brother Marcus, strong performance, very, very solid, very, very solid performance. Okay, that's everybody, y'all. That's everybody. Okay, so check it out, y'all. Yeah, man, definitely, Vaughn, definitely. If we can, man, you guys encourage that young brother, man, to open up a channel, man, because he's got a lot to say and he's got a lot to give, and it's just bulging out inside of him, right? And sometimes we not moving fast enough for him, right? He needs his own channel, right? Shout out to the young brother. All right, y'all. That's everybody, man. Everybody did a great job. Eddie, Jill, all of you guys, Risa, all of you guys in the chat, G Friends, everybody in the chat, Anderson, Janique Anthony, everybody who came through, man, and just gave us Southern Belle, Sim, everybody who came through, man, Von Eric, everybody who came through and helped us, man. We appreciate all of y'all, man. And that's what makes this thing work around. Okay, so y'all, this is what we're going to do. We're going to come back here on Tuesday. Well, let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think, because I have some people that's in my ear that's telling me that we do too much, right? 3 days a week, that's a little much. Maybe we should cut back on the day. Would y'all want me to cut back on the day? Y'all let me know, man. I mean, if in the comments, or because I try to do Tuesdays, Thursdays, give y'all a break on Friday and Saturday, and then hit y'all on Sunday, right? No, I didn't hear about what's going on with Patty LaBelle, Patrice. No, I haven't heard that. What? She likes younger men? Yeah, that'll hurt. That'll hurt, right? The bomb threat. No, I didn't know nothing about no bomb threat. No, I didn't know that. Yeah, man, it's the price of being a celebrity. Man. You gotta have your security on point. Man. She was rushed off stage due to bomb threat. Holy smokes. Shout out to Patty LaBelle, man. Holy smokes. That's terrible. Maybe we talk about that, but on Tuesday. But I want y'all's opinion for the most part. Would it be okay? Would it make sense for y'all to? Okay, Jill. Would it make sense for y'all to for us to just give you 2 shows a week as opposed to 3? Does that make sense, or do y'all are y'all okay with it? Because if y'all okay with it, I'm okay with it, right? If y'all okay with 3 times a week, I'm okay. Sim said, "Nah, you don't need to do 1 less day. Hell, add another day, but short the time for health reasons." I got you, Sim. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. No, I'm health wise, I'm doing good, Sim. I'm not in a bad place health wise, but I just don't want to be overloading y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody was telling me that I'm overloading. I could be overloading y'all, right? And so, if that's true, I'm going to y'all and asking y'all because I don't want to overload you. I'm fine with the 3 days a week. I'm fine with that. That works for me. But if it'd be better if it was 2, that's all. But if y'all saying no, okay. Well, y'all let me know. When y'all think about it, y'all let me know, right? Patrice say, do what you feel. I feel fine. I'm like I said, I feel fine. 3 days a week is fine for me. I probably gonna cut the time just so that give y'all night. No, Sam, not my wife, but she probably would. If she thought she could change my mind. But my wife knows me, man. Once I lock in on something, that's it, man. You know what I'm saying? You ever seen that movie John Henry? You ever heard that story, John Henry? Right? John Henry was gonna knock a hole in the mountain quicker than the train, quicker than the men in the train, right? The train buster, right? And so John Henry's wife went to him before the thing got started, tried to talk to him, and when she seen that look in his eyes, she just left. She said, "This man, he'll die before he lose." Right? According to the story, right? But then when my wife looks at me like that, man, my wife is like, no, it's not my wife, man. It's just people that listen to the show. I don't want to name names, but people that listen to the show that say, you know what, maybe you doing too much. Boss say maybe you should be on 7 days a week. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all so much. I just don't want to overload y'all, man. If I'm doing that, then y'all tell me, man. Tell your brother, because I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm only gonna be able to do what y'all tell me, right? If y'all say, yeah, Clarence, it's great that you on 3 days a week, and then y'all say, man, that Tuesday show ain't that good, man. Maybe they should just move that Tuesday. Maybe they should just take that Tuesday show out, right? How would I know that? You know what I'm saying? Unless y'all tell me. See, I gotta be honest with me and tell me so that y'all know, right? Sim say don't know what other channels you be on, but would be cool to see you mesh with Sister Hanifa and Rashawn. I would like to do that, but the reason why I don't go on Rashawn's channel that much is because we have a similar personality. We have a similar eccentricity as far as I'm concerned, where he don't exactly say what I say, but he has the same eccentricity, and I want him to get his message out. If I'm over there struggling with him, he won't be able to get his message out because now I'm a counterbalance to what he's doing. That's why I don't get on a lot of these people's shows, right? Because for that same reason, Sim, I want them to be able to get their message out without somebody like me causing a disturbance in what they're doing, right? Even if I disagree with them, I think they should be able to get their stuff out. So I usually don't go to other people's panels for that reason. Same thing with Hanifa. Hanifa's very smart, just like Rashawn, very intelligent, right? And she has a lot of views, right? Some I agree with, some I don't, right? But if unless she's talking about something where she, in particular, something that I feel like she's way off with, I probably wouldn't get up there with her. But I would love to be on. I love to be on panels with her because she reminds me of Patrice a lot. Where she's always she's always rock solid for her opinion and the way she expresses it. I like that. Plus, she got the little island twang. Shout out to Queen of April, man. She got that little island twang, right? Oh man. Boss said, all jokes aside, Thursday and Sunday is perfect. Enjoy your family. I'm already doing that, man. It's not me. It's not my family. It was just a suggestion, man. Just a suggestion from somebody who watches the show. And and so I just was, and it was like y'all, like I said, it probably was directed to me health wise, but I'm just trying to keep it to where if y'all got an issue. Now, if I need to do that, I'm gonna do it, y'all. You all know me, man. If I need to do that, I'll do it. Sister Eddie say, shout out to the clock. I know, Brother Clarence. Clarence needs to see. It's time to go. I know. Sister Eddie, I'm going. Sim said, but also network aspects plays audience together to grow. Yeah. So every once in a while, I will do it, Sim. Every once in a while, I will. I just, like I said, when I see people with strong personalities like mine, I let them cook. I don't want to put something in the pot to stop them from cooking. I let them. I would let them cook because I realize I think way different than most people. Way different. so when I start talking, they're gonna be like, "What?" But anyway, I see what you're saying, Sim. Yeah. So I need to work on that. I'm gonna work on that, Sim. I'm gonna work on some of these collaborations. I'm gonna work on that. So then he say, if you need to cut back a few days for family time or health, it's okay. I don't think so right now. I'm just making sure that I'm not overdoing it for y'all, right? Holy smokes, 8 hours. All right, Risa said, y'all have a great week. I'll try to be here on Thursday. It's my baby. It's my B-Day Thursday. Oh, shout out to Risa, man. Happy birthday to you. But I will be catch the replay on Tuesday. I got to work. Okay, got you, Risa. Always glad to have you in the building. All right, y'all, I got to go. Sister Eddie's right. I got to go. I got to get out of here. I got to eat something. Then I got some other stuff I got to do around here. Not overloading y'all. Cool. That's all I want to know. It was said like that. So I just wanted to know, hey, man, maybe I'm putting too much out there, putting too much on y'all plate. All right. So anyway, all right, y'all. We'll be back Tuesday, and I'll see y'all. Y'all keep hearing that microwave going off because that spaghetti's in there. So I got to go over here and get that to eat. But thank you guys for hanging out. Happy birthday, Risa. Hope everything, you have a beautiful birthday, man. And every other day after that and before that. And same thing with the rest of y'all. Happy birthday to any one of y'all whose birthday has passed within the last 12 months. And I hope every day after that is going to be even greater. Good night, everybody, and I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Peace.